remember the Uber Eats had groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be, what was it, the pepper lady?
What was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan.
Jacobs to the right side of Love in the shotgun slot left. And faking the handoff. Love rolls right, throws end zone.
He's got him.
Touchdown! And a Lambeau leap. On a beautiful play fake by Jordan Love. Tucker Kraft, 8-yard touchdown reception. It is 23-10, Green Bay.
Packers Radio with the call. That is the way we start off the absolutely loaded Friday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station, your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We have Peyton and Aiden in the back, and we got you live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. 27-18 Packers. It felt like this thing should have been way more out of control and more of a beatdown. I was getting Bears-Vikings vibes in this one. That Green Bay was Chicago early on, and in that Monday night game, I tweeted, Chicago's screwing around with this lead. Like, this thing should be more. We know what happened with J.J. McCarthy winning NFC Player of the Week. Washington ends up scoring their touchdown, and I was like, okay, here we go. Nope. Green Bay shuts it down, and they are off. You look at schedules throughout the league, how many people have it that much more difficult than, now they were both at home, but Lions, Commanders, Pack, undefeated.
Yeah, they're the South Florida Bulls of the NFL. Like they had the two playoff teams versus the two ranked teams. They've had a really, really awesome start to the season, and they look like they are the absolute, without question, best team. And you're right. I mean, the score doesn't indicate how dominant of a victory that looked like it was going to be. They should have been up 24 at the half based on the numbers. The yards per play, 0.2 points per yards per play difference, right? And that difference should have led up to about 24 points. That would have been that's what it should have been. They were dominant though, and that's right now. That's your Super Bowl champ, at least from the NFC. It's representative.
Yeah, I mean, they look great. They look really, really good early on. Micah looked really, really good last night. Was generating a lot of pressure. Jordan Love looks like he is locked in, dialed in, ready to go. They're so, these first 2 weeks against Detroit and Washington, they just, on both sides of the ball, look so confident and so fast. And I don't know. To me, that right now feels like the easy best team that I've seen through a week and a game.
Jordan Love with 2 touchdowns. Josh Jacobs running hard. We told you to bet him on underdog. Promo code TOLO. I think that's now 10 straight games with a touchdown for Josh Jacobs, 23 for 84. And then Peyton, were you familiar with the game of Tucker Kraft? As my brother, Commanders fan, back home texted me, I didn't know Gronk 2.0 was running around out here.
Sean and my Fantasy Beast email I send out, every year, Tucker Kraft. No, I don't have that out there. No.
I'm not on that newsletter.
No, you don't sign up for it. No one does. No, I was not either. That's a guy that you usually pick as your backup, to fill in for your starter in a bye week. But man, Thursday nights, Aiden said he had him on his bench last night in our league.
Some Packer fan.
Yeah, look at that.
3rd round pick out of South Dakota State, putting up the game of his life yesterday with 6 catches, 124 and a touch.
I hope you didn't take the under on him.
They're going to need more. They're going to need more from him moving forward because you last night you get the news Jaden Reed, shoulder injury. He's now out 2 months for the Packers, so that's going to impact them. And, I mean, Kraft is a guy that he was a 3rd round pick a few years back out of South Dakota State. He was a guy who a lot of people thought was, all right, this is your modern vertical tight end that can, really threaten the seam and do things down the field for you. And last night he looked like a guy who was starting to come into his own.
I stole RJ's poll question and asked before the game who everybody was rooting for. Was it going to be for the Commanders because you want the better draft pick that Green Bay is going to give you and you want Micah Parsons to lose, or did you want Green Bay? That's what I ultimately decided with because I got to focus on the division early on, and this thing absolutely blew up with like 240 responses from the Tolos, and it was mixed all over the place. And then I woke up, good mood. Brian Shottenheimer on today. Babe Laufenberg moving his weekly segment to Friday at 9:20. And then I had to open up this tweet from the Tolos on the Amazon postgame show.
This crowd has something to say. I know you guys know what they're saying. They're saying, thank you, Jerry.
Man. I don't know why that just gave me a little wind out of my sails to start off this Friday morning. The Green Bay Packer faithful at Lambeau chanting that.
Especially watching Micah put that come on, keep raining it down
every
here,
third
guys.
down, every third down too. He's out there. The numbers for
Mac can get better.
the numbers for Parsons on the night: team high 8 pressures. Finally drew a flag. That's what Cowboy fans are losing their mind. Oh, now the referees decide to throw a flag. Must be the colors popping differently. A half a sack on 37 rushes, and 6 of those pressures came in the second half. Closing time, other people would say, garbage time. The Micah detractors.
Well, I mean, look, that's, they have a plan with him, which is kind of in the first half, take it slow. He did it in week 1, right? Did he play one snap or once in the first quarter? Last week against Detroit. I mean, obviously, it just seems like they're just letting him get in the flow of the game, and that's fine. Like they got him late, the back injury. You gotta protect the back, but they got him late, and I think that's the biggest issue right now.
When you have a great player on your team, right, and you have a great anything in life, I don't care whether it's a car, I don't care whether it's a new house, you end up taking it for granted a little bit because you get used to it, right? You get fatigued by it. When I'm watching Parsons to start off this year, and particularly last night, and I'm just honing in on him. As a Cowboy fan, I'm not watching him in year 3 every single play defensively. But now that he's on another team, I'm watching him, and I'm just reminded of it's really all the other stats with Micah Parsons, all the chaos, all the disruption, all the accounting, all the switching on stunts, all the rush throws, all the discomfort in the pocket for Jaden Daniels and the quarterback. Micah Parsons, I really judge not by sacks, but the pressures and the rest of the havoc created. And he's just a constant presence, whether he's coming from the outside or the in.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit of, it's going to naturally be, and I feel the same way watching him last night, where it's just like, damn, you do forget how much just disruption he causes. But it is going to be a little bit of grass is greener on the other side. So when Mike is here, people are going, why doesn't he finish the sack? And then on the other, when you see it there, it's like, gosh, why can't we pressure a quarterback into making bad throws like that? Look at just everything that he does. And he looks locked in right now. Like in the little bit that you're getting to see him play, he looks like he's ready to play at a really, really high level. Now he's playing within a defense that has shown they got a lot of really, really good players. Edgerrin Cooper's fantastic. They've got, Lucas Van Ness, who played well last night. Keyshawn Nixon, who had 5 pass breakups last night, and is a guy who's a dynamic returner. Xavier McKinney, who led the NFL in interceptions last year. Green Bay has a really strong defense, or a lot of strong pieces on defense that now Micah being able to do what he does is going to take them up a whole nother level.
Parsons was asked on that post-game show about trying to pick up that Packer playbook and being an instant impact.
Yeah, first, as soon as the trade happened, I was like, man, when you want me to come in, I'm super ecstatic. And then the second process is, are you willing to come in early? Are you willing to stay later? And I just think it's fun. When I learn new things, I get excited. When a DC comes up to me, it's like, we're excited to have you. I got so many ways I want to use you, but you got to learn this. I'm like, all right, well, hurry up. So, it just gets me excited. I'm ecstatic, and Jeff's a hell of a play caller.
So there you go. There's Micah Parsons 2 for 2.
From the 682, Micah did this all the time at the beginning of the year. I still make that trade eight times out of 10. I haven't heard people say I still make it. Usually it's 10 out of 10, not 8 times out of 10. 73% of the time I still make that trade.
I like that. That's realistic, though. That's realistic. There are going to be 2 times I might feel a little weak and vulnerable, and I'll say yes to it. He's I ultimately still think, he's worth the money. He's somebody who can destroy the other team's game plan. They focus. Jordan Mailata talked about this. Teams spend all week trying to figure out what to do about him. It takes away all of the attention from offense's game planning on the other side. So he 100% is a massive impact player. I still think you can make the argument that for this football team, that having the extra $40 million and getting the draft capital and getting Kenny Clark. By the way, Kenny Clark on the field last week, Cowboys allowed 2.8 yards per carry in the run game. When he was off the field, they allowed 6.3. So like he's already making a difference in the run game. So I think that for this team, you can make the argument they needed resources more than they may have needed Micah.
From the 6'8", he did this all the time at the beginning of the year. Like I said, next one is he could have 15 sacks this year. Still glad we didn't pay him $47 a year. Two of our GMs get thank you blank chance on the road. This is great.
Oh, dude!
Thank you, Nico. Thank you, Jerry.
So I mean, if this keeps up, we were sitting there. We're like, last year at the end of the year, we did kind of a look back at like the biggest quotes in DFW sports for the year, and we were trying to find like what the quote of the year was, and it was we were burned out, and it was all in, and all these different ones. Like if this one keeps up, and then at the end of the year, we might just be looking at like, all right, is the quote of the year fire Nico or thank you Jerry?
And they honed in on that Packer sign that they painted with a Jerry teardrop.
Yep.
That was out there.
That little mural out there.
Yeah. CeeDee Lamb, who has had some frustrated responses during the Micah drama, was in the locker room yesterday and was asked about the deal with the two teams playing last night.
Honestly, it sucked. A lot of people on the team, I mean, we're really close with Micah, and he was really good with a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? He can relate to a lot of people. He loved to compete. Him as a competitor, him as a player, him as a brother, him as a friend. And overall, like I said, bro, he would be missed for sure by me and a couple other guys that I can name off the top of my head. But, I mean, obviously I'd rather not. But as for him, again, I wish him nothing but the best, and I hope he stays healthy throughout this whole season and go kill it.
That's an interesting quote. So I do think CeeDee was one of the ones who was, like, I mean, he absolutely was one of the ones who was closest to Micah and who absolutely was, like, wanted him here. The fact that he goes, like, obviously he was really close to me, a couple others. I won't say, like basically, like I'll keep that close to the vest because I don't want a process of elimination tell you who was not. Because I mean, there clearly were some guys who I don't think are too torn up about it, and I think they probably are way high on the Cowboys list of jersey sales.
Rangers were not in action last night, but it was still fun to scoreboard watch. The Armpit gets blanked by Toronto 6-0. The Seattle freaking Mariners just continue to win themselves. So you wake up this morning, and it's 2 in both categories. You're 2 back in the American League West with the Rangers and Jacob deGrom returning to New York tonight, and you are 2 back in the wild card standings as well, Choppy.
Yeah, I like the even number. The real words rounded. I would have liked to round down, not round up, but I like the rounded number. So you
Seattle. They have them at the top of the standings, same record as the Astros, tiebreakers or whatever. Seattle is leading the West with a 6-game winning streak.
Oof. All right, so they got the Mets tonight, like you mentioned, and DeGrom going back home. We're about back to his old spot. The Mets last night became the first team in the history of the sport to score 4 runs in the first inning, 4 or more, not get a base runner for the rest of the game, and lose.
A base runner?
They didn't get a base runner the rest of the game.
And who'd they face?
Phillies. Polished up the sweep.
Wow.
First team. They got 4 runs or more in the first inning, didn't get a base runner the rest of the game, and they lost.
So wait, does that mean that there have been other instances of scoring 4 runs in the first inning, not getting a base runner the rest of the game, and winning?
I assume that's why. Yeah, I assume that there is other cases of that. This is the first time it's ever happened in a loss.
It'll happen tonight. Back on your home for Rangers baseball here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo, y'all. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. 6 a.m., our best audience of the entire show. We got a PBR ticket giveaway to wrap up the week in the 720 Expressway. But are we ready Sunday for CeeDee's revenge? Brian brought us on why Clowney didn't happen yet and the things that were happening in the world the last time the New York Giants beat Dak Prescott. We take you fully inside the star on the home of the Dallas Cowboys next.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
The first tough catch for CeeDee Lamb, if it comes on Sunday, will look like what after the filthy recovery? Good morning, Metroplex. You are inside the Star on the official home of the Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Brian Schottenheimer joins us live at 8:20 this morning. Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst, previews the game at 9:20. CeeDee said he did not sleep at all following the Eagle loss, the drops haunting him. Quote, "I'll be prepared for that moment next time. I just need to relax, let the game come to me, and when it does, take over." Dak Prescott was asked about CeeDee going right back to the facility on the day off.
Yeah, CeeDee's a true pro. Started off right with him after that game, taking accountability, whether it was in the locker room to players or whether it was to you guys at the media. But not only just saying it, coming in that next day, right? We've all heard, right? He was on the jugs. Just getting his reps, and all that doesn't wipe that away, but that just allows you to feel better about the next opportunity that you get. And he's taking the right approaches to do that. And look out for those guys in the back end that have to catch him and cover him. I mean, he's had a hell of a practice, had a hell of approach, and it's not going to change. It's not like he's been any different really than the past. You can just tell just from his demeanor, he wants a little bit of he wants to make up for that.
And one of those guys that Dak may be warning, Drew Phillips. You remember CeeDee battling through that shoulder injury the rest of last year, still able to put up 1,194 receiving yards. CeeDee yesterday said, yeah, he tackled me and hurt me, so I've got something for him for sure. So
good.
There's CeeDee with a little target arrow towards Drew Phillips.
Yeah, look, and I mean, honestly, I would rather he have something for Cordell-Flott, which we'll get into when we preview the game, because they will work him over at corner in this game. But no, I thought CeeDee was really good yesterday. This is the standard practice. I feel like I know we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but every single year for the last 3-4 years, there is this pivot point in the season of here's a moment of adversity, whether CD caused it himself or just circumstances caused it. And there's a question of like, how's he going to react to this? Is he going to pout about something? Like when he had the sideline issues in San Francisco, all right, is that going to be a problem the rest of the year, or is he going to respond? He had big drops in 22 in the first half against the Giants. And it was like, all right, you've gotten rid of Amari Cooper, said this dude was going to be the guy. What's the deal here? And they came back in the second half and was the best player on the field in the second half of that game and played well the rest of the season. You had the Baltimore outburst last year. You've got the drops in this one. I think he's got a really good track record of, hey, when things go wrong, whether it's self-inflicted or not, I'm going to bounce back and respond the right way, and he's done that so far.
My concern level for him is at absolute zero. Like it doesn't. It's a single game. It's a game. It's a single game. You guys boot ground balls all the time. You have a bad game. My concern level with him is less than zero.
Same.
Not even bad. I've already forgotten about it. Hopefully he has too.
The Cowboys have gone 14 straight years without starting the year 0-2. That's the longest active streak in the National Football League.
Hey, look, they're on top of something.
We need those updated stats, too, on what happens if you go out 0-2 nowadays with that 17-game season. But the Cowboys have won 15 of 16 and 8 straight against the Giants. 15 of 16 and 8 straight. Dak's 29 scores are his most against one team in his career. He has won 13 straight against Big Blue, dating back to 2017.
Yeah, and David Hellman tweeted this yesterday, and it is wild when you think about it, that if you look at the numbers and you look at how long the streak is, so if Dak wins on Sunday, this is the second longest streak over one team in league history, and he would have won more games in a row against the Giants than Brady won against Buffalo. And that felt like Buffalo didn't beat him for 12 years or something like that. But yeah, it's been a while. The last time Dak Prescott lost a game to the New York Giants.
How about that, though? Of all the crap teams in the AFC East throughout their run, Buffalo's the one that he beat the most consecutive times compared to what's happening now.
Yeah, you beat him down long enough, then you're miserable. You get to tank. You get to stack up all the talent that you need.
Yeah, then you get Josh Allen.
Exactly. No, the last time Dak Prescott lost to the Giants, these things were all true. Barack Obama was the president. Game of Thrones had 2 seasons left. There were 2 whole seasons of Game of Thrones that still hadn't been released. Patrick Mahomes was at Texas Tech. The Astros hadn't won a playoff series in over a decade. They still hadn't won a World Series. Cooper Flagg was 9 years old, and Dabo Swinney had never won a title.
Okay.
Well, let's go back to those days.
That's a while ago, though.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, you liked Obama.
Let's get back to those days.
Continue.
Boy, I should have
just continue.
Should have remembered the first part of that. All right, so you asked about the 0-2. Now, since they expanded in 2020, it has happened 6.25% of the time.
You got a 6% chance if you start off 0-2 and making the postseason.
Yeah. So, like, since 2007, 139 teams have been 0-2, only 14. So they're 14 and 126. But since they expanded, it's 2 and 30.
2 and 30.
32 teams have done it. Have started 0-2. 2, the Bengals in 22, and the Texans in 23.
Giants, of course, are also 0-1. Russell Wilson is now 0-5 over his last 5 starts. Going back to Week 15 last season with Pittsburgh, his 59 passer rating was the lowest Week 1 rating of his 14-season career, and he was the oldest quarterback to be held without an offensive touchdown in the opening week. Weird stat. The Giants had 2 trips inside the 5-yard line, though, that resulted in turnovers on downs. They rushed for just 74 yards total last week. 44 of them came from dangerous. And then you take the Giants offense against the Cowboys defense. Listen to this. Since the start of last season, only 2 teams have finished a game without running a single man-to-man coverage on opposing quarterback drops. They did not run man-to-man throughout the entire game. The Bills in Week 13 last season, and the Cowboys Week 1 against Philadelphia. Dallas ran zone on all 33 of Jalen Hurts' dropbacks. A.J. Brown was kind of explaining that when he was asked the other day, why were you shut out? You know, A.J.'s going to throw a couple hissy fits throughout the year. And you got the Peter Schrager, Ryan Clark fight over A.J. Brown and CeeDee Lamb. And A.J.'s like, they were zoning me up, man. They were zoning me up all game long. They didn't run a single man-to-man.
Yeah, and look, I mean, a lot of that's going to be just philosophical, relating to the things that Matt Eberflus wants to do. But, I mean, another aspect of that is probably like you don't trust your personnel with the corner group right now to just stick to people in man coverage. So what you're believing in is like, hey, just worry about this area. Worry about watching this and just, react to the ball, react to the quarterback. But let's not get into a lot of man-to-man situations where you might be out there on an island and giving up a big play.
Dak Prescott was asked yesterday, game one impressions of Brian Schottenheimer. What was it like working with him?
A little bit, yeah. I like the way that he calls it. He's got some moxie to him, and yeah, from an early third down call, right, that we was able to get CD a shot just throughout the game. Yeah, I like the way that he sees it. He does a good job of attacking matchups. Does a good job of reminding me and letting me know, that's 3 over there. Let's try to get him a touch. Or Ferg hadn't touched the ball in a while, and I think that's very real when you've got the playmakers that we have, and we can hit you from all the different areas. Is you've got to keep each guy active and going.
Yeah, Schottenheimer, I was encouraged to see it, but it's a double-edged sword call. A couple 3rd and 2s against the Eagles, and they are throwing bombs. Green Bay does that too. LaFleur went off on their center at the beginning of that game last night. They had a 4th and 3. I'm like, they're not going for this. This is a draw off. They're just trying to manipulate with the snap count. They're not going to snap this. They did snap it. 4th and 3 bomb. 3rd and 2, you don't convert. You convert them, and all of Cowboy Nation, including us, oh my God, what a genius. He's got balls. He's got stones. You don't convert it. Why don't you just pound on the rock with Javonte picking up the first? It's a double edge.
There's some history of certain teams Brady would do this a lot. I remember Breeze, Manning, they would go downfield on 3rd and short, because sometimes on 3rd and short you are in 4-down territory and you got 2 plays. That could be, if you're going deep on 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1, you're like, all right, we're gonna go for it on 4th down. Anyway, we can just pound it then.
It's also the Ernie Zampese line from the past, which is, it's a good play call? The one that works. It's a bad play call, the one that doesn't work. Like, that's how people are, it's going to be very outcome based, and that's how it's going to be. But I do like all right, let them load up in the box, 3rd and short, take those shots where you get them.
Brian Broaddus has gone from Super Bowl scout to intrepid reporter. This guy, he's really turned up his information game here as of late. And yesterday on G-Bag, he said it was Jadeveon Clowney who said, I appreciate the interest. I'm gonna wait it out a little bit. It was Jadeveon, according to Brian, who said, I'm just gonna chill. Is he waiting for another pass rusher to go down? Is he waiting for another team with more money to come calling? Is he waiting for what?
I was gonna say, how bad was the practice that he was standing where did he just look and go, hell no, I'm not gonna do this. This doesn't work.
If you're Clowney and you're watching the D-line at practice, do you want them to be amazing, or do you want them to be bad enough to where you're like, I know I'll be on the field?
Or do you just say, I know I'm going to be on the field regardless, and so I'm looking at everybody else, and is this the team that I can be the mercenary to level them up? But he played for Carolina last year, so that's not true.
Because Diego Pavia, Vanderbilt, he's like looking at his options when he was transferring for the 14th time, and he's like, no, that guy, I'm not going where there's a decent quarterback. I need to go to play.
Well, yeah, absolutely. You wanted to play. Now this, a good defensive line could free him up, obviously, but how much more is he going to play after this year? Who knows?
If he's healthy and he's ready to play, he's good enough. The guy I saw on tape was good enough to play as a primary defensive end for them.
Yeah, I just look at it like, man, you either play or don't. You're not going to fart around here. Just you want to play, come play. If you don't want to play, then
that's your Cowboy approach. If you're them, that's what you're telling them.
You left, okay, we'll move on. We'll move on.
To what?
To nothing.
Okay, well, then you're not better off.
You what?
Then you're not better off.
Well, how long, let's just say.
You can wait 4 weeks.
You want to wait 4 weeks?
You can wait 5 weeks. If I still need help in 5 weeks, then I have to go and try to sign you up.
If guys get hurt. Yeah, I know, but then it's like.
Not even if guys get hurt. They already right now think they need Jadeveon Clowney. Guys aren't even hurt. Because of the state of the DN room.
Yeah, I get that. I don't know. It's just like, you're farting around with me. It's the same thing with like
hardline chop negotiator.
It's just the same thing with like a girl. You know, you're farting around like I just like ask her to get off the pot. Like, what are you gonna do? You gonna play? Or are you gonna sit?
Now, it was, when we talk about why they would be even looking at him and why he could be somebody that they would consider, we didn't mention Dante Fowler was really bad the other night. He was not very good at all. The numbers kicked back specifically when he was off the field, 27 carries for the Eagles. They averaged 3.4 yards per attempt. When he was on the field for 11 rush attempts, they averaged 6.1 per carry.
An update on the Charlie Kirk shooter and the people in sports who lost their jobs because of it. That's next. A PBR ticket giveaway, Bobby's Film Room of the Giants. We got Junk Drawer, we got picks, we got Brian Schottenheimer at 8:20. It's the Friday edition of Sean and RJ, continuing on The Fan.
Chevrolet and Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Good morning, 6 a.m. Club. Thanks for being a total that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Roberto Belt. We got Brian Shottenheimer coming up at 8:20, and our final PBR ticket giveaway of the week. Wait till you hear the giveaway for next week. Oh, my word. All I'm going to say is you are going to want to listen next week. It's an all-timer. It is an all-time giveaway. Cowboy game related, Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Listen for details. First, the update. I went home and nothing but news coverage with the latest on Charlie Kirk and the shooter and the pictures and videos that have come out.
The videos are out. They've got videos of him running across the roof, jumping off the roof. There's a Ring doorbell camera footage of him walking down the street with a limp, a noticeable limp. Now, that limp could have been a limp from an injury, or, as some are speculating, I think you said it, he could have, shoved the rifle down his pant leg, which would have caused him to limp.
Or some people are speculating, like you don't bother someone as much with a limp. You don't go up to them and harass or ask questions. Could have been a fake limp. Could have been a real limp. Could have been a fake limp. Could have been a gun limp.
Kaiser Soze, one of those usual suspects.
I have fake limped plenty of the time.
Young guy.
Very young. They said college age. That was like one of the initial reports, was they're looking for a college-aged male. Yeah. He could probably pass for college-aged. I mean, older grad student, whatever. I saw...
Had a bald eagle shirt, like an American flag bald eagle shirt.
Aiden's got the photo up on the fan cam right now.
Now, look at his hands.
Oh, he's not touching the railing.
He's not touching the rail.
He's smart.
I thought these FBI people on Fox News and CNN have both been really good. I'm fascinated just to hear their breakdown.
Yeah.
And the fact that they canceled the press conference yesterday, they're like, that's probably a good sign. When they put out these pictures and info, does that show that it's a bad sign because you're not close to a lead? Mm-hmm. How they go through the hundreds and hundreds of phone calls that they get on the tip hotline for the $100,000 reward. All these things. But yeah, they're like, he's intentionally not trying to leave behind prints on any of this stuff he's touching, even though he had to leave it on that rooftop. Although, why not wear gloves?
That's great. That's a great question.
Because he's getting off of the roof and he's touching the roof with his handprints.
Right. That's a great question. I don't know why he wouldn't wear gloves. It makes sense that you would put some gloves on. And there's people that are trying to draw a comparison between.
Well, people are also saying, I don't know how much of a professional he is. He's leaving a bunch of clues behind. Why did you leave the gun in the woods?
Yeah.
We have, forearm imprints all over the place. I guess he's left more than what FBI people would deem expert work.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question, because there's the imprint in the rocks on the roof, like you mentioned, and obviously the handprints when he jumped off the roof. And I saw people trying to draw comparisons and trying to do like internet sleuth work. Is it sleuth or sloth?
Sleuth, not sloth.
There was a video of a debater from
Oklahoma. Is he a master debater?
A master debater from Oklahoma. This guy had a megaphone, and they were trying to say, this is the guy looks just like him.
I saw that.
And I'm like, what are the odds that guy could have made that shot? Right? What are the odds that guy was trained to make that shot? Are we really going down that road?
You better be careful.
You're sniper profiling.
I'm sniper profile. That guy, no, absolutely not.
People better be careful with that, though. You start assigning this guy could have done it, and that's a problem.
That's why. See, there's no consequences on the on Twitter, on social media. Media organizations have consequences. You wouldn't see any of the news networks posted that photo.
Well, yeah.
Right?
They get a lot of things wrong, but, the old guy from Up we already had as the first shooter.
Yeah, right.
Unless that was by design, as people are saying he had 2 takedown guys to cause
Distractions, right? And then people are saying, when he jumped up the roof, you can't see the rifle. Where's the gun? And then some are saying, well, that looks like it. So, and by the way, all these grainy photos and videos they have, I mean, you could see a snake's hair from space. But you can't see we can't just get a normal video.
Must be Apple cameras. Yeah.
But people are trying to ask Grok, make this image better.
And that's a problem right now, because people are saying make this image better, and then they're sharing the AI generated perception, and then they're going, here's a picture of the suspect. It's like, no, that's not. That is because it's generating different looking people, and people are going like, here it is, this is it, and here's a video of him, and it's not. It's all AI.
A couple of people have been fired in the sports world. The Carolina Panthers, a guy by the name of Charlie Kirk, he was the football communications coordinator. He joined the organization in 2024, and he posted on his own personal Instagram account, why y'all sad? Your man said it was worth it. And then included a screenshot of the Wu-Tang song Protect Your Neck.
Dude.
Okay. And then the All-City Phoenix Suns beat reporter.
Look out, Kevin Gray.
Gerald Bourget. He also got fired, and he went on a long Twitter diatribe. Couldn't reply. He turned the replies off. Right. That's gutless right there. But he said political differences are not the same thing as spewing hateful rhetoric on a daily basis, and refusing to mourn a life devoted to that cause is not the same as celebrating gun violence. So we're clear. If you're saddened by the quote-unquote political violence, horrified by the video, or my response, why is your reaction different when it comes to school shootings? I don't care if you think it's insensitive report time and you decline to respect an evil man who died, yada, yada, yada. And they said, goodbye.
Been preaching on this show for years. Freedom of speech does not equal freedom of consequences. You want to go ahead and hit send and you feel like you have to say it, just try and weigh who your boss is and how your job is going to respond. These 2 people are now unemployed.
Yeah, I mean, and I would think you would have if you've got a public job, or you've got you're tied to an organization or a very public business, that you would not want to weigh in a public manner, period.
Yeah.
I would assume, but I mean, there are a lot of people who they were quick that I know somebody else who works for a university. I saw them put something up and it was aggressive and it got deleted within an hour, and I'm certain she was told to delete it.
TikTok and Meta have they're removing some of the more graphic videos.
Oh, like the one where he shot?
I would hope that would be one of them. And then there was discussion about maybe in moments of tragedy like this, changing the algorithm, having like an emergency secondary algorithm they could kind of implement to where you don't see those videos, and also the people who are going, doing really like the hateful rhetoric about,
every video. I'll be fascinated to see the last 5 days impressions total on Twitter and X. Every post I'm basically looking at about this gets like 150,000 views. That feels like bare minimum from influencers or political talking heads. I don't know if we'll have another story this year that comes close to the 5-day traffic that X has been seeing with this story. I went down a Charlie Kirk rabbit hole yesterday because I was not very familiar with him. I had heard his name, but I didn't know his college campus tours and all that. So I decided to go ahead and watch a bunch of that. I was on Bible verse research. You would have been proud of me, Bobby.
Oh, wow.
Chiafalo would have been proud. I wanted to know the interpretations, and I wanted to know, people saying he was hateful. Was he, I'm always wondering what exactly the Old Testament, the New Testament is preaching. So all those things I went down a big, large rabbit hole. But I was impressed with his debate. Anyone that can use big words and talk fast, I automatically just think is smarter than me. And he just very, very quick. Like, it was a brilliant thing he did of just going to these college campuses, and it's 30 on 1. Who can take down the one individual. Right. And he's got this very unique microphone style. You know, he sets it down totally in his lap every time, but he's coming back quick with whether all of it's accurate or not, he was great in terms of quick, fast responses.
His recall was there.
Very impressive. 31 years old.
Yeah,
been doing it since he was 17. Was doing it before he could vote. He was out there doing stuff like this before he could vote. That's the biggest thing, is that you always hear people go like, how do we connect to the kids? How do we connect to the youth and stuff? The biggest problem is, like, it's really hard to get somebody who willingly wants to be that advocate at that age, like who wants to make that their life.
Well, you got to have the confidence to know you can go research with anyone on any of these subjects, and then to go to a college campus where it's going to be more progressive and younger. And, it depends what campus you go to, obviously, but that is an intimidating environment with the number of kids you're taking on at that level of maturity in their life for whatever they want to discuss.
I'm just impressed that
again, I don't know how. I'm not intelligent and well versed enough in all the topics to say, oh yeah, he was just cranking back 100% accurate information. I was just trying to notice the debate style and the
some charisma. You saw some charisma and some just in general, so just a natural.
I don't want to say a shtick.
A gift for the gab.
A gift for the gab.
Gift for the gab. Yeah, because it all goes back to his ability to memorize and remember things. I mean, I don't remember what's in my email from last. I really have no idea.
We know you don't.
I still, if you asked me to name me 3 topics that are in my email, I was like, that was yesterday.
Yeah.
This guy, I mean, he remembers everything. He's got data on everything. How are you getting this? Like, how do you know what? You don't have a computer in front of you? He had nothing. No notes. Anything
else on the investigation? This feels like Bobby was speculating yesterday in the commercial break. I don't know if they're going to find him. This is gonna end soon.
If it's an individual,
he won't make it to Sunday.
If it's an individual, they'll find him.
If it's an individual,
if this is just a lone guy who did this, if this is coordinated with multiple people, I don't know. Because it's just
that they'll get all of them, or the guy that they're showing, he's done.
Well, what Bobby's saying is, like, if this is an organization, an intelligence thing.
If there's resources to help, and it's not just Luigi, if there's a resource, like if there's a network to help him get away or to, I don't know.
Yeah, if that airplane was his plane, he's gone.
What plane?
The plane that took off an hour later, if that.
2
hours later, and then the transponder got turned off in flight.
They wouldn't have shut down local airports within a 2-hour time frame to notice if anyone's leaving, or is all that reaction?
That's FAA. I don't know that they can ground for something like that. I don't know that they naturally think somebody could be trying to fly out of town.
But like, let's say, like when Trump got shot, you tell me you could fly a plane out of there within 2 hours.
President might be different,
right?
Because they would ground. Yeah. They would ground all traffic.
Would definitely be different. Yeah,
they would ground all traffic. Period. Remember when we flew out to Vegas for the Super Bowl?
Well,
we had to do we had to circle for like 4 times.
Yeah,
that's because I think Biden
was campaigning, and you had to circle because we couldn't be in their airspace.
RJ gets you set for the college football weekend, and how nervous is Jacob deGrom going to be in his return tonight? That's next with another PBR ticket giveaway with Sean and RJ after.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The Packers are first and goal. Love takes, looks, throws slant right side. Touchdown, Romeo Doubs! Got the slant on Mike Sainristil, still the second-year cornerback, and the Packers on the board first, leading 6-0.
Packers radio with the call. They are an impressive 2-0 after Thursday Night Football. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby on a loaded Football Friday edition. Bobby's film room study of the Giants at 7:20. Our final PBR ticket giveaway. Brian Shottenheimer live at 8:20. Yesterday I asked whether the Packers defense was this good or did we hype up the Commanders offense a little bit too much? Because, Bobby, that DC offense was completely broken throughout the majority of that game.
Yeah, I mean, in the fourth quarter, they ended up moving the ball a little bit, specifically on that last drive where things had gotten to the point where it was like 27-10 or whatever it was at that point for the Commander or for the Packers. But yeah, they didn't perform great against the Giants last week, and then they struggled against the Packers. But you have to look at Green Bay and go, it's a tough environment to play in. That's 2 weeks in a row that they took on offenses that people really believe in. Like Detroit is one people believe in. Now they're going, yeah, but you lost your coordinator. And you've lost some offensive linemen. You've lost some weapons. Okay, that's true. Washington added, and they have Cliff Kingsbury. And that right there, I mean, I think it's hard to knock anything Green Bay's done these first 2 weeks defensively.
I didn't even feel it. I was like, did Debo have a catch? He had 7 for 44. It did not feel like it. I must have turned it. Did he get a late touchdown? I must have turned it off.
Yeah, that was with like 2 minutes left.
And I was like, game over with that. But, man, the Green Bay Packers, who had them number one in power?
I did.
Both of you?
Mm-hmm.
I think. Yeah, I did.
Green Bay with an impressive game. Micah Parsons with a half a sack, a team-high 8 pressures.
112 yards of offense for Washington through 3 quarters. And then they picked up 118 in the fourth.
Tonight, the return of Jacob deGrom to the New York Mets.
Yeah, and let's go, baby. Oh, higher, lower, 5.5 strikeouts on Underdog. Play it with us. Promo code TOLO. But now, the Mets are a reeling franchise. And this is kind of the back half of the quote-unquote gauntlet, right? The 4-series gauntlet this team has. They only got 15 games left, right? They're 77-70. You win out, you get to 92 wins. 92 and 70 is 162.
2 games back in the West, 2 games back in the wild card, and the Mets have lost 6 straight.
Yeah, and then, like I said earlier, yesterday they became the first team in the modern era, so 1900, to score 4 or more runs in the first inning and then not get a base runner the rest of the game. Awful performance.
How about DeGrom going back, Bobby?
Yeah, this is going to be something that is obviously it's the 3rd year for him, almost the end of year 3 here in Texas, and he has not made his return trip to the Mets yet. He's gone back to New York. He pitched against the Yankees earlier this year, but this is going to be different. He told Kennedy Landry of MLB.com, I'm excited to go and pitch at Citi Field. That's where I started my career. Holds a special place in my heart. Their alumni game is going on there too, so some guys I came up with will be there as well. It'll be an all-around cool experience. He did acknowledge that apparently, there will be a little bit of the nerves when I'm out there, but he said, I've pitched a lot there. Mets fans were always good to me. Pitching in front of that crowd was always a fun experience. Now I'm on the other side doing it. It'll be interesting to see how it goes. All these games are important for us. Same for them with the spot there, and so it's going to be fun. And I think this will be, if you're going to end up sneaking into the playoffs, if you're going to end up seizing a spot here and being in there, this will be a good chance to see that, all right, the DeGrom we've seen for the last 6 weeks, when stakes are on the line, even if it's just personally for him, a big game going back when they're in the middle of a race, how does he respond? Is he going to show us the guy who's been like the 4 ERA guy the last 6 weeks, or is he going to show us like another level?
You got to win all his starts if you want to get in. And look, the Mets, they got beat by the Phillies in 4 straight, right? So they got swept. They scored 4 runs, 3 runs, 3 runs, 0 runs. I mean, it sounds like the Rangers early on in the season. And it's not like they gave up nothing. That's the difference. They gave up 27 runs in those 4 games. That's quite a bit.
My intrigue for tonight is this going to be Kyrie Boston, or is this going to be I'm the big dog here?
Luka Dallas.
Is this going to be Luka Dallas or Kyrie Boston? That I cannot wait to see. It'll happen right here on this radio station, 105.3 The Fan. By the way, I got the latest World Series odds Who's the favorite to win it all from Bet-Online?
The LA Dodgers.
You are correct at 4-1. Second.
I can't imagine they're going to put the Brewers number 2. Is it the Padres?
No.
It is the Phillies.
No.
Is it the Brewers?
It is the Brewers.
Ugh.
At 6-1. Phillies are third. So they still are not hedging with an American League team.
No, the AL is so wide open. Like, there is not a great team in the American League. There's just not.
Who's the AL favorite?
Yankees.
It is the Yankees at plus 850. Followed by 2 teams are tied.
Let's say it is
Toronto and Detroit.
I was going to say Houston and Detroit.
Did you read my email? Bobby Belt.
No, I did not.
9-1 for the Tigers and the Jays.
I know ball.
San Diego 10-1. Astros 12-1. They lost last night 6-0. Mets, Mariners 14-1. Red Sox, Cubs 16-1. Then you drop off a cliff to the Rangers at 40-1. Then you drop off another cliff to the San Francisco Giants at 80-1. In order to win the American League, the Yankees are there at 3-1. If you just think the Rangers can make the World Series but not win it, 18-1.
I mean, $10. Throw it down. I mean, it's $10. If you lose, it's nothing. If you win, you get $180 out of it.
Let's get you set for your college football weekend.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Well, last week's slate of games was pretty awful. It was really, really bad.
The slate was, but
they turned out to be fine.
Yeah,
but the slate of games, if you just looked at the scheduling.
I hate this about college football.
Yeah, and that's going to change. The SEC is going to 9 conference games soon, and they're probably going to have the other conferences. They're all going to get together, and they're probably just going to say, all right, look, we're going to do one cupcake. Just one. First game of the year, tune-up. Just do a tune-up game, because they got to stop this. They got to stop this. You're shaking your
Yeah, no, that sounds like cult behavior. Close our doors to the outside. Make sure that we're really just spending time with each other and our thoughts in our echo chamber.
No. Playing other power forward, like you're playing other power forward.
I'm being sarcastic.
So, game day is in Knoxville, Tennessee, Georgia. We're a banged up bunch, but it's Gunner's first road start at game. That's a game changer. OU.
How's Nico? Nico, watch. This is looking like it's going to be an all-time disaster, except for the money. He got less money, right? Less money, and UCLA, are they 0-2?
They're 0-2. They're bad. They're awful. He was limping up the field. He's getting booed off the field. He's playing in front of 30,000 people when everybody's asleep because he's playing out west. We'll take it. We upgraded, baby. OU, they're up north. They're at Temple. Good on them for going there. Texas hosts UTEP.
Hold on. Good on them for going there. They
to face Temple.
They had a hot mic situation with OU reporters the other day where leading into the press conference, they're like, Temple, like how tough is that going to be? Like, I mean, is OU just going to be half the stadium out there and talking trash? And so the Temple coach told, I believe it was our buddy Kincaid at the Fanatic in Philly, said, yeah, I've been playing those clips for the guys this week, just letting them know this is what they think of you down there in OU.
Oh, good luck. I was thinking of betting on this game, but it's like that Temple is not any good, and that atmosphere is going to be so bad, right? That it's one of those things that you can't get up for the game.
Yeah,
it's like it might be a little bit
Michigan
of
letdown.
Yeah, a little bit of a letdown. Texas hosts UTEP. We got a potential upset. Clemson goes to Georgia Tech. Tech is unranked, but they're 2-0. They got to win at Colorado. It's only a 3.5 point spread. Clemson's only a 3.5 point favorite. That's a potential upset match there. Wisconsin goes to Alabama. If they lose, Bama loses, just get ready. They're 21.5 point favorite.
They'll cover that spread.
What type of shirt is he wearing?
That's a great question.
This is unreal that you sent this.
Yeah, and Bama fans, they are complete and utter losers. So remember, his wardrobe was a focal point last year.
Kalen
DeBoer would rock a black dry fit T-shirt hoodie, right? He would have that. It would just said Bama in dark red, a black shirt, had a little bit of a hoodie on it. And the Bama fans were like, your Saban wore a polo, and this team is not disciplined.
Tucked in.
Yeah, because you're untucked. You're untucked, and there's no discipline. And they would say it in their Alabama accents, right? Their slang. So he refused to bend the knee prior to the loss to Vandy, and he finally started to wear the polo. Well, he is 10-5 in his games. He is 9-1 wearing the all-black hoodie. He is 1-4 when he dresses like Nick Saban and he wears the polo shirt.
Be yourself, man.
So now idiot Bama fans who have been begging him, demanding that he wears the polo are saying, please wear the hoodie.
This was a Bama fan Susie before the Powerball got won. They were going to all the local convenience stores and they were asking Bama fan Susie, what would you do if you won?
I'll tell you exactly what I'd do with the first $70 million. I'd pay off Kalen DeBoer and get him the heck out of the University of Alabama, and then I'd take whatever else it took to get rid of the AD.
She says she'd also give some money to her church and save some for taxes.
I know I'm not going to win. I just hope I win some scratch-offs. I just do it for the fun of it.
God, I love that voice. God, I love that
Some
voice.
of the church.
She's going to give some to the church, but she's like, but first, you, sir, you have to go. This is Saban's a genius. He really is a genius. He walked away from that job just before he was about to collapse in a similar manner.
Yeah. So, speaking of buyouts, before we go on with the rest of the slate, Mike Gundy signed a new deal with Oak State after the 2024 season that included a pay cut and a reduction of his buyout. So that number sits at $15 million. Well, a GoFundMe has been started. It's trying to raise $7 million. That would cover half the buyout. And all it needs is 60,000 people to each donate $116.67. That's a price of less than a typical game ticket. And so far, they've got nothing. They've got $351. So only 3 people have donated to this thing to try to get it fired. So either they don't care, or they don't like them, or they just don't have money.
Right.
Maybe that could be one of the things. But they're trying to get Gundy out of there.
Can you imagine if a school actually took the GoFundMe to use for the buyout? They announced that. We took the GoFundMe money.
That'd be all time. South Florida's at Miami. If they win and they're not in everyone's top 10, including you, Haley Sawyer, then everyone with a vote needs to lose it immediately. That would be 3 ranked opponents that they beat in 3 consecutive weeks. Trap game for Ole Miss, Bobby Belt. Arkansas has got one of the best quarterbacks of the conference. They're moving the football this year. Ole Miss better be ready. They're a 6.5-point favorite. They did not cover last week against Kentucky. LSU hosts Florida. This was going to be the game of the week until Florida lost. And that's a game right now. That's a 7.5-point spread. And A&M goes to Notre Dame. They lost last year in College Station. They go to Notre Dame. Sean, your boy, Diego, your godson, traveled to South Carolina. They might have Theo Vaughn in tow. I don't know. Or is Theo going to be in Knoxville? He kind of bounces back and forth between the Tennessee programs. So where's he going to be? He's bandwagoned both schools in the last couple of years. He made a video for Vandy along with I Show Speed. Those 2 guys made a video, like a little hype video for Vandy. But they'll be in South Carolina against Lenora Sellers and the Cox.
Hell yeah.
What do you think of South Carolina? How legit? Well, how much of a chance? I'm thinking of throwing a little scratch with an underdog that Vandy continues to shock the world.
South Carolina may have the number 1 pick in the next 2 drafts.
Next 2.
Lenore Sellers could be the number 1 pick next year. I don't think so, but he could be. And then in 2 years, I know people think Jeremiah Smith and Arch Manning. Dylan Stewart, their defensive end, is a monster.
Where's the spread for
It's 3.5.
I take that as an early win for the Commodores. 3.5 at the number 10 team in the country?
Yeah.
You kidding me?
Yeah. Now, South Carolina, they played Virginia Tech week 1. Vandy beat them up, right? Vandy beat up Virginia Tech pretty good last week. South Carolina won 24-11.
College football kegger with Ralph James Choppy. We have some breaking news to bring you, and Bobby Belt's film room study of the New York Football Giants. Commercial free. We're going to need it with all this info coming in. Commercial free with a PBR ticket giveaway in the Expressway after this.
absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fan. It is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time experts in the HOV lane of the Expressway. Is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
We have Bobby Belt's Cowboys Giants film room study. We have a PBR ticket giveaway. We have the junk drawer. We have the official picks for the game at 8 o'clock. And then Brian Shottenheimer at 8:20. First, an update on the Charlie Kirk shooter from the president.
I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody. Right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job. Getting somebody that you start off with absolutely nothing. And we started off with a clip that made him look like an ant.
So, an ant.
What does that even mean?
I didn't see the ant photo.
It's the one of him just on top of the building. That
in
you
the background, you just see the dot
like
running.
an ant.
Even in that. Never mind.
I was driving in, and I was thinking, like, what do they do at night? They just stop looking? Like, what happens? You know what happens at night? It's like it's 2 a.m.
Helicopter, heat seek.
Yeah, no, I know, but they're on a trail. They don't know where he is. They're just trying to pick up clues. Do they let him just continue to drive? What do they do at night?
I know.
New shift comes in. Let's go.
No, I'd assume at night. Like, this isn't like a missing persons case where you're like, we got to go into the woods and find this person who may have had something bad happen to him. I would assume overnight it's all there's going to be a lot of the grunt work and sorting through tips and listening through things and those sort of things.
I assume somebody turned him in.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get the confirmation on right now. Peyton, it's only a 40-second clip. What are they?
I know the answer if you want me to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trump said somebody turned him in, somebody close to him.
His father.
Yeah, it says it's father.
Did he say that in the clip?
Yeah, he did.
All right.
His father
Trump said, turn that around if you think it's decent enough audio, Pepe. Tolo Bass sent me this, DFW Bass. Trump says the father, this is on Fox and Friends. Trump says the father of the assassin turned the shooter in. Quote, they drove into the police headquarters. He's there now.
The dad drove him to the police headquarters? He said, come on, son, let's go. Holy cow.
That's what the quote is. That's why I want to hear it. Let's go ahead and play it.
Essentially went to the father, went to a U.S. Marshal, who was fantastic, by the way. And the person was involved with law enforcement, but was a person of faith, a minister. And brought him to a U.S. Marshal, who was fantastic. And the father convinced the son, this is it. And again, I'm always subject to be corrected, but I'm just giving you, based on what I'm hearing, they'll give you a much more active. I just heard about it 5 minutes before I walked in. As I'm walking in, they said, looking real good. They have the person that they wanted. So you have breaking news, don't you, huh?
I'm thrown.
Jerry would say that.
Yes, I saved the breaking news for you guys.
Right.
Yes. So somebody on the fan text, does the father get the $100,000?
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
How do you convince him to turn himself in?
We shall find out.
I mean, when you do something like that, and it's usually very ideologically and agenda driven, I would imagine you want to eventually
get credit for it,
be known for doing it.
I guess so, yeah.
That's President Trump right now saying, I think we have him, and the father turned him in. Wow. More details throughout the morning. Let's get to our Cowboy insider, Bobby Belt's film room.
All right, you want to do Giants offense or defense first?
Defense.
All right, let's talk about the defense. This is there are a lot of different numbers associated with this Giants defense that I think when you look at the 2024 rates versus what they did in week one, it's a little difficult to extrapolate and say, oh, they're doing something really different with Shane Bowen this year because they're going against Jaden Daniels. And when you're going against Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury's offense, it causes you to have to treat them a specific way, I think, in a lot of instances that you don't have against other teams. So here's some of the notes about the Giants after week one. They had the third worst pressure rate in the NFL last week. They ran man coverage. We talked about how the Cowboys just don't run any of it. The Giants ran man coverage 40% of the time. That was 9th in the NFL in week one. This is the thing, the split safety look, which we all hate the split safeties. We don't like the too high shell. That's irritating when you take away the deep passing, and that's no fun.
Makes football boring. Killed the Chiefs.
They were the 4th lowest rate of too high safeties in the NFL in week one at 24%, and they were 4th lowest last season at 31%. So they will play generally with a single high defender. And so that's a good thing right there, is that I think that you're going to be able to take advantage of some things, specifically these corners. So they've got some absolute bums in coverage in the middle of their defense. The linebackers, the safeties, they struggled to cover Washington week 1. And I like Paulson Adebo. Shout out to Mansfield High School, Peyton. I like Paulson Adebo and the feistiness that he plays with. Drew Phillips, another scrappy kind of corner. I like the competitiveness. That's all there. Cordell Flott, number 28, is picked on relentlessly. Washington just went, where is he? Go. Right there. Attack him. Get the ball out over there. And if I'm Dak, that's exactly what I'm doing. Pre-snap, I'm just going, where's Cordell Flott? All right, we're going to audible into just throwing to that guy.
Get another corner bench like they did CD last week in Philadelphia.
100%. Just draw something, a Dory Jackson him. Just draw it up in the dirt.
Marshawn Lattimore last night. What happened to him?
That was pretty brutal. Now, if you remember the old Terrell Owens claim that Jason Witten and Tony Romo were drawing up their plays on the napkin?
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
We need napkin plays this week to just say, let's get to Cordell Flott and let's go there. I think he gives a lot of effort. I think he plays with a competitive demeanor, but he is not good. He gets turned around way too easily. He seems to have literally about a 1 second delay in reaction time for everything they're doing on defense, whether it's reading the run, whether it's reacting to a receiver's break, driving on the ball, whatever it is, he just seems to have this delay. And I think he almost recognizes some of those processing issues, so he gives receivers kind of some cushion because I don't think he feels he can react in tight quarters.
CeeDee Lamb yesterday was talking about that connection with Dak Prescott that was working very, very well last week before the drops.
Yeah, I mean, at that moment, that's when we lean on each other as brothers because at the end of the day, he know I got him and vice versa. And then a game like that coming up short in a division game, granted, it was big. Trust me, I've thought about it. I've dwelled on it. I've done everything that you could possibly imagine about this game. So for all those that feel like they feel worse about that game than me, you're absolutely wrong.
Week 1, so the secondary, you can take advantage of Cordell Flott for sure. You can take advantage of some of the middle of the field because their linebackers aren't very good in coverage. The thrust of what they do on defense, where they've invested all their resources, is the front four and their players in the trenches. So you've got Kayvon Thibodeau, who is a top pick. You've got Dexter Lawrence. They just drafted Abdul Carter.
Burns.
You made the trade for Burns and paid him. So they've got a lot of guys there that they've...
Yeah, tell me why this defensive line just doesn't wreck whoever they go up against.
So last year, Dexter Lawrence did consistently wreck people. Brian Burns wrecks people. So last year, they had good play with their front four. Week 1, and it's not like the Commanders were thought to have one of the best offensive lines in football. And the Giants just... I don't know what it was in week 1 why they didn't have a lot of success. They're I don't want to say they're soft. They don't play with a lot of power up front. So when you watch the front seven in the run game, Washington has no problem. Every single pile, whenever you get those big piles that happen on a 2-yard run and it usually just stops there, I'm saying every single one was always 3, 4, 5 extra yards of just Washington going, all right, just move them. Move them, push it forward. It's not even going to be a problem. I love Dexter Lawrence. I know they've got real stars in the front four, but Washington bullied them, and it feels like it might be a good day for Javonte Williams. Abdul Carter was decent in week 1, but he was kind of limited at times. There wasn't a whole lot of just, all right, go get him. Go play the Micah role. He was used to spy Jaden Daniels on a bunch of different occasions, so we might not have a good idea of what he's going to be used like against Dallas because they don't have a Jaden Daniels type of threat.
But now we're going to see him cut it loose just rushing.
I would imagine. Now, they could be using him in some coverage stuff like that. It's hard to tell because Jaden Daniels is such a unique threat, and them having him spy, we don't know how they typically would use him.
But you thought Carter was a freak coming out?
Yeah. I never thought he was Micah level, but he was really, really good. He absolutely was somebody he's one of the top 5 players that you would take in the draft. I'm worried about Brian Burns and Kayvon Thibodeau. Burns over Guyton and Kayvon Thibodeau over Terrence Steele because Burns is one of the best pass rushers in the game. He had 2 sacks against Washington. He is a really good rusher. He's got a rush plan. Those sort of things against a young guy who's still developing in Tyler Guyton, that can be a bit of a problem. On the other side, Thibodeau has the best initial get off of their guys. He's quick, he's explosive, he's got that.
He's been a disappointment so far?
Yes. Yeah. He's not been.
He's a big mouth.
Yeah, he's not been what he was supposed to be. He was thought to be the best player in the draft when he was coming out. That was the thing. And so there was question if the Giants would even pick up the 5th-year option. But the way he has his get off and the things that he can do to really stress Terrence Steele and set him up for some inside moves and things like that, I'd be concerned about their ability to do that.
Brian Broadus weighing in, saying Bobby's making some excellent points. Their secondary does not help them in any ways with their front.
And with that being said, with the talent that they have in the front four and the way they can get after the passer, Washington did manage to block things up pretty well for most of the game. Burns had those sacks, like I said. Jane Daniels had to move a little bit, but there were a lot of times where Jane Daniels could just drop back and kind of just stand there and look and go, oh, okay, all right, let's just push the ball downfield. If Dallas gives Dak that same time, he will throw for 400 yards in this game because they can't cover very well. And so, I mean, if they're not generating any pressure, if they're not stressing Dallas at all, then you're going to see Dak pick them apart.
Dang, he ran for almost 70 yards.
Do you want to go to the offense now, or do you want to break that up for something later? Okay, all right. Giants allowed the fourth most pressure in week one. It was about half of every drop back. So I feel really bad for Russell Wilson. I think on legitimately every drop back in week one, he either had to change his arm angle, throw off his back foot, scramble, rush a throw sooner than he wanted, or take a sack on, I think, just about every drop back.
The most consistent thing in my cell phone over the last 10 years, whether it be business, personal, sports, kids, the most consistent thing in my cell phone over the last decade has been the meatballs, my New York Giant college friends crying about their offensive line. That's all I heard last week one.
Yep.
That's it. Don't put Jackson Dart behind this offensive line. They still haven't fixed the offensive line. We've been talking about this, it feels like, for a decade. Odigizua, by the way, recorded the fourth highest pass rush win rate out of qualified D tackles in week one, 18%. Of course, Jerry loved referencing the 40%. Cowboys' second best win rate in the entire NFL. Jerry will be on with the Kansas City Masterpiece today at 10:30 as they pass out Tolo hats at Taco Bueno, North Collins in Arlington.
Yeah, and that's they've tried to put resources into there.
Just the never mind. That made me chuckle the way it was just said.
Which
the pass out the hats, the Taco Bueno, it made me chuckle. I don't know why. I found it funny. It just made me chuckle.
I'm worried about you too.
I've been fine the last 2 days.
It's nothing bad. It's just random things.
Yeah, of course.
I'm starting to wonder about age on this show.
I've been fine the last 2 days.
Yeah,
I've
We're the same age.
Perfectly fine.
You're older than me,
like a year.
But I don't have I think my cognitive is there compared to you two right now. It's funny.
Because of 3 days early this week.
Yeah, it started. Well, we'll see where it goes.
But that's 3 days. Choppy's been doing this for 2 years.
Oh, no, Choppy's gone. Choppy's already gone.
Very random. Okay,
yesterday he was scratching his armpit randomly, and then the Taco Bueno hat giveaway. I guess I tied it all in a funny way.
Yeah, I mean, look, the armpit scratch. It's if it's itchy, it's itchy.
Bobby Belt film room study here on the Fan.
All right. Who are they playing again this week? All right. So the Giant Russell Wilson is I don't know. I don't think Russell Wilson's very good anymore. But
he ran the ball effectively. I was surprised.
They're not giving him a shot. They're not helping him out, at least in week one. I think that, Giants have tried to address their offensive line. They took Andrew Thomas in the top 5. They took Evan Neal in the top 10. Evan Neal's been a bust. John Michael Schmitz, their center, was a guy they picked in the second round who a lot of people thought was a first-round player. And it's when you think of the Giants, I think, like we were just kind of talking about, you always think about blue collar, they're tough, like lunch pail guy kind of players. Like I don't know if that's just a carryover from the Parcells years and it just has maintained this whole time. But just like their defensive line in the trenches, they don't play with a lot of power. They couldn't sustain blocks against Washington. They get next to no movement in short yardage situations. Their communication is so bad on the offensive line. It's really, there was a play where I think it was Daniel Bellinger, the tight end, was motioning in the second quarter of this game, and they snap the ball and they're running into the tackle. There's another one where Cam Scadaboo, his second carry, he just runs into one of the offensive linemen who's falling backwards. They just clunk heads and fall down. It is a mess. The communication's bad. They don't seem to have an understanding of like, okay, this is your assignment. You need to handle this. There's a complete failure to pick up some of the rushers. I think you mentioned Inoso Odigizua. I think this is a golden opportunity because John Michael Schmitz showed some vulnerability in pass protection at center. And if Tyrone Tracy, the running back, is their last line of defense, protecting Russell Wilson, picking stuff up, He's dead because he is bad in pass protection. Wan'Dale Robinson,
ain't
who
very good in running either.
No, he's not. Now I should say Andrew Thomas, who missed last week, their best offensive lineman. He had a foot issue. He did not participate in practice on Wednesday. He was limited yesterday. So we'll see if he's on track to play. I know yesterday Paul Schwartz from the New York Post told us didn't have a good read on it yet, but there was a shot he could go. They just didn't have a good understanding of that. Wan'Dale Robinson, though, is their big joystick kind of gadget player. So
Kentucky.
There's not a lot they can do to push the ball down the field because of the issues with the offensive line protecting things. So because of that, a lot of quick throws in space to Robinson. That is the safety valve. Like, we need to pick up some yardage, get the ball in Wan'Dale Robinson's hands. In fact, Wan'Dale Robinson, Tyrone Tracy, the running back, Cam Scattaboo, they will kind of rotate them around to where it's like your motion, any one of those guys, and two of those are running backs, one is a receiver, any one of those guys could be lined up out wide in the slot or in the backfield. And, I mean, they'll swap Tracy and Robinson, where Robinson's standing in the backfield. Tracy's lined up out wide. Tracy was a former receiver at Purdue. And so that's how they kind of play things. They try to get an advantage by tricking some of those things up. If Andrew Thomas can return and the Giants can block a little, Malik Neighbors is terrifying, especially with Deron Bland out of the game.
Yeah.
He is such a beautiful route runner. He has such great body control. I can't remember which Washington DB was on him, but he had this out route that I mean, he created 7 yards of separation with just like one plant of his foot and break outside.
Giants beat writer said last week the game plan resorted to just kind of heaving it up to Neighbors. Like just
a solid game plan.
Just tossing it up to him.
By the end, that had become like, because they were down, so they were trying to just figure out anything they could. Early on, Robinson was kind of their option, but it's not pretty for them offensively. And then the last note here, at least in week 1, and I don't know, I'd have to look and see what his tendencies have been. I don't know if they stand out. Brian Daboll was cowardly in week 1 with some of the things he was doing. Some of the fourth down calls, fourth and short opportunities in moments that felt like really critical junctures. It's 7-0 early, and Washington's been overwhelming you. You get first and goal from the 2, they fail on 3 straight, and then they just kicked the field goal on fourth and goal from the 2. And then you had other instances where it's like 4th and 3 at the start of the fourth quarter, you're down 15, you're at midfield, and they punted. And so some of these things that these calls that he made, these decisions that he made in higher leverage situations, it felt like he was just, okay, all right, let's play it safe. Let's just live to see another day. And so I can see some of the frustration that would have existed not only for Neighbors, but some of the guys on offense in general, just like, let us do something here. Let us be a little more aggressive.
So what you're saying is he didn't put his neck on the line, but he doesn't have a neck. It's like me.
Exactly.
And that's a sign of cowardice. Yeah, absolutely.
Is he thought of as like a really good X's and O's guy?
Mm-hmm. Okay. He was thought of that way at Alabama and Buffalo. Now, I mean, obviously, some people would say,
yeah, come on now.
The Giants are... No, but I mean,
you got Bama talent back then, and then you had Josh Allen.
He gets a lot of credit for developing Josh Allen. That's why he got the job. Like, he was considered a guy who did who was a big part of that development. But, yeah, I mean, he's thought of as generally being a very bright offensive back. We can ask Schottenheimer about him when we have him on. They were on staff together with the Jets for 2 years. But, yeah, Daboll's thought of generally being a very bright mind. And I think some people just wonder, is it the context of you're with the Giants and it's going to be a mess there right now?
All right, the 5 things that RJ wants to see, plus the official pick for the game at 8 o'clock this morning. That was Bobby's in-depth film room in the commercial-free Expressway. Let's hook you up.
All right, Tolos, right now, that's right. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see professional bull riding on September 26th at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Wait till you hear the giveaway next week. It is insanity. You got to turn it on, leave it on, let all your friends know so you can go ahead and maybe split up this prize that we have coming to you from the official home of the Cowboys. Hint, hint. Let's clean it up.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Junkin! I got my Friday night set.
Ooh, Grape Fest?
No. Sheen Fest.
Are you gonna be the Charlie Sheen stuff? Is that what you're gonna be all about this weekend?
Oh yeah, one of the nights. My mother-in-law volunteered to babysit the kids, so I'll go out with Amanda either tonight or tomorrow. But the other night will be this Charlie Sheen Netflix documentary. And yesterday, I
heard good things.
I mean, how could it be bad? The guy did so much crack, he started having relations with men.
Yeah, that's what happened.
I tried to watch some of this yesterday with his sit down with Rogan. I had to turn it off. I was like, this is going to be gold. This is going to be absolute gold to hear all the stories. Joe Rogan made me turn it off.
Really?
He was, I think he was. Did you see that fan yesterday with what I thought was the vape pen in the stands of the Monday night game?
Yeah.
Did you see the guy?
Yeah. So wait. Okay, go ahead.
You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
You don't have to be fake. Just say no. I felt like Rogan was in that same exact state of mind. It was like watching my two college buddies on the couch Saturday with a bag of Funyuns.
Yeah.
It's just, I felt like they were both, I don't want to get in trouble for
profiling
accusations, but it felt like they were both so out of their minds. It was just like, yeah, man, yeah. And Rogan was the more out of it one, it felt like. I had to turn it off, but still, I want to watch it.
Rogan is, so...
It was annoying. I'm like, dude, like, I know this is your format and everything, and I know he dominates, but I was just like, can you, like, do a little bit of what feels like your job right here and interviewing him versus just... Yeah, man. Like, yeah, that's gnarly.
You'll get some Rogan clunkers from time to time because he does get too inebriated as the children are going to school. He gets a little too lit up. So that has happened with him before. There's some of those
memories, like how do memories come and go?
Yeah, and
versus like tell me about the prostitutes.
Most of the time he's really good about here's a question for you, talk. And then he just kind of sits back and he's just...
Like Charlie was interviewing Joe. Charlie seemed charming and engaging and inquisitive. And it was like, Joe, and I don't want to hear from Joe.
Were you watching it or listening?
Watching.
Okay.
That's how I saw Joe's eyes.
Yeah, and a couple of them... a couple of them, Charlie, you can see the cartridge in his hand while he's gesturing. So I imagine they were hanging out a little bit before they started, and they...
Well, Charlie seems like he could hold it better.
I think Charlie's got tolerance.
Well, yeah, I think Joe's got some tolerance too, but yeah, that's like going up against
that's a different ball game.
That's a different ball game.
You're a first round draft pick against a mid rounder.
It was taped. They took a bathroom break and then heard about the Charlie Kirk news.
That seemed to sober Rogan up pretty quick. Because like you see him, he starts like kind of smacking his face a little bit and like just that's how they finished like the last 20 minutes of what was a 3-hour podcast or something like that.
So that's my junk drawer.
All right, I got one here.
You guys aren't interested in it?
I'll listen to it. It's
Netflix.
Yes, I am. I am interested in that.
If you watch it and say it's like super good, then I'll be interested. Right now, it's like I don't know how many more times I can just hear I've seen like 2 other versions of the Charlie Sheen meltdown. It's like, all right, so here's a third one.
You mean like stories done on it?
No, just in general, his literal meltdowns over his career. We've seen some of these meltdowns where it's like.
But you were interested in the Cowboy documentary, which you've lived 500 times.
Yeah, I know. It's sweet, man. 3 titles. It's great.
There you
go. Easy, Rogan, the way you're talking. Sweet, man.
Yes, I am interested in that. I think I got to get Sarah interested in it. I got to convince her.
I mean, there's no convincing. Be like, this is the top 3 wildest meltdown of our time together.
Maybe number 1.
It could be number 1. Like Manziel Sports, Bieber, this.
Britney 07.
Yeah.
Oh, if you talk about an interview where that like it's just this is the end or it's completely melted away. The only ones that pop. The only one I can think of that has been similar. You've got the Andy Kaufman freaking out on David Letterman in the 80s, and then it was Whitney Houston going, crack is whack. I don't do crack. They're basically going, crack is for poor people.
Yeah.
that was...
So NBA fans, according to Adam Silver.
Absolutely. It is the junk drawer here on 105.3 The Fan. Another one has passed away. Locally. This happened earlier this week. Ruth Payne. Now, I don't know if you know who Ruth Payne is. Bobby, you might know Ruth Payne.
Nope.
Seth Payne's sister.
Not Seth Payne's sister. Ruth Payne lived in Irving. She was an Irving resident. She was also famous because somebody back in 1963 lived with Ruth Payne.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Someone named Lee Harvey Oswald. Lee Harvey and his wife Marina had rented like a bedroom in her home. Like they lived in her home. How they got in touch with Ruth Payne, that is still kind of, we don't really know. But Ruth Payne's sister is or was a CIA employee. Where did Ruth Payne get Lee Harvey Oswald a job? At the school book depository. Just a couple of months before the assassination of President Kennedy. She flew completely under the radar for years and years and years. Finally, few things started popping up about her, but she wasn't in the CIA. She just maybe the thought is that somebody with the CIA said, "Hey, get this guy a job. Get this guy a place to live. We really need help." Not completely not knowing anything that was going on, so we don't know a whole lot about that. But all this was through her sister. But she did pass away. Her house, from what I understand, her house in Irving is still standing. It hasn't been torn down. I thought it was still standing, and you could drive by. I mean, the address is out there, but Ruth Payne has passed away.
Can I pour cold water on that CIA connection?
You know what? You can't, because it's out there. It's factual.
Then I'm gonna pour cold water.
The JFK documentary with Soledad O'Brien and Rob Reiner spent 3 episodes on this.
Could also be that the CIA was very well aware of the public defection of Lee Harvey Oswald. Lee Harvey Oswald was kind of a notable figure even before the Kennedy assassination. CIA, I'm sure, wanted to keep tabs on the guy coming back who tried to defect. Yeah, let's keep an eye on that guy. So
yeah, that could be it. Yeah, that's why they got in the house.
All right, this is an interesting study that I saw the other day. When you talk about aggression and who is the more aggressive sex and who tends to be a little bit more, forward, and whether it's confrontational and things like that. I think generally, I mean, either way, I think generally it's going to be men. That's where they're found to be. I find that in my marriage that I generally have a more aggressive disposition, sober, than my wife does. That she generally is going to be a little more bite her tongue or process through something, except in one area. And it has always stood out to me. And it is the way she deals with her immediate family. She is super direct and super aggressive and super just blunt with everything. Whereas I, on the other hand, we could have issues. I could have an issue with my brothers or anything else. We could have some sort of tension point there. When we get together on Thanksgiving or something like that, when you walk in the door, everybody's just like, "Hey, what's up?" You pretend like nothing is even going on. It's it's a truce for the day, and nobody even speaks on it. So now there's a study out that says this is normal, actually. That a recent research of 4,000 different individuals, ranging from, it started with a study of children and then it moved up through adulthood, but it was 4,000 individuals in 24 countries, found that men are the more aggressive sex except in dealing with their siblings. That men are slightly less likely to rage on a sibling than the woman is. And like I said, that tracks in my household. Generally, my brother, we can have direct conversations, but it's not going to be, there's going to be more love there, more gentleness there. Not for the girls, it says they're going to basically be meaner to you than the strangers are.
So I think for me, and it depends what your sibling is, probably. Choppy's got sisters, I have a brother. What you experienced and witnessed with my brother when he came here to visit, my brother's aggression would have been matched by my aggression 10 years ago. So it would have been both. Now I try to, as long as I can, stay quiet, just be quiet, diffuse, let it go in one ear and out the other. But for basically 30 years of our life, it would probably be both of those energies matched going at it, which is exhausting.
Yeah, I was a little jerk to my younger sister as a kid. I think most big brothers are. I was 3 years older. I convinced her that, and she still brings this up, I convinced her that if she ate a scoop of Miracle Grow, she would get taller.
Oh, that's nice.
And she did, and she did not get taller. In fact, I think she never grew again.
Matter
of fact, she's under 5 feet tall.
Is she?
Yeah, she's 4'10".
What?
Yeah.
My sister, she had
both of them are.
She had gone to Brahms. She got ice cream.
Well,
and I wanted it. And so I was just I told her, I was hey, I'll trade you for it. And she's like, what do you trade me? I was 9 years old. And I was I'd seen this on TV. Somebody would make a reference to it. I was I'll trade you your dignity. And she was what is that? I was it's really important. You want it. And then she's okay. And she gave it to me and I ate it. And the irony there is that in trading me the ice cream, she could never have her dignity because she just traded ice cream for a joke about her dignity. So no, I used to troll them pretty hard, but I do find Krista is definitely more just aggressive with all of her siblings.
Hey, what about you and the adoptees?
Yeah, the adopted brothers.
No one's adopted my family, but yeah, my three brothers. I think right now at this age, we're adults now. I think it's more love now because we all live in different areas. My older brother lives in Ohio now. My younger brothers live on the East Coast, so we're all separated now. So when we see each other around holidays and maybe it's summer or something, it's more love. But early on, when we were younger, we were mean to each other. It was because we were tired of the parents picking favorites here and there. There wasn't just one favorite; it was here and there. And so we were super mean to each other early on. But obviously, we still loved each other at the end.
Yeah, I think everybody has that when they're kids. I know I definitely have, I don't say regret, guilt of I was mean. I was a little bully to my sister, my little one, and she probably harbors some of that today. It is what it is. I was a little jackass.
And the distance, I think, also if we lived down the street, we'd be killing each other, murdering each other, same town, same city, same state. But once a year,
sure,
maybe twice a year, the niceties take over, the fakeness. 877-881-1053, Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, commercial free with the Expressway and the Junk Drawer with Brian Shottenheimer coming up at 8:20. But first, the 5 things RJ wants to see Sunday against the Giants and your official picks. A lot of y'all were wrong picking the Eagles last week. Does everyone have the Cowboys in a beatdown? Get the picks in and RJ's preview after this.
live and by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Peyton getting it with the fist pump. Aiden in the background, the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. In case you have missed the breaking news, President Trump went on Fox and Friends and said, I think we have the Charlie Kirk suspect, that his father drove him over to turn him in. Wow. So we're still waiting for further developments on that.
Would you?
Would I turn him in? I mean, it depends what type of relationship we have. and what are they doing in terms of me going to jail for these new rules where the parent gets blamed and sentenced? Like my kid goes out. I don't even want to tell you. This stuff is dark.
I know.
And then you're going to make me look like a rat to my own child.
We're just asking.
I don't know.
I'd answer the same thing.
Loaded question. No pun intended.
My kid's a murderer. I'm turning him in. Yeah.
I could see you turning him in.
Yeah.
That's a tough one. I would.
I could see you narking on the murderer.
Yeah.
I could.
Trying to make you sound like a sellout.
I don't know. It's like
Suckers and losers.
I was just, I'm just thinking. Like, I don't know that I could do it. I don't know that I could turn him in.
I don't think you can answer it in the moment. What are the motives?
We'd be emptying bank accounts, living in Bali.
Yeah.
On a beach.
A little dark subject.
Capable of murdering one person. You never know what they're capable of after that.
That's a good point. I didn't think of that one.
Brian,
I'll turn him in.
Brian Schottenheimer.
Narc.
Yeah. Brian Schottenheimer coming up at 8:20. Babe Laufenberg with his new Friday time at 9:20 on your official home of the Cowboys with a 9 a.m. pregame, kickoff at noon. RJ Choppy with the 5 things you want to see.
All right, number 1. That first half offense. That's what I want to see. That first half offense had tempo, it had movement, had fun. It was fun to watch. It was a good, solid half of football from the offense last week. And early in the year, quite honestly, you don't see that. We scoring week 1, week 2 generally is a little down, especially in the era of no playing in the preseason. So that was a really good sign. So first half offense.
Dak Prescott was asked yesterday on if Shottenheimer is letting him be aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just it's a mutual understanding, and for the biggest thing is radio. He says, and it's something that we've said around here for a long time, is a shot called doesn't mean a shot taken, and so them calling the plays and me just playing the play allows allows him to be aggressive, right? Allow the plays to come in aggressive, and if it's not there, I'm not going to take that chance. But with the opportunity, the guys that we've got outside, the speed, when it's there, I'm gonna let it go.
All right, number 2, go first pass right to CD. First pass right to him.
I want to ask Schottenheimer that. I want to ask him, like, when you have someone end a game like that, do you make the concerted effort to get it to him first or early?
Yep. Get him involved early, get him catches early, first throw of the game, find him. Whether or not it's and I don't mean like
the problem is for me is I don't know if that alleviates, like, I'm gonna have to see CD make the late game clutch catch to get rid of the Eagle feel.
Right, because you could throw the first pass to him, it could be a bomb and it's an overthrow, and it doesn't really do anything for him. I mean, it gives him a pass, a target, but it doesn't do anything for him. Find a way to get him an easy catch. Let's just go. Number 3, the second half defense. Now, the first half was bad, but that second half defense was really good. And do not worry about the Hurts stats. He said he had a lot of time to throw. He didn't. He was moving. He had a lot of time to throw because of him, because he was buying time to throw. Keep that same pressure. Number 4, make this team go 90. Normally, I love going for it on fourth down. But against mid quarterbacks or bad quarterbacks like Russ, it's not the worst idea to kick it away and force him to go 90 yards on you. Make him string together several drives. Doesn't mean you never go for it on fourth down. Just be more judicious about it. I also think it's maybe a bad idea to trust this defense, so what do I really know? Maybe do go for it. I don't know. And then number 5, George Pickens, please just finish your routes. The ball's not coming your way.
Be careful. You're about to get a fan text attacked.
Cool. The 3 Pickens fans that are out there, you can come at me.
Wow.
Block for your running backs. Get involved in the game. No stupid penalties. We're not doing this giving you 1 penalty a game. We're not going to do this. Hey, you get 1 dumb penalty game? No. Team did a great job of penalties week 1.
Yeah.
Great job.
They were very disciplined in week 1.
Finish your routes. There's your 5 things.
I'm a little surprised that the over-under is 44.5, unless you think that the Cowboys are going to be like the home team of 2 years ago and definitely put up over 30, which I guess you could against the Giants. So the spread's 5.5, and the over-under is 44.5. What are the picks, fan text? 50%, 40%, wrong last week, but closer than I thought that you were going to be in picking the Eagles to actually lose to the Cowboys. I'd have to imagine this is going to be 95-5, if not bigger than that. Franklin LaFranco, injury attorney, text line 877-881-1053. Bobby, start us off.
Yeah, I mean, there's you will get people on the fan text, you'll get people on Twitter and other things like that who are going to say, don't go jinxing them, or, oh, this is how you lose. Trap game. You're overlooking them. Things like that. There is, to me, I know Brian Schottenheimer's not going to say the same thing in 20 minutes. To me, there's no amount of overlooking that would justify you losing to this Giants team. Dallas is better. Like I was not super high on Dallas's chances heading into this year, but I'll tell you, one of the teams I definitively knew they were ahead of was the Giants. And so this is a game where I think Dallas matches up really well after watching the Giants on tape. And to me, this is something where if they don't win by 2 touchdowns, I think they probably didn't put their best game forward. I got the Cowboys winning this one 35-17.
Yeah, the only thing that kind of scares me, the Giants D-line, but the only thing that could scare me early is a Russell Wilson bomb with Bland out. Tossing one deep downfield, taking advantage. The place is silence early. We know Ross is going to heave it up. He's been a great deep ball thrower throughout his career. No Deron Bland terrifies me. I don't care who it's against. But I'm going to go with a 14-point win, 27-13. Definitely going under the 44.5, even though I can see the Cowboys, scoring 3 more points and the Giants scoring 3 more points. But I'm going to go about 27-13.
27-13. I got 31-17 Cowboys. This offense should be.
So we're all blowing by this over-under.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, the spread.
The spread, yes. I took the over. You had the over, right? What'd you have?
35-17.
35-17. Yes, we both had the over. You had the under. I don't get this spread at all. It's very, very confusing to me why the number is where it is. I really can't even come up with a reason why.
Right?
I really can't.
4 or 5.5. It opened at 4. Now it's at 5.5. Why?
Yeah. I honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I was on my BetMGM show, and we were talking about how it actually had come down a little bit. So I guess it went back up today.
Because late last week you said Cowboy money was coming in. That ended up being correct.
It did. Yeah, last week it was correct on the game. The line had come down a little bit, and the money started coming in the Cowboys as we got closer to kickoff. We'll see what happens as we get closer to kickoff here, if this thing moves at all. But generally, when Vegas sets a line between 4 and 6, they're telling you we don't have a feel on this game. That is very, very surprising to me, and it's very concerning.
NFL,
that is one concern to me.
Yes, or yesterday or 2 days ago, the NFL Pro page, like when you clicked on the matchup, I don't know which source they were using it for, but they had listed the spread at that point at 6.5 for Dallas. And so, I know it started going up earlier this week, but at least early, as of yesterday, NFL.com had it listed at 6.5.
Pepe.
Well, Sean, you said the Tolos were maybe voting 95-5. It's 100-0. I have not seen a single Giants pick winning, and all these are blowouts. 815 says Cowboys 35-14. 972 34-10 Cowboys. 325 Cowboys win by 20. 817 Cowboys win by 17. So all blowouts with the Cowboys. I have the Cowboys winning 27-16. I do believe Malik Neighbors will have a big game for the Giants with Deron Bland being out. I think we'll see more first half offense from the Cowboys like we did last week against the Eagles. But in the end, Russ won't cook overall, and the Cowboys win by 11.
Let me just be responsible, because I hate sitting there and saying, oh, we didn't even bring this up. What if they lose?
Oh, God.
What are we doing Monday morning? We coming here after a loss.
We're all going to sound like Galloway.
Cows lose.
Cows
stink.
We may as well cover this what if.
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions.
Look, that's not only is that a bad. It would be very, very concerning from a Schotty perspective, because this would be his first. It would be coming off a loss, and I would think that one of the great things that he would do is to keep everybody, alert, attentive. Right? He's a culture guy. No panic. He would be really put to the test at that point.
If you lose, that means the Giants were able to block things up in an acceptable way to give Russ time to do things, which means that would be a massive indictment on all the guys you're asking to step up in the wake of Micah Parsons leaving, and would really begin to call that trade into question again. And it also means that you were not able to take advantage of a really porous defense. And so, I mean, to me, that would be indicative of a lot of problems. Even if you come out flat, you should beat them pretty easily, I think.
The biggest point spread this week is Browns-Ravens 11.5. I would be less shocked if Cleveland beat Baltimore than I would the Giants beating the Cowboys. So I'm trying to look at other games on the schedule and saying, what else could be a worse loss of the weekend? I think the Giants beating us. Now, it's closer to us and affects us more. But it may be people in Baltimore saying the same thing that I'm saying. If the Giants went in there and beat the Cowboys, that wouldn't surprise me. If the Giants beat the Cowboys, that would be more stunning than the Browns beating the Ravens. Cleveland can hang around and be, I don't know, they're part cursed. They should have beat Cincinnati week 1. There's not another game on here that I'm looking. You can no longer say 49ers Saints if Purdy's missing.
Yeah, I mean, that spread's only 3.
The other games, Jacksonville, Cincy, no. Bears, Lions, no. Not after Detroit in the opener. Rams, Titans, no. But it'd be an upset if Tennessee won. Patriots, Dolphins, 49ers, Saints. Again, Bobby said the spread's 3.5. Bills, Jets would be up there, but still, Justin Fields, the Jets look good week 1 against Pittsburgh. Seahawks, Steelers, no. Broncos, Colts, no. After the way both of them looked in their respective matchups. Panthers, Cardinals, no. Eagles, Chiefs, obviously not. And then Falcons, Vikings, no. Monday, doubleheader. Buccaneers, Texans, no. Chargers, Raiders, no. To me, it'd be Giants, Cowboys.
We didn't know it at the time that when they lost to the Saints in week 2 last year, we didn't know how bad the Saints were.
Yep.
But that was indicative of you have problems that they came in here and beat your ass like that. And so same sort of thing. If the Giants come in here and somehow handle it, that's a big problem. Now, I did see on Twitter last night, who has included Giants covering the spread as part of their picks this week is one Jared Sandler. Jared Sandler's a big believer in the Giants this week, I guess.
I'm glad you told me that because he's been texting me asking about, show recaps and all that. And I said, well, instead of me recapping you while doing an award-winning without the award program, you could just be listening on the Odyssey app. And you got an hour later time zone in New York. So I'm glad you told me that Sandler, partially annoying already. Brian Shottenheimer, the head coach of America's team, joins us next.
After we...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Happy Friday, Tolos. It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station, your home of America's team, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt on DFW Sports Station, and the home every Friday at 8:20 of the head coach, Brian Shottenheimer, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. I was so proud of Coach when I heard him say he was a red zone guy last week. And Choppy's like, oh, I need the one game to get the feel. You know, called me a highlight reel fan, but I think Coach is aboard that red zone train. Good morning, Brian. How are you?
Hey, happy Friday, guys. And listen, I'm a football junkie, man. So you turn red zone on. I got multiple TVs going, and I can't get enough.
Absolutely. I love it.
All right, Shotty. So last week was your first game as head coach, which obviously, I mean, that was a special moment for you. You talked about the time you were going to take probably before kickoff to kind of reflect. Is there anything different about it being your first game at home as a head coach this week?
No, I don't think so. I think obviously, you take in the moment every game of how blessed you are to be just in this business, man. And to be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys is obviously a tremendous honor. But I'm just excited to be with the home fans, man. And again, I expect it to be an electric environment. It's a noon kickoff, which we don't get many of those. But really, honestly, just excited to be back home. I really do believe that, winning games at home is critical. And I do believe that the fans, which we have incredible fans, they play a big role in that, especially, in division games.
Yeah, growing up, I remember Arrowhead with your dad being like one of those first home fields where I'm like, oh my God, this makes a difference. And then you were in Seattle, which I think modern day is probably the best home field, with what they got going on. And then the Cowboys just destroyed everyone a couple years ago, scoring 30, blowing everyone out, undefeated at home. So what message, if any, Coach, would you like the Cowboy fans listening right now who are going to go Sunday or throughout the season to bring to Arlington?
Literally, it's you mentioned it, a couple of years ago we were kicking everybody's ass in AT&T, and again, you're right. I was part of the family. My dad was head coach in Kansas City, and what you may or may not remember is his very first game as a head coach. It would have been 1988 or 87, I guess 88 it was, or 89. There was like 28,000 people there. That was it. Ooh. That was it. And they started winning games, and next thing you know, that place is going in crazy, and it just became a really incredible spot. And again, I can't wait to see all the fans out there in their jerseys having fun. And again, me, man, I love my music, and again, hopefully we got the music cranking, and just good vibes for all Cowboys fans. And they do make a difference. Not just the players feel it, man. It's real. The players feel it, not just when we're on defense, but when we celebrate, when we're doing great things, man, we want to hear from the fans, and that's all part of the passion of the game.
What was in the headphones before the first game ever as head coach, or does it change up, or is it usually the same musician?
Playlist, man. I think I listen to different types of things, and I get a little Christian music going. Then I get a little bit of R&B. I really am like a radio guy, man. I go Spotify, but I think just growing up in a locker room, man, I listen to all types of music, because really, when you think about a huddle, there's so many different personalities and things like that in a huddle. That's kind of what you're used to. But the cool thing for me is usually I can't hear myself think in a good way, because the music in the locker room is so loud from our players.
Brian Schottenheimer joining us here, 105 to the Fan. All right, so first game, first impressions in terms of running the game, clock management, the game presentation as a whole, using your timeouts. Was that easier, more difficult, more how much stress? Give me a range of emotions.
No, again, it's certainly a situation that I think the more you do it, the more comfortable you get it. It's like anything. There's confidence through repetition. The preseason definitely helps. I thought we did manage some things really, really well. I loved our ability to go down at the end of the first half and get some points. We had a nice situation where he threw a completion to CD. We were able to get up there and spike it, and Aubrey went out and kicked a bomb like he normally does. Things like that I think are really good. But again, like I told you guys, man, I'm supported by so many great people, but one of which Ryan Feeder, He and I actually, just before I jumped on the call, we're doing some. He does a kind of a walk around the league from week 1, and then next week there'll be a walk around the league week 2. Just all the different things that come up, man, just with replay assist and, overturning calls and down by contact and things like that. So, supported by great people makes it easy for you to go into a situation and be pretty damn confident.
When you went back and rewatched the game, did you have a moment where you're like, ooh, I would have done this, or I would have called the timeout here instead, or do you just move on, don't worry about it?
No, man. You always AAR, man. We AAR everything after action report. And again, I don't. There's nothing that jumps out at me in that game. It was a pretty clean game. I thought they let us play, which is great. That's what they should do. But I think overall, man, I really was really just pleased with how physical we played. And then on the road, first game of the year, I thought our discipline was really good. And again, that's a testament to our players. But hell, anybody can do it once, man. We got to go out there and do it again this week. And again, I think playing with that type of discipline gives you a chance to win each and every week.
Brian Schottenheimer joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Shotty, what was your experience with Russell Wilson like? And do you think you learned or came to believe anything while working with Russ that you're practicing today with Dak?
You know what, man, that's a great question. I think, number one, I think, Russ and I had some incredible success together. That was the let Russ cook era of the Seattle Seahawks and all that. And the thing that I love about Russ, man, was this guy, he literally is probably one of the greatest deep ball throwers of all time.
Yeah.
His ability just to control the trajectory of the ball and all that. But again, I mean, this guy, when you watched him play, his ability to really just attack people, with his arm, but also with his ability to improvise, man. I mean, he was so good off the spot. And, last week we weren't very good at containing Jalen Hurts, and he kind of hurt us, and we're going to have to really be on it. But in terms of what we do, man, I think, each quarterback is different. And you kind of adjust to your personality, you adjust to the talent. And so I would say there's core beliefs that we do with Dak that we use with Russ. But for the most part, each quarterback is a little different. Even Dak and Joe and Will Greer, you all teach those guys a little bit different with some of the things and nuances on the field.
Coach, I wanted to ask you just a philosophical question on quarterbacks because, obviously every year there's a bunch of new rookie quarterbacks come in the league. Some start right away, some don't. Philosophically, are you a throw them into the fire kind of guy, or are you more of a let them, kind of sit there and soak it all in?
I think it's a good question. I think I'm going to answer it with a little bit of not a pause. I think it depends on the construction of your quarterback room. If it's even close, you play the young guy. Like if you've got a veteran and a young guy and they're competing and it's even close, I would go with the young guy. Why? You got to get him out there. He's the best way to learn how to play quarterback in this league is to play and to make mistakes and things like that. But if you have a quarterback that is clearly better, at least with a little bit of separation, that's a veteran, then I think there is a ton of benefit from watching. But I think anymore the pressure of playing the high draft picks is real. I get that. But I do think, man, there's a lot of value to be had from watching. And like I go back and I wasn't there, but in San Diego before we got out there, they drafted Breeze, first overall pick in the second round. They had Doug Flutie. Doug started the whole year for the Chargers, and then Drew played one game because Doug was nicked up. And then the next year it was close. This is when we got out there. It was really close. But we ended up going with Drew, and it was just because when it was that closely, the competition was that close, you're like, hey, you got to play the young guy. And Drew felt much more prepared year 2 than he did his rookie year. We had to go play that one game I think he played against the Chiefs.
Shotty, you'll be missing Deron Bland this weekend. How does that change the makeup of the secondary for you guys?
Again, the thing about Deron that he's such a great weapon is his ability to play the corner position, but also at the nickel position. The one thing I'll say about Matt Eberflus, I think one of the things I loved about him, guys, when I was, going through the interview process, talking to people about him, is his ability to adjust and move things. I think we saw that with Matt and his staff last week, second half against Philadelphia. But Deron's a great player. I know he's itching to get back, and It limits your ability to, move some things around. And, what we'll do is we'll have some safeties playing in the nickel spot. We'll do some things like that. But, again, Duran's a great player. Hopefully we get him back sooner rather than later. But, again, the biggest thing is just Duran's such a cool piece because he's versatile and ability to play in the slot, but also move back outside. And there's not many guys like that in the NFL.
Brian Schottenheimer here on Sean and RJ every Friday this time, 105.3 The Fan, your home of America's team. Coach, obviously CD was a big storyline. None of us have not even a 1% worry about him bouncing back. But when you get a player who finishes a game like that, and I'm not trying to ask you to give away the game plan, but just in general, do you kind of put an extra onus on getting him as early of a touch as possible to erase anything that could be there from the previous week?
No, I get the question. You guys have to ask the question, but no, the ball goes to CD a lot early in games always, and this doesn't change anything, man. Like, I know it got a little bit of notice, but like, here's a guy that on Friday, you guys know the story. I'm gonna say it again because it's worth. The guys are off. We got back at 5:30. Tough game. You don't pull it out. Season opener, and most guys are still laying in bed or just chilling at the house, and he's out here, catching jugs. And then Sunday, most people don't know this. Sunday, one of our coaches in here about 9:30 in the morning. The guy's on the field running routes by himself. Like, if that tells you anything about CeeDee Lamb, is just how hungry. And what I loved about him is, like, this is going to motivate him more than anything. Not that he needs motivation, but like, he kind of told me, hey, all that did, bro, is wake up a monster. So, the fans should be looking for the ball to get to CD early in every game.
Schotty, with the Giants obviously having invested a lot in their front four over the years and all the guys that they have that can get to the passer, do you end up stressing anything different with an opponent like this about pre-snap recognition or offensive line communication?
No, I think, they lost the linebacker last week, McFadden, who I think is a hell of a player, number 41. I think so. We're aware of some potential, changes in terms of personnel groupings. Are they going to play more 5-down stuff with Abdul Carter, Burns, and Thibodeau? That certainly makes sense. That would not surprise us at all. But no, I mean, hey, look, we want to play the game physical. This is a very, very, very good front seven. I always start inside with Dexter Lawrence. I mean, just what a damn good football player. And again, two techniques don't get, a lot of recognition for their ability to frickin' rush the passer, man. But this guy, man, they create one-on-ones and he just walks people back. And there's limited things that you can do in that situation. And I'm a huge Brian Burns fan. I mean, you look at the athlete this guy is, and Thibodeau, his play style is awesome. And then, of course, they go out and like we've watched the last couple of years in this division, there's always going to be an emphasis on defensive linemen. That's why the Eagles drafted Jalen Carter. That's why, these guys went and take Abdul Carter. But I would say it starts with our ability to run the football. Like, hey, you guys are great pass rushers. We respect that. We understand that. But, hey, let's see you guys stop the run, and that's going to be a big part of this game plan.
Schotty, you mentioned there how you guys want to be physical on offense, and that's something you've underlined a great deal. And I think most people hear physicality and they naturally think, all right, that's the run game. But how do you maintain a physical identity when you're passing the football?
Yeah, great question. I mean, I'm going to start with this. Obviously, there's chip protections and things that we'll have to do this week to just help secure the edges and stuff like that. That's being physical. You talk about back stepping up and picking up blitzing linebackers or safeties. That's physical. Let's go to the perimeter. When I'm a receiver and I'm running a route versus press man-to-man, there's a physical element to that. Where I got to get up to the top of the route where I'm going to break, and I've got to be able to create separation, not cheat and push off, guys. We're not all about that. But you use your flipper and you bet arm pressure the guy and you create separation. And then of course you're a quarterback, you're Dak Prescott, and you've got a free runner coming at you, and you got the 20-yard in route back in behind it, and you got to stand in there knowing you're going to take a shot. That's being physical. So you play physical with and without the ball, and it's way more than just the run game.
Choppy, I don't like this early good question scoreboard that we have running here. I think Bobby has blanked us 2 or 3
Hell
zip.
yeah.
We're going to have to...
He's my favorite. Guys, he's my favorite. Let's get that out of the way right now.
Coach! Hang on a second. I brought you a lemon. RJ gave you some golf gear. Oh, it's because he brought the
Yeah, the whole handle, guys. The whole handle.
Yeah. You guys probably can't say that, but there's a reason he's my favorite. But then, hey, we're going to do our own show next week. It's just going to be me and Bobby.
There we go. All right, get out of here. Go.
I'm glad Florida lost last week.
Go study some tape. Get out of here. Thank you.
Hey, that's over the top, man. Come on.
Coach, thank you so much. Awesome stuff, and good luck Sunday.
Appreciate it.
There he is, head coach Brian Shottenheimer, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. You snake.
What a difference a year makes, boys.
You went from
the favorite, now
penthouse
dog.
Penthouse to outhouse.
We're kindred spirits.
Has the shooter been identified? And that 0-2 stat, a lot of teams' seasons are going to end after this NFL weekend. Choppy will take you through those possibilities and below the belt. Next on Sean and
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
remember that Uber Eats had groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Did Micah Parsons just fire another shot? Or not just fire another shot. This would have been, I guess, about 11 hours ago.
You maybe change up your terminology tease there.
Yeah, that's what I got to do. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. So this is, I heard this quote last night. It didn't register to me as a shot. I didn't think of it as one, but I just saw some of the interaction on Twitter related to this. What did I do? What did I do?
Nothing.
Bad timing, Bobby. Come on.
Yeah,
Another word
you didn't
than
get my
shot.
timing warning. It's the second time.
That's not what I thought you meant. This is a dig. This is a dig from Micah Parsons is what they're saying. I heard this quote and I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think anything of it at the time. But now I see Ed Werder saying, "Oh, that sounds like making an insult at AT&T Stadium," and some of the fans saying, "Oh, this is clearly a criticism of Jerry's Stadium." As I look for other synonyms, and Micah last night talking to the Amazon Prime set was discussing his impression of Lambeau Field, and he said just really how nice it is out here. Even just the stadium, the facilities, it's top tier. It's the best I've seen. So the question is that a jab? Is that him trying to dig at them?
I think so. I think it's another little side swipe, like when he talked about the Lambeau crowd after the Lions game. One of one. Now, he could just be trying to kiss up to the new fan base and the new city and organization. I think some of it is a little bit intentional. I think we're going to pile up a bunch of little things, and that's going to lead to my prediction of the Micah Boo when he comes to Arlington. So I think it's just little subtle shot. Not a direct game plan, but, best facility. You know what I mean? Like, no one has ever said AT&T is not the best facility. You want to say, I've never felt an environment like this, the aura, the mystique, Curly Lambeau, the ghost of Vince Lombardi. Okay, fine, but you're one of one. The best I've ever seen, the best I've ever had, the best I've ever experienced. I think they're little intentional Micah shots. That's just me.
That stadium is 68 years old.
Yeah.
And he goes, not how nice it is. The stadium, the facilities, it's top tier.
These bleachers are one of a kind.
Hang on. It's six. That's it?
They renovated it. Oh, that's
1957. So it's almost 70 years old.
Lambeau?
Yeah.
They're out here acting like this thing was built in the 20s, like it's like Fenway Park. 68 years old. It's not even old as my mom.
Really, the NFL kind of like got its start and really like kind of became the league that it was. It was like around 1950.
Next thing you're going to tell me Soldier Field was built in the 70s.
1950 is when that started. And so if that's the case, it's like, all right, well, that's sort of when
old.
That's
they just put Miracle Grow on the Field of Dreams like 10 years ago to get Major League Baseball out there. Micah, by the way, half a sack, team high 8 pressure, 6 of them in the second half in the Packers handling of the Commanders 27-18.
I will say, have either of you ever been to Lambeau?
Yes, once.
Nope.
Did you how long ago was it for you?
The year I was in Kansas City, 16 years ago.
I don't know if you felt this way. I will give it this. It's old. It's so weird, like how you're just driving through neighborhoods like it's Garland, Texas or something. It's like, oh, here's a stadium right here next to this house.
Yeah.
That's weird. But when you walk in there, you feel it. Like, to me anyway, you walk in that stadium and it's like walking onto a movie set to me, where it's like, I've seen so many moments growing up my entire life and the mystique and everything. And when you're actually sitting there, it does kind of overwhelm you. Almost like in Rudy, when his dad steps on and sees the field for the first time.
Absolutely, because when I went to Notre Dame, I felt the same thing. It was really, really cool.
All right, set us up.
My roommate almost threw his girlfriend out of the top of the stadium.
Would you have turned him in for that?
I would have turned
Kelly?
him in.
Oh, okay.
I would have turned him.
All right, the 0-1 stat hovering over the league this weekend.
All right, so the you want the panic meter or the 0-1 teams?
The 0-1 stuff.
The 0-1 panic meter. Okay. So I'm going to give you the team, the potential loss, and then you tell me the panic meter 1 to 10. Okay? Grade the panic meter.
Okay.
The Lions lose at home to the Bears. The panic meter 1 to 10.
8. Or no, 9.
9?
Yeah, that's 9. That's 2 division losses right out of the gate in a tough division, and you don't look like you're ready to beat either one of those teams. That's a 9.
I'll go 7.5, and it could be 8.5 because it's Ben Johnson.
Yeah, I was thinking you guys would go 10. Because that's like you start 0-2. You know, the stats of 0-2 are we detailed them, 6.25%. Of teams since they expanded to 14 in the playoffs. Started 0-2, they made the playoffs. But, yeah, I think it's an 8 or a 9. Easy. Because now you're talking about 2 division losses, like Bobby said. How does the offense look? The offense was bad last week. I think they might feel better about how Green Bay destroyed Washington last night.
Sure.
Maybe they feel a little bit better about how they played.
10 panic meters to me are going to be reserved for, we lost 2 divisional home games against teams that are clearly worse than us, and our quarterback is out for the season now.
Right. Okay. Chiefs home loss to the Eagles. Panic meter is what?
7.5.
Agreed. Just because you're starting off 0-2. I mean, you lose to the Eagles, fine.
Fine. Yeah. Chargers, playoff team, we think. Fine. I would say 5.
5?
I still think, like, you know, the Lions, if they fall to 0-2, like, there's probably problems with the team, right? This one,
they have problems too.
Yeah, but they have Mahomes.
Okay.
Right, so I think they're still making the playoffs.
Xavier Worthy, I think, was possibly practicing yesterday or, like, showing up out there on the field after Kelsey took responsibility. Kelsey has these, I know it's shocking, he's got these, like, Mimbo moments where he's like, I got to be better. I've been in the league 13 years and I ran the wrong route and took out my guy's shoulder. He's like, that's on me.
All right, so next one. Ravens home to the Browns. If the Ravens lose at home to the Browns after blowing that game.
Didn't they start 0-2 last year before they came in here? I'd say the panic would be a 4.5. I'll
4.5.
go. They were 0-2, I think, before they beat our ass.
They were 0-2. They lost at home to the Chiefs in a late game, and then they lost on the road, or they lost on the road to the Chiefs, and then at home to the Raiders.
Just because they should be 1-0, they were better than Buffalo, and then Flacco, Cleveland, weird interdivision. The Browns can be a little pesky. I would say 4.5, 5.
It's a 4 on the panic meter for can you make the postseason.
Yes.
It's maybe a 7.5 on the panic meter of are you good enough to hang with the best teams in football?
Yeah. Although the Browns are not like one of the best teams.
No, I know, but if you choke away a game late to one of the better teams in the league and then you lose at home as a 12-point favorite to the Browns, that makes me think you're probably not going to be able to stack up well against Green Bay or one of the better teams in the league.
Yeah, I think it's 4.5. It's not very high. Houston at home to Tampa.
Man, the C.J. Stroud D'Amico Ryan's shine is wearing off.
I can't think of a team. Maybe what year was Saban in Miami? 05 or something like that?
Something like that.
Whatever that second year was, heading into the second year for Saban, that's the last time I probably thought so much believed in the team that then they got there like, this is it? This is all they are? Houston has been massively disappointing.
I'm not going to freak out because they lose to the Bucs. You lose to the Rams and the Bucs, that's fine.
That's fine.
But I'll put them in that 6% that they're not making the playoffs. They'll be done. If they lose,
yeah, I agree.
That will be a 9.5 for me. That you'll fall into that percent.
Even though the division stinks.
Yeah.
Like, who's going to take over? Colts or Jags? Like, we don't.
Yeah.
No one really believes in either one of those
Maybe
teams.
it should be like an 8 because of the rest of the crap in the division.
My panic meter's significantly higher if they fall to 0-2 and CJ Stroud just doesn't look like anything again.
Yeah, people are talking like, oh, that defense has to carry them. And it's like, what? You got CJ, all those weapons, and the defense has to carry you?
All right, and the next one, last one, I should say. Cowboys at home to the Giants.
Oh, my gosh.
It's a 9.
It's 2 division losses.
It's 2 division losses. You lost what should in theory be the hardest division road game or division game you have on your schedule, and then you lose what in theory should be the easiest division road. You got 10 days to prep for the Giants at home. You better win that game.
Oh, at least a 9.
It's...
And I'll put the Cowboys in the category of not making also if they lose.
Look,
even though Washington has not looked good to start.
Yeah, I think Houston can still make the playoffs with a loss because of the division. I think the Chiefs can still. I think the Ravens can still. If the Lions lose, the Bears, and the Cowboys lose, I don't think those two will make it.
We're talking about the panic meter, but obviously the Giants are not a great team. Do you try and compare it all if Dallas does win like we expect? How much better they look against the Giants than the Commanders did, or does that not even weight? So if they beat them down 40 to 10, you're going to feel better about the Cowboys in relation to the Commanders?
Yes.
Okay.
What's your transient property?
Right. If it's how much they win by versus you win by, and you add them together.
Yeah. They're your 0-1 storylines for this week in the National Football League. Babe Laufenberg, new time, Friday at 9:20. But get the nominees and the losers out for worst take of the week. And RJ makes you some degenerate pigskin money. Final hour of the week after this.
105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Glad you are part of the program. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider, Bobby Belt on your home of the Rangers and America's team. Rangers Mets tonight. DeGrom's return. Is it still Shea?
Citi Field.
Citi Field.
Citi Field.
We have Cowboys pregame, 9 a.m. kickoff against the Giants at noon. Postgame on this radio station. Babe Laufenberg at 9:20. That'll be his new weekly time. And then the State Fair is bringing in the new food to try at 9:40 with K&C on there. What a day to miss.
Yeah.
If you're K&C. They're giving away Tolo hats at Taco Bueno on North Collins in Arlington. But, Kevin, it doesn't matter. He's not going to try anything anyway. Corey Majors is going to miss.
Favorite day every year.
Not a hot dog. That's all he eats.
And your wife is
she's gonna be very upset because she's like, when you guys get the state fair food coming in there, you need to tell me. You need to give me a heads up because I want to try the state fair food. So I just
Are you part of the radio station? Are you part of the staff?
Yeah.
She would say that she is. She would say that she holds me down. She was, by the way, recently. She's like, you know what? I'm tired of all your stories, the way you tell stories. She's like, next time there's a firehouse, or whatever, I'll let Sean interview me for the whole segment. I'll put all your stuff out there. I was like, oh, okay, all right. So I was trying to bribe her with state fair food, and it's not going to happen now.
Choppy, what's going on with the news?
Well, they believe they have the suspect in custody. Well, they have a suspect in custody, and his father, family member, turned him in, saw photos, turned him in. He allegedly admitted to his father that he did commit the crime, the shooting of Charlie Kirk. His name is Tyler Robinson. He's 22, and he lives in the very southwest corner of the state. He lives in a town called St. George. You may have heard of it. It's near Zion National Park. It's not very far from Vegas, probably just a couple-hour drive from Vegas, but it's significantly further from Orem and the Provo and the Salt Lake area where the crime committed. But he's 22, so that fits with the profile of him, being a college-age student.
Could be the same Converses I'm seeing in a side-by-side shot, gray Converse.
Yeah. There's a lot of photos out there, obviously, about him, but I have not found his background.
Oh, dude.
Was he military? Was he not military? So they're saying the official distance of the shot was around 175 yards, so not quite the 200 yards. That's still, now listen, if you have a full scope, that's, I don't know how much training you need. If you're just using your iron sights, good luck.
If you were to because I was just putting his name into Twitter, and I was like, all right, let me see what has been found out about him already that news organizations probably wouldn't put in their stories. And it's every other tweet of each side going, haha, see this fact about this guy, it's y'all's fault. The next one, haha, this fact about this guy, it's y'all's.
Didn't I tell you yesterday?
Yeah, all over the place. It is.
I told you crosstalk. This what happens.
Well,
they're both painting him as a radical member of the other side, and it's wild.
The same thing happened with the Minneapolis school shooter.
It happens with everyone.
It's like this guy said, well, he's transgender, and this one says, well, no, he's a registered Republican, or he's radical this, radical that.
It's sick.
It's
disgusting. It's so ridiculous.
And that's the whole thing I said with social media. There's no consequences on social media for just lying.
It's not just social media. It's all these people on television.
But the people on television aren't going to sit here and lie about what.
They speculated yesterday there was transgender arrows on the bullets. They all do it. It's sick. These people on TV gaslight, the politicians gaslight, and then the public falls for the gaslighting, and it's a vicious cycle of hatred and builds and boils and boils and boils, and then you get these horrific incidents. They're all guilty, in my opinion. You can have your opinion.
Yeah, I didn't see that on TV. I saw them say I
saw it on TV. I told you in the commercial break. I told you early in the commercial break that they have the arrows, and maybe the arrows are there, but there's transgender arrows on the bullets, and then you have people. It's everyone is waiting to say that it's
this
a black. It's the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's waiting to say that it's an immigrant, or a homosexual, or a transsexual, or a white angry person, or a Trump follower, or a MAGA, or a Democrat, or military, or ex-military. That's what it's scoreboard keeping. It's scoreboard keeping versus who's going to be the first one to all I hear, the new thoughts and prayers is enough. Shut up. Do something.
Enough. Yeah.
Where are the suggestions? Where's the moving forward? Where's the progression? Where's the solution? Enough. We have to stop. Enough with that. Give an actual next step, something to stop some of this. It's because it's depressing. It's maddening and it's depressing.
Before, like I said, there's all these different things like you're talking about who he is that people are claiming stuff like that. So I don't know about the. I will say this: the apolitical thing they're putting out here about this dude, looks like he was borderline genius level, not that high, but he was a 4.0 student his senior year, and he got a 34 on his ACT. He was in the 99th percentile across the country in all the test scores.
Wow. Utah governor, quote, "Good morning. We got him. Let's get to worst take.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week.
You are made of stupid.
Yes, it is time for Worst Take, which we do every Friday, and I thought we got the winner on Monday morning. The first thing I heard Monday morning. I was like, oh, there it is. That one's going to win this week. I texted you guys at the time, said, all right, I already know who's winning this week. But there were some strong challengers that came in through, so maybe this isn't as obvious, but we are going to start off with one I heard in my car Monday at like 5:08 in the morning after the Bills had the great comeback. It was a fantastic comeback against the Ravens. It was a big victory, a lot of doubters, everything else. But our very own Maggie Gray from the Maggie and Perloff show threw out this wild take about how great the Bills comeback was.
I said to Boomer Esiason this morning in the makeup room, I said, I never thought I'd see a more impressive comeback than his former college roommate, Frank Reich.
Oh, what the hell was that all about?
And that one was still bigger, technically, but this was the greatest. They were so dead.
It feels in the moment a bit.
I don't think
Do you
so.
think it's better than the Frank Reich comeback?
Yeah.
Gosh. That's a grade A horrible take. By the way, who has a makeup room? What are they? You're in radio. What do you have a makeup
Well, they have
show?
a WFAN camera.
Yeah,
we got a
on
camera right here. You know, we got just as many viewers. We just got a camera.
Like Herb Street's makeup, I thought yesterday. Here I'm judging her NFL commentary makeup. I'm like, that doesn't look as good as his Chris Fowler makeup. He's looking a little rougher right there. So yeah, Boomer, they got to get touched up and everything.
So Amazon doesn't have the same makeup room that ESPN.
They're
does.
putting it on, Dirk's salary.
And for those of you who don't know, like Peyton, who's just so young, maybe doesn't even know Frank Reich wasn't just a coach; he was a player. Frank Reich, of course, in a playoff game, was down 35-3 to the Oilers and came back and won. They were down 35-3 in the third quarter.
I don't believe that.
And
That didn't happen.
But I guess 40-25 is more impressive. Yeah. That's a pretty rough take.
I'm gonna ask you an
off the
honest
bat.
question.
Yeah.
A lot of times throughout the season, that show before ours will ask us to come on. They got a big DFW audience, Tolo's Die Hard Sports Talk. You bring it. Would you go on if they asked you at some point in time during the year?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, I just wanted to see.
Not like I would, but I mean, I would probably just. I wouldn't. You remember how when I used to do the 720 hits, Chop and I used to get pretty combative. Where it was like that's not the case. No, that when we talk Cowboys or whatever, I would probably just go in there going like, all right, I'm going to listen for whatever they say is wrong, and I'm going to just want to fight with them about it. That's probably how I'd approach it. All right, so that is nomination number one. Nomination number two is the one that took over the internet over the last week. It happened after we went off the air Friday, so it qualifies this week for worst take. And that is the take of Ryan Clark to think he could talk to Peter Schrager like this.
Okay, you look at A.J. Brown, which is this number one wide receiver who got one target all night, and then you got CeeDee Lamb. But that's the when was the one target? That's the target. But I'm saying when was the one target? I'm saying you could have it both ways. 54 seconds left in the game on 2nd and 11. It was the one target. He runs the out route. You wake up this morning saying A.J. Brown had a better day than CeeDee Lamb.
But you know what you wake up saying though? A.J. Brown's team is 1-0.
Of course,
right? Like that's what
I get it.
But the thing is this though, and we shouldn't do this on TV. And so I apologize if people think this is rude.
But I'm going to.
That's the non-player.
Oh, stop. CeeDee Lamb is
let me tell you why. I'm not saying
I'm not looking at fantasy football. Ryan, I'm not don't belittle me like that. I could come in and say as 3 ex-players are saying one thing and give an alternative perspective that maybe CeeDee Lamb did play well and
Peter, what I need for you to do is not get mad and let me finish for one.
Okay, go on.
It wasn't about you. It was going to be about me.
Uncomfortable.
Very
demeaning.
uncomfortable.
Pretty demeaning.
And like we were talking about the other day, as bad as the whole little like trying to check him like, you didn't play, as bad as that was, to me it was the twice like what you need to do. What you need to do is I was like that. Okay, that's very demeaning and just talking down to somebody. So Ryan Clark gets a nomination there as well. Next one up here, we got 2 more to nominate for worst take here. Bill Belichick has decided to go rogue and just dunk on the whole NFL, really, but very particularly the New England Patriots.
Yeah, well, no, it's clear that I'm not welcome there around their facility, and so they're not welcome in ours. Pretty simple.
Very simple.
I don't know how he's going to get anybody to play there.
It's just it's the dumbest thing he could possibly do.
This has the worst ramifications of all the nominees. Ryan Clark's is the most disrespectful. Maggie Gray's was the dumbest. So that's how I'm separating. Dumb, disrespectful, and detrimental.
And yeah, this is...
I'll make it triple Ds.
I feel like it's very detrimental. Because this is the thing where if you have any NFL aspirations at all, I don't know why you would go somewhere where they just... A guy's trying to... has his axe to grind, and he's going to be petty and block you from that. So that falls into the dumbest take, and then you got the most disrespectful take, and then you've got the one with the most ramifications. Let's see if this one checks any boxes for you, Sean. Adam Silver this week was talking to the media and was asked, hey, with all these streaming services that you guys are opening up, you're trying to get people to go different areas and pay their money. What do you say to NBA fans who can't afford the streaming services?
There's a huge amount of our content that people can essentially consume for free. I mean, this is very much a highlights-based sport, so, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, you name it, any service, the New York Times for that matter, to the extent that your content is not behind a paid firewall. There's an enormous amount of content out there. YouTube, by another example, that is advertising based that consumers can consume.
I don't have a D for this, but you should have just said there's plenty of free games. Yeah. Not just there's plenty of highlights. All you have to do is catch the highlights. You denigrate, you downsize. I'm trying to think of a D. You minimize your sports importance from the first to the fourth quarter. This is an incredible list of nominees. This is tough.
It really is. Now the thing
I was going to say it's the MSNBC guy for saying that one of Charlie Kirk's supporters fired the bullet in the air, and maybe that came down. That was the bullet. That would have been my winner, but that's not one of the nominees.
Easy number one. So, look, Adam Silver is correct in one thing. This is how young fans consume the NBA. It's how young fans consume all sports. Like, to be honest, right? They maybe outside of football, but they're young fans. My kids, they sit there and they watch. They go to, is it House of Highlights? That's what the YouTube page is, House of Highlights, I think. And they just go and they just consume every NBA game every night in terms of the highlights. That's what they watch. That's not what you want as the commissioner to promote. As the commissioner, you want to promote quarter number one is just as important as quarter number four.
Reset the nominees and let's vote.
Maggie Gray says the Bills' Sunday Night Football comeback is better than 35-3 in the playoffs from Frank Reich. And not only that, told his former college teammate that. Ryan Clark tries to sun Peter Schrager. Bill Belichick is just banning everyone from UNC practice. And then Adam Silver says, tough break, broke boys. Watch YouTube.
I'm torn.
I'm torn too. I'm going to give it to Maggie Gray. I mean, the real answer is that Matthew Dowd guy, but I'm going to give it to Maggie Gray.
Yeah, Silver's just so stupid. I'm going Silver.
I'm going to vote Belichick.
Oh, baby.
Peyton can break
I'm going RC, baby. That's all time. But the fan text is spoken.
Head over to G-Bag Nation on Twitter. We're going to have a poll up for you, Nation.
I believe the fan text is siding with Maggie Gray. I believe the late texts have come in. We have one late for Adam Silver, but I think Maggie Gray has the totals here.
Are these in the middle of the night when nobody's watching? Are these votes come in?
Yeah, we're saying we've got Adam Silver, dumb take. There's somebody saying Ryan Clark here, but yeah, it looks like Maggie Gray is the slight winner here in the fan text response.
Babe Laufenberg previews the Giants in his new time slot. Yeah. Good Lord. The Cowboys color analyst joins us next.
After we get you over to...
Right here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal and jewelers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Jacobs to the right side of Love in the shotgun slot left. And faking the handoff. Love rolls right, throws end zone.
He's got him.
Touchdown! And a Lambeau leap on a beautiful play fake by Jordan Love. Tucker Kraft, 8-yard touchdown reception. It is 23-10, Green Bay.
Ends up 27-18 on Packers Radio. We have a new time slot for your Dallas Cowboys color analyst, Babe Laufenberg, joining us every Friday at 9:20. We'll crosstalk with KNC while sampling the brand new food from the State Fair of Texas. Good morning, Babe. Did you stay up and watch that one?
I did. I was watching and doing my game prep work. And who's going to beat Green Bay this year?
Man, we were wondering. All right, we'll ask you this off the jump.
Sure.
Commanders' offense maybe a little overhyped, or Packers' defense that good?
Well, I hate to be the guy who sits on the fence, but obviously it remains to be seen. But 2 games into it, pretty impressive by the Packers on both sides, and Washington, clearly struggling offensively. But you got Jaden Daniels, and to me, if you got Jaden Daniels, the struggles aren't going to last too long. But no question, Green Bay has just been on fire. And was it me? And I apologize, I've been listening about the last 30 minutes, but was it me or did Micah Parsons look like, I don't want to say a different player because we know he was a great player here, but I focused in on him. And I mean, every time I know he only had half a sack statistically by the end of it, but man, every time they were double, triple teaming him, and he's beating it. He is forcing Jaden Daniels to throw the ball quicker than he wants to.
So you're Micah. No, it's not you. I was about to say
Okay.
he's the stats. I don't know if this is the case with every great pass rusher, Babe. You can speak to LT better than us, but you really cannot judge Micah Parsons by the stats, even though he ends up with 12 a year. We always used to say this about Tank, but just the disruption, the quarterback being aware, the extra attention. I mean, it just seems like he puts up the non-stats with the effect he has.
No, you're exactly right. And it's so funny because even watching last night's game, and it's not like it didn't happen when he was playing with the Cowboys, but the tight end is over there. He's chipping on his way out. And then here comes the tackle. And then the guard is fanning over to him. It's just, they were doing everything they could to not let him take over the game. And he was still getting there. And the funny thing too is, like I have said, these defensive ends for the Cowboys, great, right? We have depth, we're loaded, we're this, we're that. They're going to have more snaps. All these guys, obviously, by virtue of Micah Parsons being gone, they're going to get more snaps, but they're going to have fewer sacks because no longer are they one-on-one every down. When you had Micah over there, there's no way you're doubling Micah, putting the tight end on him, and doubling anyone else. You just can't. And as you know, doubling and tripling him. And, the Cowboys are not going to have the benefit of that for all these other pass rushers that they have. But yeah, he was really good last night.
The Tolos are saying, "Heck with the trivia! Come on, heck with Micah. Where's the trivia?"
Yeah. Well, I was talking to Peyton. I said I emailed those guys and I asked them, "Do you want to continue the trivia? Do you like it? Do you not?" And I said I never heard from them.
Oh,
I love the trivia because I win all the time.
Okay, well here, let me throw. Okay, if I know that, I didn't know if I was dragging the show down. But okay, ready? So Dak Prescott, he lost his first 2 games to the Giants his rookie year. It was by 1 point in the opener and then 3 points at New York later. Anyway, he's won 13 games since, 13 consecutive. It's actually been like 4,000 days since he has lost to the Giants. So he has 13 wins against the Giants. Giants have been playing football since 1925. It's only one quarterback who has more wins against the Giants, throughout the league, than Dak Prescott. Who is that guy?
Like in the history, are they currently in the league, or are you talking about historically?
No, history of the league. Any quarterback since 1925.
Ooh, we're gonna go with Troy Aikman.
Man, the Giants were good then, though, right? It's got slinging Sammy Baugh.
I like that. Gosh, do I have to go to the trivia expert again?
No. Come on, guys. Come on. It's a Cowboy. Roger Staubach.
I should have said that.
Roger Staubach. 16.
How many did he have?
16, guys.
6. You're right. You're right.
What was his number, Peyton?
That's a good question.
Good. Just blew him up. Blew him up.
Okay, now that was radio greatness right there. That falls under the how young is Peyton.
Yeah, see, there you go. You know the game, babe. All right, let's talk about a current quarterback, and not Dak, but the other one across from what you've watched this week. Russell Wilson, is that the right decision to keep going with him, or are there problems greater than Russell Wilson with the Giants?
Oh God, there's problems greater than Russell Wilson, and have been for 10 years. He's just the latest victim, and I mean, we saw Daniel Jones just light it up for Indy, right? And I think, again, it's just been the organization, has just been a mess. I'm looking at their 23 draft, right? Deontay Banks, who's persona non gratis. He was their first round pick. Jalen Hyatt, their third round pick, wide receiver. He didn't even get into the game last week. And that's 2023. And they drafted poorly. They're just a mess. I mean, let's be honest. But that being said, can they beat the Cowboys? Yeah. The first week of games, there are 16 games played, right? 32 teams, 16 games. 12 of them were decided by one score. And even the Giants, for as awful as they looked offensively, and they looked awful, but a lot of it, I feel, the offensive line was just terrible. And we'll see if Andrew Thomas, their left tackle, plays. I know he was limited in practice yesterday, but anyway, they couldn't protect. They couldn't open holes for the running back. Their offensive line was just terrible. But they can come back. Their defense, we know that they've got people across the board. Abdul Carter almost blocked 3 punts. Got his hand on one and could have blocked 2 more. You better keep your eye on that. And I'm sure Nick Sorensen, the Cowboys special teams coach, paid special attention to where he is lining up. But anyway, hey, you kick them off, and we think we know something. But that game against Washington in the opener for the Giants, as awful as they looked offensively, I got to make that caveat because they played pretty well defensively. That's a 14-6 game with 8 minutes to go in the game. Yeah. I mean, it's 14-6. The game's in doubt halfway into the fourth quarter. But it's imperative. Choppy has given the stats on 0-2. It's imperative that you don't lose to the Giants because we know the gauntlet that's coming down the road in terms of the schedule.
When you see a team like the Giants who can't get out of their own way for seemingly a decade, do you blame ownership more? Do you blame the front office, which outside of ownership? And usually, what do you think the problem here is?
Yeah, honestly, it's hard for me to say. I'm here, they're there. I don't cover the Giants on a regular basis, but usually it's a combination of things. As we know, I don't think it's ever one thing. They've cycled through how many coaches in the last decade? 5. None of them last over 2 years, right? Pat Shermer, the list goes on and on. I can't even. McAdoo, they're all there for 2 years and gone, and now here comes a new system and a new guy and a new culture. And they've just, they've just been a mess. And many times too, you go back. I think Bobby will probably agree with this. Maybe he won't. You go back to the draft. Just look at who they've drafted. And you look at Philadelphia, and I posted it last week. I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but you look at the last 4 drafts by Philadelphia in round 1 and 2, and they've hit on every guy. Philadelphia has every guy, all 8 of them, and that's a big part of it. Hey, Cowboys, why is their run defense struggling?
Mozzie didn't hit.
You took a first rounder and you said, well, we just shored up our run defense. And, well, you didn't. You had to trade for Kenny Clark, and, we'll see how that goes. By the way, I thought he played very, very well in that first game.
Babe Laufenberg, D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Babe, I'm terrified over the loss of Deron Bland. Already thin there. What are they doing in the secondary? How big is this loss for however long he's out?
It's a big loss, especially with Trayvon Diggs kind of working his way back into that lineup, and hopefully he's not out too long. I mean, that's the good news, that it's not a season ender or an 8-week injury, it appears. But, yeah, such a good kid. I mean, I know that does matter to fans, but you just like him. He goes about his business. He's tough. I thought he did an excellent job tackling last week, and I know you don't pay corners to tackle. It's like people used to say, Deion Sanders doesn't tackle anybody. I'd be like, he doesn't have to. They don't complete a ball on him. I can find guys in high school that'll go stick their nose in there and be tough guys and try to tackle people, but hard to find guys to cover NFL receivers. But, yeah, that certainly hurts. And the one, I don't want to say good thing, but, you know, Eberflus's defense, they play a lot of zone. It's a zone, for the most part, based defense now. Eventually, you know, you're going to play man, you're going to play match man. You got to go cover people. I always say the misnomer of zone. It's like if you play zone in basketball, right? The ball goes into the corner. And, well, now I'm playing man-to-man on that guy, whoever the zone defender is. So, but again, they do play a lot of zone. They kept everything pretty much in front of them last week, as we saw against Philly, and I would suspect they'll do the same in this game.
Babe, what did you notice about Schottenheimer's offense? Like the league is going to try to gather trends, right? He used the element of surprise. He said, "This is the most we'll ever be able to surprise people." My first game calling these plays as the head coach here. What did you notice from the scheme?
Honestly, not a lot of difference. And I think that was the interesting thing. You know, we kept, and trust me, this is not a, no pun intended, shot at Shottenheimer. But, you know, we talked about the 7-iron in the preseason and all that. And do you think anything happened in that game where Vic Fangio said, "Oh my God, I've never seen that before"?
Right.
Vic Fangio's been in the league for about 58 of his 67 years on this earth. So, but, you know, I liked what I saw. The one interesting thing was, if you go back and look at the game, and obviously I have, and I know a lot of people do now. We all have that ability to look at the all-22, and, you know, there's not people running wide open down the field. Every ball was pretty much contested. I thought Dak threw the ball better than the statistics, you know, showed. I thought he had, for the most part, other than the time he almost got Ferguson decapitated in the end zone, I thought for the most part, you know, his throwing of the football was good. It's just, you know, just go through your mental Rolodex and say, wow, did he miss an open guy? Do I remember him missing an open guy? And you really don't.
Babe, great stuff. New time slot moving forward. Have a great call, and we'll do it again next week.
Okay, I am so much better in the 9 o'clock hour with a nice night of sleep. Let me just say that.
We're going to get that trivia next week, too.
Yeah, we are.
Okay, yeah, I'll be ready to roll.
Thank you, Babe. The great Babe Laufenberg, Cowboys color analyst on the D&M Leasing Hotline. It's one of our favorite days of the year. Choppy is giddy. Bobby's wife is jealous. Let's sample the new food and let you know what we think of it from the State Fair of Texas as we crosstalk with K&C next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The worst possible day for KNC not to be in studio. And that would normally go for a State Fair of Texas food sampling. But what in the hell has happened this year?
They did go a touch overboard.
This is an explosion.
This is wonderful.
They told us in the commercial break 4 items.
I heard 4 items. Okay, I heard 4 items, and apparently
they multiplied
it items for 4 people.
They multiplied it by 3. This is insane. Carissa from the fair, the great Joe Ramirez hooking us up. First, KNC, where are you? Corey Majors, my food guy.
Oh, my gosh. I'm so jealous right now. Carissa knows how much I love when she brings us food up to see us. Guys, we're at 1419 North Collins in Arlington today at Taco Bueno doing the Friday football feast. We'll have Jerry Jones for the first time for us this year at 10:30, so we'll be rocking with that. We got Tolo trucker hats to give away. I'm wearing one right now, and we got so much more throughout the day. So come on out, see me and Alec. And hopefully, Kevin will be on the air at some point live from Las Vegas.
Oh,
right.
That's right. Now, Alec, are you a State Fair guy? Is this gonna torture and torment you watching us sample this in slow mo?
Dude, I got the text from Boss Man this morning, and I was like so pumped. I get to go to one of these remotes, and then I see that you guys get to have the party up there. I'm like, well, hey, you give and you take, so it's gonna be a little bit hurtful, Sean. But you know what? I'm just gonna make up for it with a bunch of tacos here today. So I can't be too mad, can I?
Okay. All right. Well, with that said, let's get to the torture. Carissa, welcome back in. Thank you so much.
Howdy. Thanks for having me.
Set us up.
Well, we don't have 4 items for you today, as you said. We have 15 for y'all to taste today. These were the 15 finalists in the Big Tex Choice Awards this year. The reason, usually it's 10. So, surprise, there's 5 more. And that's because we added a new category, the Big Tex Choice Awards, called the Sippers category this year. Over the years, beverages have become really big at the fair, and we've noticed that the entries in this competition have continued to increase and the creativity of our vendors has. So, we've added that as a new one this year that y'all will be tasting.
And these are, of course, alcohol-free.
No, they're not.
Right. Yes, sir.
Nothing like a beverage at 9:30 in the morning.
Hey, you're talking to the right show.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
But honestly, when Bobby went down y'all's list a couple of weeks ago, I said this, so I'm not just kissing your butt because you're here.
You're welcome to.
That was the most impressive list I had heard in terms of my food taste of all the years that we've been doing this. So let's dive right in.
All right. Well, get ready. As I'm talking about them, y'all feel free to taste and interrupt me, whatever. You know, y'all know the drill. We do this every year.
Yeah.
All right. So we're going to start with one of the savory items. That's the brisket and brew stuffed pretzel. So it is the pretzel that has brisket inside.
Gosh.
For y'all to be identified.
So you got more salt on your
fan cam.
So this is where smoky barbecue dreams meet classic pub snacks in one golden salty twist. Tender, slow smoked brisket loaded with deep, juicy flavor, blended with a bold, velvety beer cheese made from sharp cheddar and a hearty brew. Then it's all wrapped in a soft, chewy pretzel dough, hand rolled, sprinkled with sea salt, and baked to a crispy, crave-worthy perfection. Each bite is a flavor bomb, salty on the outside, rich and gooey on the inside. Just something you can take. It'll be over at Hans Mueller. So this is by the famous Hans Mueller family, the Cusacks, that have the great German setup out there right by the Chevrolet main stage.
That piping hot is that's going to be dangerous. Piping hot.
That pretzel, they nailed it.
Yeah,
the pretzel is.
good.
I mean, the whole thing's good, but the pretzel's perfect.
Did you say beer cheese?
Beer cheese.
What is beer cheese?
Cheese with beer.
Cheese and beer mixed together.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah,
Okay.
there you go. There you go.
One for one.
One for one. All right. So next up, we have the crab and mozzarella arancini by Stefan Nedwetsky. Got that one?
Little thing in the cup.
That is. All right. So this is handcrafted.
What is this?
Crab and mozzarella arancini.
Okay.
Handcrafted with an irresistible blend of premium Maryland blue crab meat.
Uh-oh, Bobby's scared of seafood.
Uh-oh.
Chop, do you toss me a spoon?
White rice, mozzarella cheese, spring onion, red bell pepper, lemon, and black pepper.
Oh, yeah.
Each rice ball is delicately seasoned with aromatic herbs. They are dipped in a crunchy breadcrumb coating, then deep fried to golden crispy finish. Yeah, it's handmade in small batches to ensure the highest quality, and it's served with their homemade marinara sauce. So they own a pizza restaurant, Texapolitan Pizza up in Plano. They're a newer vendor out at the fair, and now they have made it to the Big Tex Choice Awards and actually won Best Taste Savory.
It's got the good sauce. You can tell.
The sauce.
That's not
Italian approved.
That is not the
Chop approved.
Yeah, my mom's mailing it in now as she's gotten older.
Oh
She's
no,
Mom! She's not making homemade sauce anymore.
I'm going to defend your mom.
2 for 2. That's down my alley.
All right.
Yeah, very good.
All right. Next up is the deep fried deli tacos. This is by our friends at Smoky John's Barbecue, Britt and Ron Reeves.
Oh, listeners of the station.
Yes. So we all love a good food mashup. Deep fried deli tacos are a fusion magic at the state fair. Picture this: peppery pastrami, buttery mashed potatoes, gooey white cheese, and fresh chives, all tucked into a corn tortilla and deep fried.
Mm-hmm.
It's served with a spicy, creamy green sauce. If you didn't try it has a kick, y'all.
Yep.
So it's what happens when New York Deli meets Dallas Taqueria at the State Fair.
Pretty funny, nailed that one.
When we previewed this, pastrami in. You and I love pastrami, and that sauce is awesome. We might need to wash this down with a beverage.
This is good.
It's amazing. They did a killer job with this one. They introduced the pastrami at last year's fair as an homage to their dad, John's Deli. And they actually went up to Katz's Deli up in New York to talk to them and learn about how they do theirs. And then they spun it with a Texas style down here. So it's amazing.
Very good.
Sure.
Wow, that's solid.
All right, next up, Vietnamese Crunch Dog by the Lee family. This is the family that brought us the deep fried pho that I brought y'all a couple years ago.
That was fantastic last year.
Is this
it?
Oh, okay.
The one.
Oh, deep fried pho.
Yes, that one. So this one's Vietnamese Crunch Dog. So this is blends the classic corn dog with vibrant Asian flavors. Juicy marinated meat is wrapped in fluffy batter, coated in a crispy mix of panko and banh mi crumbs, then deep fried to golden perfection, topped with sriracha mayo, and served with tangy pickled veggies. It's a crunchy, flavorful mashup of street food and fair flair in every bite.
That's number one so far.
I agree.
Ooh,
That's really
I'm
shocked that you would like these flavors.
No, I like those kind of flavors.
This is number one seed in terms of the flavor.
Wow,
it's really, really good.
But
That's
I love
awesome.
I love pho.
I love Asian food and pho. Yeah.
Yes.
I like the taco better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't worry. At the end, I will ask, as always.
It's awesome.
All right. So the last one on our savory list. These are the Wagyu bacon cheeseburger deviled egg sliders.
Nope.
Are you freaking kidding? Aiden, zoom in.
Wait, what is this?
Look at this. Look at this.
It's a
thing.
Wagyu cheeseburger slider with deviled eggs.
Yeah. So instead of the bun, it's deviled eggs.
Oh,
RJ won't eat deviled egg mayonnaise.
I ate crab.
He's out.
You can eat a deviled egg.
You are missing out, man.
He wouldn't
It is
even have
so
known if you
good.
didn't tell him.
I would rather eat your dirty underwear than deviled egg.
Whoa.
You don't even know this
Kendall,
woman.
don't take offense to that.
You don't even know this woman.
No, I don't know Bobby.
Bobby.
Well, others are digging in and loving it. So this is Cajun seasoned Wagyu patties topped with aged cheddar and crispy applewood bacon. Instead of the bun, it's sandwiched between two deep fried panko crusted deviled egg halves.
Are you kidding me?
Right? It's so cute,
A fried
isn't
deviled egg inside.
That's
Yep.
good.
This is most creative.
it? Yes.
Okay.
It is creative.
I love deviled eggs.
I love deviled eggs too. That all across the board is good.
They're very southern, right? Very Texan. Gotta have your deviled
What's
egg.
the sauce?
The sauce is, let me see. So this is a house-made ketchup-inspired sauce.
Oh.
Bold, one-of-a-kind bite.
Wow. Yeah, this deserves most creative. It is very, very good. Is it hot?
No.
Oh.
I was trying to figure out I'm assuming it's from the deviled egg. The
flavor
profile. The pickled taste
The
that I got
ketchup is
there.
good. Very good. Okay, winner.
Okay, so that's the savory. So let's go back now. Now that you've tried all five, except for RJ, didn't try one.
I mean, I
So-
tried the inside of it.
Oh well, good.
I
Okay.
just didn't eat the egg part.
That's good. That's good. Okay, so what were y'all's favorite savory?
We're going. I mean, they were all pretty much great, but we're going with the corn dog.
Okay, Vietnamese corn dog.
Number one for me is the deep fried deli taco, and then the crab and mozzarella.
Nice.
I think the fan favorite is going to be this deviled egg burger. I think that'll have the longest line, or this brisket pretzel. I like the flavors of the pho though. But
I think that y'all just proved why this competition, why we end up having so many and being a finalist really is winning, because everybody likes something different, right? And that's the
Yes.
goal, is to have something for everyone out at the state fair. And so you can come out and figure out which one you like the most.
these desserts though, and desserts are not my thing. So if you're on, one of the other shows and you want to get in here and slurp them up or down the hall, these things are masterpieces.
Massive, too.
Like
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Well, all right, what are we dealing with here?
5. You ready to roll in?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it. We're going to start with the one that looks like, doesn't just look like a coconut. So this is the coconut quadruple. This is one a taste of the tropics during your visit to the state fair. Look no further than the coconut quadruple. A whole fresh young coconut is served with an ice cold, fresh made coconut slushy, topped with soft serve coconut ice cream and a sprinkling of coconut flakes. If you were counting, that is 4, hence the name quadruple. Yes,
Wow.
it's beautiful.
Aiden, get
This
this on the
enhanced
fan cam.
island delicacy is sure to transport you to paradise with the first sip.
I don't even like coconut, but this
It is That is so good. The little slushy taste with the ice cream. That's so good.
This one's from Ben Tran, the Pineapple Man. Y'all haven't met Ben Tran. He's a hoot. He's in Cotton Bowl Plaza. He's known for his pineapple dishes, but now he's going to be known for coconut.
I might get this just to keep the coconut.
Right?
Feel cool at home.
Well done, turn it into like a little vase.
Drink accessory.
Oh,
yes.
and a drink. Yeah. Just use it as a cup at home.
Come on.
Coconut flavored water.
Yeah. Come on, Carissa.
Sorry. Went all Pinterest on you.
Give it the alcohol.
Sorry. Okay. Next up is the cookie milkshake. So this is the Cookie Chaos milkshake. Yes, it should have a.
Look at this thing.
There you go.
Look at that.
Fatty.
That
Ooh,
one.
is this a
Yes.
Biscoff?
It is a Biscoff.
I
Yes.
love. Hey, last year, I think it was last year. Whatever the Biscoff cookie dessert was last year, that was the best one.
The cheesecake. Yes,
Look at this,
that
a
one
work
was a
of
huge
art.
hit. It's beautiful.
What
isn't
is this
it?
on top?
So this shake is what cookie dreams are made of. It's a rich, creamy cookie butter milkshake loaded with snickerdoodle chunks, golden Oreo cookies, classic Oreo cookies for the ultimate cookie explosion. Then topped off with a fluffy swirl of whipped cream, a scoop of edible cookie butter cookie dough, a perfectly perched Biscoff cookie, and a cookie butter drizzle that ties it all together. Finished with a rim coated of crushed Biscoff cookie pieces for that extra crunch. So Cookie Chaos milkshake. What do y'all think?
I'm in.
10 out of 10
Fantastic.
on both the desserts.
That's tremendous. I love a good drizzle.
Alec, Corey, which one is having you really feel FOMO right now the most?
We don't need to talk to them. Screw that.
I'm gonna say the one with the egg.
Yeah.
That one sounds. You said slurp earlier, and I was like, oh my gosh. But that Biscoff dessert. Oh my man.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Solid.
Yeah,
Alec-
anything with Biscoff, sign me up. That looks incredible, man.
All right, let's wrap it up.
All right. Next up is the Hot Honeycomb Lemonade Shake-Up. That's the lemonade one that you'll see in front of you by Tom Grace.
This one?
Yes. So how about honey jalapeno lemonade with Nature's Candy honeycomb?
I already had this.
So for over 30 years, their fresh lemonade shake-up has been a fair favorite. Fresh squeezed lemons, sugar, water, and a good shake. That's it. But this year, they added honey and fresh jalapenos to the mix for a perfect Texas kick. Rimmed with chamoy and tahini for extra zing, and topped with a skewer of real honeycomb.
This is badass, this skewer.
You can also add
straight
alcohol
honey.
to this one at the
We got
fair.
rid of paper straws.
Does this have alcohol?
It does not, but you can add alcohol at the fair.
Oh.
It tastes like Fruit Loops. That's wild.
I love jalapeno
strawberry.
taste. Uh-oh, paper straws.
I got rid of these straws, okay? I signed an order. No more paper straws. Nobody likes them.
Man.
All right. What else?
Okay, next up. The next two do have alcohol, so get ready.
All right.
It's about to go wheels off here.
Should've started there.
Nevin's Dirty Red Bull Texarita. This is red, white, and blue. This afternoon delight is right on cue. A refreshing adult beverage that tastes as good as it looks. It fulfills an adult craving while appealing to your inner child.
Oh,
the
Bobby's
cocktail
done.
starts with a layer of sweet cream liqueur
Bobby's done.
and blue raz pop rocks to get this sweet treat poppin'. After it's filled halfway with juicy watermelon Red Bull margarita and the other half with vibrant blueberry Red Bull margarita. Topped with more pop rocks, fresh blueberries, and watermelon.
Wow.
That's fantastic.
Bobby's done with his.
They're empty.
It's already done. All right, we got about 30 seconds.
All
What
right,
else?
Poppin' Bobarita, another alcohol one. Frozen fresh lime juice margarita elevated with wine-infused Poppin' Boba pearls, bursting with juicy mango or strawberry flavor in every sip. You can make it dirty with a swirl of
That's good,
sweet,
too.
creamy cold
Dang,
foam,
Bobby!
splash of rich coconut syrup, tahini rim, making it an irresistible upgrade to this tapioca treat.
Boba balls.
Boba balls.
I love those.
Boba balls.
They're so good. That's awesome as well.
Mhm.
And
We have the...
what's this boba ball yellow thing?
Hmm?
What's this yellow thing? This boba ball.
Oh, yes. So the candy lemon sour face.
And then we got graham
we got the
crackers
sweet.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have
Then we got something in a bag.
Chillin' Thrill
Then we got a
Delight,
chocolate thing.
the Dubai chocolate cheesecake,
Yeah.
Russo's Dubai chocolate funnel cake fries, and Texas toast a la mode. But try that candy lemon sour face. It'll make it's for the kids for sure.
Best
Chillin'
version-
Thrill Tonight one.
Best version yet, Carissa from
Thank
the
you.
fair.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much. Love you guys. I'll see y'all out there. We'll all see you guys out there. Jerry Jones on with the KNC Masterpiece next.
Now on camera, and look.
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here on the KNC Masterpiece. Today, we are at Taco Bueno, 1419 North Collins in Arlington, right around the corner from AT&T Stadium, and we got tons of giveaways to go through today. We got some Tolo trucker hats for you, some party boxes from Taco Bueno, and so much more. It's myself and Alec Medford, and that's it for the show today.
Wrong.
What's that?
Wrong.
I'm sorry.
Wrong.
Okay, we do have Kevin Hagelin
here live from Las Vegas, and I would like to apologize to Sean and RJ. I definitely had to steal something in the media room to make this happen, but don't worry about that. We did it.
Can you tell me what you stole?
Yeah.
Yeah, I stole someone else's table and moved their stuff and absolutely stole their cords so I could connect. Hey, don't worry about that. We're under a deadline, okay?
I like it, dude. I like it. I like the approach.
Quiet. There's other people in here.
Hey, that's okay, man. They're going to have to deal with it while the show is rocking today. It's good to hear you. Good to see you. You can see him on the fan cam as well. We got Jerry Jones coming up here at 10:30. But right now, it is time for some NFL overreaction or reality. Kevin, take it away.
All right, let's do this. Now, by the way, quick bonus. I'm not saying it's going to happen 100%, but I'm also working on this. And if I could steal a cord to get on the air, I could probably make it happen. Overreaction or reality, Alec is going to be sad if I have Triple H and The Undertaker sitting right next to me.
Oh, my God. Is that
I don't at this moment, but they're coming.
Man.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that's going to be a heartbreaker. I already had to watch. I had like a very intense close-up of RJ trying all of the stuff on Zoom from the state fair.
Oh, it was
so that was a great way to give me FOMO.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just inhaled some of the taco scent in here at Taco Bueno. I was like, okay, I'll be fine. But then you have to dunk on me with that?
Are you gonna lean in and talk to these fellas? Like, is this part of the? Are they going to be on our air today? What's happening here?
That's what I'm working on, and so they have to be determined times. But I'm in here, and I'm already up to no good. I'm up to my old stealing ways, and if they're going to be here, obviously I'm going to try to make that happen. The table I stole is at the very front of the room, so look, like that's just common sense.
You remember the time we were doing at the Super Bowl, and we were supposed to have one of the TCU players on, not Jahan. It was Dotson though.
Yeah.
And Stephon Diggs sat down at our table, and we just talked to him for like 10 minutes.
Yes.
And then they were like, "Hey, by the way, Dotson got in a wreck in the parking lot."
What?
And we were like, "Can we talk to Stephon Diggs instead?" And
so yeah, same thing. I also have their placard. So if they're like, "Hey, we're supposed to meet with this show," I'm just going to put that over our fan placard, which is right here. And so I have the other placard too. So I'm just going to be like, yes, that is us. And so for some reason they continue to call me Zach during an interview. Just go with it, okay?
Gotcha.
All right. NFL overreaction or reality. George Pickens can run good routes for this Cowboys team.
Yes, he can. That's a reality. He can run good routes for this team. He's got to do his part to run block. He's got to do his part to ensure that he's drawing attention from other safeties and secondary players in this game. Otherwise, this team is gonna struggle, man. Like, that is part of this NFL football game, is everybody has to do their job, and if they do not do their job, then the coach can't call plays correctly. The quarterback can't look around and see the field the right way. So he has to, and I think he can as well.
It's a reality, and what is also a reality, Kevin, is does he want to? That's the question.
I would hope so, right?
Yeah, that feels like throughout the game, like his emotions change throughout each quarter. It feels like he's really invested at times, and then sometimes you can tell he's really fed up with the guy lining up in front of him maybe, and he's trying to flip him over. It's going to be very, very situational, but yes, it is a reality. He can and he will. It's just, will it be consistent?
Kevin showing us around the media center in Las Vegas right now.
For Canelo and Crawford, since somebody asked about that, overreaction or reality, despite all the attempts they made to fix it, the Texans' offensive line still sucks.
Yeah,
I know it's only one game, but
my buddy who's a Texans fan was not very pleased with what he saw, and he's very, and what the great thing, Kevin, is like he's in a group with all Cowboys fans on the chat, and so he's just like, I don't even want to talk about it, guys, and so they still have time, but that offense doesn't look like it's gotten any better this offseason.
Yeah, that's a reality, and it's a sad reality for a guy like C.J. Stroud, who deserves to have a little bit of improvement, a little bit of a sense of urgency. I think he's good enough to invest in the talent around him. So just as a fan of good football, I wish that he had better supporting cast members around him, but no, it hasn't gotten any better. I mean, I heard Rappaport on the pregame show last night say that nobody in the league knew Laramie Tunsil was available for trade until Adam Peters called up his old college roommate and said, hey, could we make this happen? And they're like, oh, yeah, for the right price. And they made the deal happen in 2 days, so they shipped off their best player.
Now, Corey, I know you'll like this one because I feel like you've kind of been warning everybody about this. Overreaction or reality. Oh, hey, it looked like losing both your coordinators was a pretty big problem for the Lions.
Yeah, I mean, Ben Johnson had an approach with that offense. He made really good adjustments in games. He had them playing at a high level. Plus, Dan Campbell was doing a good job having them play at a high level and then, buying into everything that Ben Johnson was selling. Now, Aaron Glenn, I'm not saying that this dude is the next Dave Wanstead or, Bill Belichick or great defensive coordinator or anything like that, but the dude had his defense prepared, and quite honestly, what did he do last year? A lot of good work with patchwork, right? Because they had they were decimated by the end of the season, and he was just trying to put something good out there, and he did. And now that they're gone, they have to adjust. They have to learn both their offense and defense right now. I know the coaches were like, "Oh, it's gonna be pretty much the same," but it's always gonna be a little bit different when you hear a different voice in your ears while you're calling plays.
It's a reality, and I'm dumb because I said that, hey, like, I was the guy that was preaching, hey, the concept doesn't just die when Ben Johnson leaves, When Aaron Glenn leaves, they're still going to play defense. They're still going to have some of those same ideas and stuff. It has not looked anything like that. So I'm just going to go ahead and eat my crow now here in week 2 and say that I was wrong.
We got all this Taco Bueno, and he's trying to eat crow.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
Yeah. What is up with
take.
that? Real quick one for you then. Overreaction or reality, Sam Darnold will not make it through the season as Seattle's starting quarterback.
I don't think he will. I think that's a reality. I think at some point they're going to turn their attention to future and what they want to do with the future.
Jalen Milroe.
And that they already have some packages drawn up for him, already have some ideas on how they want to utilize him. They just got to get him comfortable on the field. Sam Darnold's going to give them opportunities, but I don't know how much he's going to take away from what he learned from Kevin O'Connell. And not having his voice in his ear while he's out on the field, does that affect him? So I think it's going to be a struggle for him this year.
Yeah, that's a reality. I do think it was a pure panic move in terms of money to go get Sam Darnold and move on from Geno. And I think that it was a perfect situation for Sam last year, and he just doesn't have that same concept and that same scheme to run run with in Seattle. So reality for me.
All right, guys, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, the Rangers' final 15 and DeGrom's return to New York. It comes up next here on the KNC Masterpiece live from Taco Bueno in Arlington on 105.3 The Fan.
to 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. He got him with a slider that was down, and at that time he went away. Normally he'll go kind of down and in sometimes on that pitch, but here he goes down and away to strike out Alvarez for the second out.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Got Jerry Jones coming up in just a few minutes, as a matter of fact. And Kevin, we are live today from Taco Bueno in Arlington, 1419 North Collins. And we got Tolo trucker hats, so much more to give away throughout the day. But I did want to throw this in real quick, Kevin, before we get to the DeGrom de facto that's going to be going on today. We have an ultimate fan watch party next Monday that we're going to be giving away. You got to get ready for this thing, dude. It is a chance to watch a Cowboys game with us October 5th at the team meeting room at the Star in Frisco. Cowboys cheerleaders, former players, and we're feeding you to thank you for being amazing Tolos. So get ready for that. That's going to start with Sean and RJ on Monday, and then we'll be having ours, and then G-Bag as well. Kevin, it is time for Jacob deGrom to throw a perfect game because somehow we lost ground in the wild card. We are now no longer 1.5 back, but that's okay, gentlemen, because 2 is actually easier to get back to 1. So I think we're going to be okay.
All right, but you're also only 2 back in the division now, all right? So I hear what you're saying. We'll never overcome 1.5. So we're also only 2 back in the division. So it actually evened out. So don't worry about that part. And plus, Corey, I know you said this earlier, and the Mets have had a roller coaster season, but you're rolling into Citi Field against a Mets team that right now absolutely sucks.
Yeah, and Pete Alonso was talking about that recently too, and saying it's just our plight right now. We're struggling to get this thing rolling. But Kevin, this is a great thing to see because there are a couple of really good series down the stretch here. This is one of those that I think this weekend can really give the Rangers an opportunity to go into New York, have a big-time experience because New York's a city that everything's kind of popping in there. And I think they can use that for the rest of the stretch down the road.
And what I really liked about Jacob deGrom is he accepted the idea that this is a big deal, right? Like, he didn't go, it's just another game. He goes, I'm excited to go pitch at Citi Field. That's where my career started. It holds a special place in my heart. And he was like, all these games are very important. Same for them with the spot that they're in. It's going to be fun. We got to win. They've got to win. It's going to be a playoff atmosphere. So, like, I love that he set it up like that. Like, the Mets, especially with the run that they've been on, they need to win these games. The Rangers, they need to win these games. You've got deGrom back in New York, where obviously he was pitching in God mode so often for them. Like, it's just an amazing setup. Not just the series, but like that game in particular.
Yeah, it's nice to see people kind of acknowledging that this time of the year is the most, some might say pivotal, Corey, of the season.
Pivotal.
And, you know, you guys asked Boach, like, is this the time of the year that, you know, guys are kind of scoreboard watching and stuff? And he straight up said, oh, yeah, but, you know, guys are always after the game checking in.
Glad he didn't lie to us about that.
Exactly, because I'm pretty sure Brett Boone told Sean and RJ, they're focused on the game. You know, the players, they got games to play every day. And Boach is like, no, we're trying to keep an eye on stuff. And, you know, they probably know that this is going to be a more emotional series for their ace going out there in Jacob deGrom. But it's probably going to be an emotional stretch for this team because, you know, that 1.5 game difference. It's just difficult to overcome. So, yeah, I think the emotions are high right now.
You know what they say, Corey? The most difficult lead to defend in baseball is a 2-game lead. So, obviously. But you still look at it, and I still think you really have to go at least 10-5 to feel comfortable. Now, the breakdown of that might kind of change it. Like, if you went out and swept Houston, obviously that could change the dynamic. But just as a general rule, I feel like you got to look at this and think, we have to go 10-5 down the stretch to, like, really feel good about our playoff hopes.
And you know what, Kevin? As a fan, I like the way you're thinking. As Michael Hellman, I want him to think, I have to get a hit at this at-bat right now, and then not even worry about 10-5 because all he has to worry – Boach tells us all the time, let's win the game today, and then let's do that. But as a fan, that's the stretch. That's what we're paying attention to. Can we balance out that 10-5 record? Hell, can we go 15-0 to finish this thing off?
Look,
that would
right
be a
now,
nice thing to see.
Right now, with the way the team's playing, I'm not going to totally rule that out.
Absolutely
Obviously,
not.
Corey, I don't want this to be a situation where I'm like, don't go 15-0. Yes, definitely go 15-0 with the idea that I would settle for 10-5.
And Jacob, you can go ahead and cut what Kevin just said.
No!
He said not to go 15-0 because we'll be using that for sure. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time to talk to Cowboys owner and GM Jerry Jones, live from 1419 North Collins Taco Bueno in Arlington. We are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors alongside Alec Medford today. We got Kevin Hagelin in Las Vegas getting ready for the Canelo-Crawford fight this weekend. By the way, I do believe that's going to be free on Netflix.
What an interesting way to describe that, as Netflix is not actually free, but I like the way that you say that.
You already have Netflix, so it's going to be free if you already have Netflix is the idea there.
But you get what I'm saying. Like, it is confusing that people describe it like that. Hey, before Jerry, can I give you one more overreaction or reality question?
Oh, yeah, for sure, man.
All right, and it's going to defy all logic, and you're going to be like, no, but I think you need to accept it and consider it. Overreaction or reality? Daniel Jones can lead the Colts to the NFC South title.
Well, maybe no. That's a overreaction.
That's too fast.
Well, it would also be the AFC South title.
I'm sorry, I meant the AFC South. No, Corey, in Las Vegas, it's actually the NFC South.
Oh, yeah,
so
okay.
with the time zones and everything like that.
I got really nervous, Kevin, because a bus pulled up outside, and it looked like the Cowboys bus, and I was like, oh my gosh, is Jerry Jones walking in to talk to us today?
Yeah.
So we'll see how that. All right, right now, though, it is time to talk with the Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Jerry, how are we doing today?
Hey, Kevin, Corey, and everybody else on there, sorry. But listen, that's a good idea. We ought to get that bus, or buses. We ought to get that bus and meet up someplace, and the bus would be honored to have you proper gentry on that bus doing a broadcast out of there. And we can check a box of things we've done on the bus.
Oh, man, there's a lot of things that I've thought about doing on that bus. Oh, obviously talking with you, Jerry, would be one of them. Jerry, today we are right down the street from AT&T Stadium at Taco Bueno, the official taco of the Dallas Cowboys. Since it's so close to the stadium, do you swing through this Taco Bueno before or after the games?
Well, I do, and of course, one of the biggest customers they have, generally speaking, over the Metroplex. But obviously, we're proud of our relationship association. You know, they're an example. When you touch these brands, Salvation Army, or you touch these brands, it just lifts you. Mm-hmm. And the more you can touch the quality brand of anything, then the more it lifts you. Ford, you know, is almost like a founding father of the country to be associated with them. So I'm a big believer that in touching and in really, if you will, being an advocate for the service or product is a way to expand the interest in the Cowboys.
Absolutely. That makes a lot of sense there.
Now, we've got kind of a divide and conquer strategy here today as I'm in Las Vegas getting ready for the Terrence Crawford-Canelo Alvarez fight. I know Canelo has fought at AT&T Stadium.
Absolutely.
What kind of a business person is he, in addition to what kind of fighter he is?
Well, he's outstanding. We've had him there at least on 2, possibly 3 occasions, but I know him. And he's a real credit to sports in general. But boy, is he a sound individual, and the way he's approached his career, and the way he's sustained his ability to compete, and then he's done it at a period of time when really you might say he's been a substantive part of maintaining boxing's profile, and I can't say enough about him. And, boy, if we ever can get him back with a big fight at AT&T Stadium. The last time he fought out there, about 30 minutes before the fight, he came down from the upper deck, and he was out in the stadium. And if my memory serves me well, he was riding some type of lift as he came down. This is before the fight.
Wow.
And, boy, I admire that. I really admire not only his attention and his interest in having the entertainment associated with it, but how he mixes in the reality of being maybe arguably the world's greatest fighter.
Now, as long as we're talking about sports figures and admiration, did you hear the Green Bay fans last night chanting, "Thank you, Jerry," after the Thursday night football game?
Well, I'll tell you, the way they're playing, the way Green Bay is playing, then I'm all for them enjoying and chanting anything that they really want to play. And I understand that. You know, this is such a laydown to me with back when we traded Herschel Walker. And I just can't tell you the kinds of really not criticism, but naysay when we took what arguably then was by many the best player in the NFL. And we got, of course, future picks, got players and future picks at the same time. And so if you make a move on a top player, this shouldn't surprise anybody that we would have that kind of reaction from their fan base, the other team's fan base, or for that matter, our fan base in general. And I knew this was coming almost the day I walked into training camp. I knew that if I got to make this trade, that this would be there and coming.
Now, you talk about those parallels between the Herschel Walker deal, and that is fascinating to me, but that also came at a time when the franchise was needing to rebuild. Do you see that as a parallel with this team at all?
Well, I see an allocation. I see more of an allocation here. We want to take the resources, of course, being the room under the salary cap. Now, I'm going to talk elementary. I apologize to everybody living. But we all know that whatever one player gets, the others don't get, because there's a pool of dollars. And so you've got to divide it up very carefully. And that is the art of the deal. So this, as opposed to Herschel Walker, which was to basically get draft picks and was basically a recognition that we will compete on another day. This was not that. This was a very conscious trade to get 3, 4, 5, 6 players for one. Which were we better off? The one player, outstanding. He's an outstanding player. But we should be able to get, as a matter of fact, we've got one on the field. And, of course, people say, but he's no Micah. Well, I'm not going to debate that at all because Micah is very, very special. But I'll tell you this right now. By the time this happens, and as we look forward to Dak's time when we made his contract and we look forward, this was the best way to maximize our chance to get a Super Bowl for Dak.
Talk with Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Like, I know you were kind of talking about at the beginning of training camp, you knew if a deal had to happen in terms of a trade, some people would be very upset. How far back did any, like, internal discussions happen with the idea of, you know what, we might have to trade Micah?
Well, not have to trade. That's not the right term. How with a player of that stature and of that, if you will, color in terms of his romance, what he might be able to bring. Everybody's looking for the guy that could absolutely singly make the defense. Everybody wants that guy. And now we had him for 4 years. And you see what we did for 4 years. And so my point is, one guy doesn't do it. Now, the closest thing there is for one guy to make that much difference is a quarterback. When you start going from there, then, man, you've got to really look at allocating $100 million, $200 million, and allocating that over many players and positions. That's exactly what I did.
Jerry, regarding last night's game specifically, and we had this conversation yesterday, and I'm sure you know, Utolo, what is more important to you and the organization, having Green Bay lose more games to up the value of those picks, or having division rivals lose?
Well, I don't think this thing will rise and fall with a pick, which you'd be talking about this year's number one of Green Bay's.
Yeah.
I don't really think it rises and falls. We're going to be getting players in the top 30 players. We've got 2 years of getting Green Bay's top 30 player. And that should do some damage for us. And then we add that to the picks we're going to have anyway, and that should do some damage. Now, by the way, in between that time, There are 31 teams, and there's 30 other teams other than the Cowboys playing without Micah right tonight. I mean, this weekend or this week. And so, there's ways to play defense and scheme that don't necessarily involve on any player, whether it be Deion Sanders looking way back or who it is. A lot of people won a lot of games and didn't have Deion Sanders on the field for them. How'd that happen? Well, that's called you've got to have about 40-something, minimum 40-something players to play this game. And so between being available with a nick or an injury, plus at the same time just availability from the numbers of snaps in a game, you can't go out there and rush the passer for 60 plays a game at all. But my point is all of this weighs into the consideration, and it was so much thought out over the last months that we needed an opportunity to see if our trade was there.
Jerry, yesterday we saw Jadeveon Clowney was coming through. We heard the conversation about that. Steven said that hey, it was an opportunity to get to know him a little bit and him get to know you guys a little bit. The word was that you guys wanted to sign him and he wanted to wait to sign. Do you have an idea that maybe you would want to sign him down the road? And you don't think that maybe you could have those kind of players come through if you did have the Micah deal, because that money would already be allocated, right?
You said it. You said it, and I agree with just how you phrased it. I had a chance to visit with his mother. He got her on the phone while I was visiting with him. And she should be proud of him, and they are proud of him, and he's a heck of a football player. But you're absolutely right. Those are the kinds of things that you can do that, by the way, has been successful in the NFL. That's not unorthodox thinking, is to now you can step out there and get you two guys. Well, those two guys, they can go out there and take 12 or 13 snaps apiece if you got two of them, and they don't get as winded. They don't get as tired. And now you say, well, you're completely forgetting the differentiation between a talent level and, if you will, a rare talent level.
Yeah.
The more people you have on the field in a sport, the less the rare talent level of any one of them counts. The more people, and we have to have, what, will you give me 22? Certainly 11. And 22 out there at a time. So you can move around. People used to move around from Deion Sanders. Now, a lot of coaches will say it's the moving around from them that creates the impact, because you've got to adjust what you're doing with your offense. I thought you coaches were adjusting what you're doing with your offense every time you went out. I'm sorry.
Jerry, when you suffer the loss of Deron Bland for at least this week, are you kind of expecting Trayvon Diggs to step up and increase his snap count, or do you have to kind of stay calm and keep him on his little ramp-up track that he's been on?
Well, I think it's, frankly, if we need him to have a few more reps to get this game, then I'm sure we'll give him a few more reps. So it'll just be a balance. There certainly has been added a influence to the numbers of snaps the rest of these D-backs will get, Deron not being out there. But, again, that's just boy, you plan on that back in the spring. You know this is going to happen to you.
Does that frustrate you that, like, when you just signed a guy that he gets injured, or is that just part of this business?
No, I spoke to that when we were at training camp, and I said, just because we signed him doesn't mean you're going to have him.
Right.
And, of course, that happened to us last year with Dak. And then here you are with Bland. And so you have to watch thinking that your name across a piece of paper is going to absolutely mean free bubbly up and rainbow stew for the rest of your life. It doesn't mean that.
Talk with Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, this Sunday, Cowboys Giants, it is outside of a divisional game. It is a historic game, the 1,000th regular season game of the Dallas Cowboys. Now, a lot of people have put out articles and such about, the greatest Cowboys of all time. I know you've seen a ton of them. Do you have a singular pick for the greatest Dallas Cowboys player in franchise history?
I do. I would have to say Roger Staubach because of the impetus. I mean, not impetus, but the impact that he's had on the franchise as time has gone along, as well as his playing days. Our Ring of Honor is not supposed to be about the one that threw the most touchdowns or one that made the most tackles. It's supposed to be about who has lifted the franchise to another level in their own way. So I would say that Roger certainly holds that in my eyes. And I'll never forget, I came down here. It was a rainy day, and Bum Bright fixed me up with a place to sit in his suite. To the first time I looked at the Cowboys, after in my mind I thought I might be interested in getting involved. And he had Roger sitting with me in that suite. And basically we were playing the Giants. Parcells was over on one sideline. Coach Landry was on the other. I had a good visit with Roger. Times were tough in Dallas then. I mean, real tough. Banks were going broke. It was quite a time. Well, about the fourth quarter, it was rainy, and boy, that crowd had really gotten down. I don't believe there were 6,000 people here because it started off with about 20. And I decided I would go down, and I went on a bleacher type. And I sat on a bleacher, and that old rain was kind of drizzling down. And in the seats, there were beer cans and whiskey bottles. Because you couldn't sell any alcohol at old Texas Stadium then. You brought it in coolers. Mm-hmm. And there were all those hundreds of beer cans and whiskey bottles, rain coming down, nobody in the stand, and Parcells whipping our butt. And I said, now, can you live with this after you've given all your money? And you're in trouble. Can you live with this? And I sat there and took that old rain. I got up, said, put me in, Coach. I can. Let's go.
Jerry, multiple times in the last year, you've discussed working with your family. We saw it in the documentary on Netflix. As a dad of three myself, it would be a dream to be able to provide for them with like the security and be around them and have them that close to me working. Has it always been easy to be a dad and work with your family at the same time?
No, not at all. You can imagine. You have the same kinds of disagreements, the same kinds of differences of opinion. Just for one, look at our age difference. But something happens when you burn your ships. The old deal about making a landing on another continent and burning all the ships so your soldiers couldn't even think about going home. There's something happens with your family because there's nothing but corrections and let's do it different there. There's no burning your ships and saying, let's split, let's go. But the best way that I feel about it sums it up. I'm going to paraphrase a father's prayer. Yeah. And the father was praying, and I'm going to paraphrase it. But he basically said, Lord, don't let me be a bully because I can be, because they love me and I'm their dad. Don't let me be a bully.
I like that a lot.
That's the kind of deference, I think, and I know they've got it over on the other side. Can you imagine being one of my three children and sitting there over the years and working with me through things? Well, they've done it, and most of the ideas that I do get credit for that have turned out good were theirs, and they executed them. So this has been a smart move as well as a move that I'm proud of. I wouldn't take anything for having spent all these years with them like this.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And before we let you go, last one for you, Jerry. Is there any one of the Giants that you want Dak to provoke to get ejected before the game this week?
Oh, boy. Man, I'll tell you this. I like to have dropped my teeth when I started seeing him walk off because he's such a fabulous football player. Mm-hmm. And I said, well, Well, I guess the man up there is evening up. We don't have Micah. They're letting us have him. Let's even this thing up. I'll tell you, I had dreams of if we could have stepped up there and beat that world champion that opening game. That's the kind of thing that you never forget, ever. I am proud of the way we played, but we all know that doesn't get the job done.
Right.
But I'm sure am encouraged by what I saw.
Well, thanks a lot, Jerry. Good luck on Sunday, and we will get back with you next Friday, good sir.
Okay, great. Sure enjoy it. Thank you, guys.
There you go. Jerry Jones, GM, owner of the Dallas Cowboys, right here on 105.3 The Fan. You can hear him every Friday at 10:30. Kevin, I'm trying to figure out the clock here. Is it we need to bounce out of this one?
No. Do you want to kick it over to some Thursday Night Football? Obviously a game of some consequence last night.
Let's roll. Last night was a good game, Kevin, for me, in my mind, because I predicted that Green Bay would win, and I was right. So
you don't want us to have a better draft pick?
I want division rivals to lose and fail, and I want to laugh at their losses and failures. I mean, that goes with the Astros and Mariners too, Kevin. So that's a big factor there. But also, it did stink though, because I was going up against Tucker Kraft in fantasy football, and he kind of went off last night, so that stunk.
So I'm a little. Not a little. I am more than a little concerned about the early flashes from the Green Bay defense. This is probably the best two-game stretch they've had to start a season since 96, and guess what? They won the Super Bowl in 96. Their pressure rate on Jaden Daniels, that was the highest pressure rate he's ever faced in his career. And I know, obviously, there's a component of that is Micah, and I don't want to undersell that whatsoever, but it's more than just him. Like, that team is getting to the quarterback in a scary way.
They got a few good picks they put on that defensive side of the ball. And offensively, like, they just roll out receivers. They're like, let's draft a new receiver every year. And then they just re-sign Christian Watson, and he's standing on the sideline and a super amazing amount of chains, too. I don't know if you saw those last night on him.
What is an amazing amount of chains?
He looked like Mr. T almost.
I guarantee you I'll see more than that this weekend.
Yeah, probably so. Alec, was it frustrating to see how many times Micah got the holding call last night? Instead of those times we didn't get him.
Dude, I think my favorite thing in just 2 games of him not being a Dallas Cowboy is seeing all the Green Bay fans on social media just complaining nonstop about why are they not calling this. And I'm like, hey, we've dealt with this for years. You can shut your mouth and enjoy the fact that you have a franchise cornerstone on that defensive line, because I was fed up with it too. We know, and everybody wanted to dismiss it. When he was a Cowboy outside of Cowboys land, everybody wanted to dismiss it, but now it's a reality.
Kevin, you saw it last night. Whenever he was around Jaden Daniels had to move and then was off platform.
Yes,
and that's what you can take all the numbers that Micah accumulates through his career, but the biggest impact was always he was either pushing somebody into and around the quarterback, or his body was somewhere close, and that causes problems.
Especially early in the season. Like, I am really curious to see how the entirety of the season goes for Micah Parsons, especially since this looks like in Green Bay and absolutely a playoff team. I know we'll have to wait and see about that. Couple of pretty big injuries coming out of that for the Commanders. They fear that Austin Eckler tore his Achilles, and then Ian Rappaport and I guess the Packers confirmed that Jaden Reed has suffered a fractured collarbone. And so he's going to go on the injured reserve, obviously at least 4 games out. But they said they expect him back this season, but LaFleur even was like, hey, he's going to be out for quite a while.
Yeah, and then Wise, you saw him. I mean, that looked that was heartbreaking. Watching Bobby Wagner saying "We got you," and then just seeing his red eyes, the tears that were coming. That was a tough night last night. Kevin, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time to talk with our friend Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com next.
freezer, baby. Nutmeg mullions? No. I just said that. Is it spiced yet? Doesn't sound
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We're at 1419 North Collins in Arlington today for
That's
the
right.
Friday football feast.
Ooh, I
And
can hear the
Kevin Hagelin-
people.
Kevin Hagelin is currently having FOMO because he misses all of our friends here at Taco Bueno, and he also loves Taco Bueno so much he's going to miss out on the beef roll-ups.
I do. That was the first time I'd ever tried those roll-ups, and they were freaking amazing. If the trade-off for missing that today is getting to meet the Undertaker in person, then I will begrudgingly accept that trade.
Oh, that you know what? That sounds like a plan. Kevin, we'll get to Mickey in just a moment, but before
I got a quick note if you want it. Oh, we got him now.
Yeah, let's go to Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Mickey, how's it going today, man?
I think you guys are spread too thin.
We are all over DFW in America right now.
You're all over the country, Jay.
So, Mickey, I know obviously you have been covering the Cowboys for a really long time and you are it feels like you're a resident historian about that. And I got to tell you, I know everybody makes lists and whatnot, but the Morning News put out a list of the best 100 Cowboys of all time. And I cannot tell you how freaking excited I was to see Larry Allen at number 2, because I know everybody talks about the triplets, and I understand all of that, but Larry Allen was just ridiculously dominant.
Yeah, he was. And, I haven't seen that list. I'm sure Roger was number 1.
He was. If you want, Corey can read you all 100 in numerical order.
No, I'll just ask. So where did Aikman come in?
Okay.
Number 99. Aikman was 9, wasn't he?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe he was going to be like 3.
Okay, so that seems to be the most divisive pick. So I'll just run down the top 9 real quick. It is Roger, Larry Allen, Bob Lilly 3, Emmett 4, and then Chuck Halley 5, Mel Renfro 6, Randy White 7, Dorsett 8, and Aikman 9. And I have to admit, like a lot of other people, I was a little surprised to see Aikman at 9.
I am too. Now, obviously, I wasn't covering the team in the 60s and
Right.
the 70s, not until the mid-80s. So I know what I saw, and the Cowboys don't win 3 Super Bowls without Troy Aikman,
100%.
bottom line.
Yeah.
And by them being able to draft him number 1 in 89, turned a struggling franchise around. Not immediately, because as Jerry just told you, one guy can't win the game by himself. But his influence, his ability, his leadership helped turn a franchise that had lost, 3 consecutive losing seasons.
Yeah.
And then went on to the 4th and the 5th. To me, he's got to be pretty high on the list.
Does it frustrate you then, not in DFW, but nationally, you will occasionally hear people, despite the fact that all of that is true, despite the fact that Aikman is in the Hall of Fame, you will hear people try to say that he was a glorified bus driver?
Okay, so I'm going to give you a neat little story. The year that he was up for voting into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, he was one of the candidates. I wish I remembered the year, but so I'm at the Super Bowl, and I heard all the negative things about Troy, about his numbers. Oh, he was just part of a really good team. This, and that, and there was a sort of reception type interview opportunity for Bart Starr. Okay. And I think I've told you guys, growing up as a kid in Chicago, I was a Packers fan.
Oh.
And Bart Starr was my guy, right? And a lot of times when you come face-to-face with guys that you think are not your hero, but you kind of respect, you're going, gosh, should I go up and talk to him? Am I allowed? And I'm 30-some years old, right? Maybe 40. So I went up to him, and I said, Mr. Starr, I called him Mr. Starr, and I said, there's been a lot of talk about Troy Aikman not having the qualities to be a first-ballot Hall of Famer because he didn't have the numbers. And Bart Starr looked at me, and he took his forefinger, and he started poking me in the chest, going, well, let me tell you, right? And he went on to say exactly what I needed him to say, that this isn't about numbers, this is about quality of play. And this guy was a leader and deserves to be in. And I was like, okay, thank you very much. I got poked in the chest by Bart Starr.
I accept.
Well, Mickey, with Deron Bland going down, I asked Jerry this, and I want to get your opinion on this. And we kind of kicked it around on the show yesterday between ourselves. Are you going to expect more from Trayvon Diggs from the team? Because we know they're still kind of ramping up, but if you're making the call here, are you going to say we're just going to stay calm and we're going to just go ahead with the plan as we already had it planned out a month ago? Or are you saying, hey, we need you to play, 10 more snaps. We need to kind of speed this thing up?
Yeah, so what did he play? 27 snaps in that first game, and it was mostly on nickel? I'm sorry, big boy. You got to go out there. And if you got to play 40 snaps, 50 snaps, we're going to have to hang with you. And hopefully he can do it. Because if he's not out on the field, and, I thought Kaiir Elam, with the exception of the one play, I thought he played well, and you can win with him. But now, who's the next guy up on the outside? Because I think they have somebody they got their eye on in the slot with Reedy Stewart. He did it last year, not a lot, but he did it last year for Eberflus. But after that, who's the next guy up on the outside? Bridges? And it doesn't have a bunch of experience. I'm sorry. Trayvon, I need you to play 50 snaps.
Man, hey, that's my I think my biggest fear in this game, Mickey, is moon balls to deep throws that could beat this Cowboys defense.
The way you counter that is with your pass rush. You better get to Russell Wilson, and I think that's going to put more pressure on those guys, not only with a pass rush, but a concerted pass rush where you don't let them out the lanes. And I think we saw that can be done if you got the right guys up front, because Jalen last night, Daniels, he was neutered, right? What did he rush for, like 17 yards?
So much pressure,
that guy in the pocket because he was under duress all night long. I think they sacked him 4 times and had 12 quarterback hits. That's what's got to happen. You've got to keep that guy in the pocket, unlike what Detroit did when they played Green Bay, and unlike the Cowboys did when they played Jalen Hurts. Keeping that guy in the pocket and don't let him beat you with your legs. And that's going to be one of the number one things, I think. Even though whatever your thoughts are on Russell Wilson, he will pull the ball down and run with it at the first sign of trouble.
A lot of people made a big deal out of Malik Neighbors for the Giants on the sideline last week with kind of his towel over his head and slumped down. I know conversations like this used to happen with Dez Bryant. Like, how do you view the, sideline body language of, hey, somebody's being selfish versus I thought Malik Neighbors was just upset because they were losing. And, I appreciate that level of passion, but where do you kind of fall on how to decide the difference between passion and selfishness or being a crybaby?
And you know what? Is there any other position that occurs with besides
just wide receiver? Yeah.
It's the wide receiver nature, right? Because they don't have as much control of their ability to get the ball. They depend on a whole lot of other people, right? And I'm sure it gets frustrating when you're not, you're not getting it. As long as you're doing it on the sideline, with the coach or a teammate, but don't do it on the field and don't do it with the quarterback. And as long as that's not happening, I'm okay with it. Because, back in the day, Michael Irvin, he was pretty demonstrative on the sideline, right? But in the huddle, he shut the hell up and listened to Troy Aikman. And he'll tell you that, right? That, I can do whatever I want, but when I'm in the huddle, Troy's the man. And so, to me, if you do that, then you're a disturbance. Don't mess with the quarterback, and don't mess with him, especially in the huddle.
Yeah, that's true. That was the key I always heard and I've always lived by was Michael Irvin. Even now saying, hey, I might have been the heartbeat, he kind of, will say that, but it was always Troy's team and that everybody followed me. So I would lead them directly to Troy. And that was an important factor. This Cowboys offensive line, Mickey, as we're moving forward here, the battle with this front seven for the Giants is probably going to be the most interesting battle in my mind.
It may be tougher than what Philadelphia posed. I mean, you've got 3 first-round picks that they can put on their defensive front along with Burns, who's a pretty darn good player, right? And I think that they're going to have their hands full. And not just with the ability to protect Dak Prescott, but to run the football, and I think that's going to be a big deal in this game, their ability to efficiently run the ball, not necessarily, the total yards they end up with, but be efficient, and be efficient when they know you're going to run and your ability to run, say, 4 yards. And that hurt them in this last game, that second half, when, they didn't run as well after that fumble. I think you're right. I think that, we can sit here and talk, the Cowboys beat them 15 of the last 16 games and 8 straight and all that stuff. But this ain't the same Cowboys team that won all those games, and this ain't the same Giants team either. And I think that, when I looked at it, and I know they got beat by the Commanders 21-6, but all I could think of is they had 11 snaps inside the 8-yard line and only kicked a field goal. But just think if they had been more efficient there, their defense gave them an opportunity to stay in the game and potentially win it.
Well, with all that in mind, Mickey, it is time for a prediction, good sir.
Now I'm going to contradict myself, right?
We're going to win 40-0.
How about 30-17?
Okay. No, I like that. I think most of us would be pretty good with that result.
I'll take it.
Maybe 2 pick sixes. Yeah.
Did you guys already make your pick?
Yeah, no, 40-0 No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, I think I'm hoping something like 31-13. So I get you for sure.
All right. Well, the beauty is that we get to see, right?
Absolutely, we do. And hear it right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you, Mickey, very much for your time, good sir. We'll hear you on Sunday, I believe.
Good to be with you guys.
Absolutely. There he goes. We'll talk with him on Monday as well, Kevin. That spread has kind of drifted a little bit. I was listening to Choppy and Sean and Bobby and Peyton's show this morning, and that spread's kind of changing up a little bit. It's wild, but I don't. Choppy says whenever they put it at 4-6, usually that means Vegas doesn't know exactly how to play it.
Right.
And so that's a little concerning to me of where it is at the moment. But
now,
we'll get there, man.
I got another thing that's going to be concerning for you. I know it wasn't going to be live on our show, but Corey, I told you off air that actor and host Mario Lopez was scheduled to be here today. They have given an updated schedule. AC Slater is no longer on the list. So that is the bad news. The good news, your buddy, I know you love him, Josh Duhamel.
Oh, yeah, Josh Duhamel.
Yeah, he's supposed to be here later after our show is over. But between 12:45 and 1:45 Central, both The Undertaker and Triple H are supposed to be in this building, in this room, and I'm hoping I can, try to get that going.
I think the last time I talked to Josh Duhamel was at Dirk's event, and he said, "Yeah, how's your wife doing?" Tell her I said hi, and so that was a memory she'll never let go of. Coming
He's
up
on
next
alien
year
Earth.
Coming up next year on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time for some AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus sometimes in sports, when you know, you know. Next on the Fan.
Okay, now that is very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
at Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Started every game over the last 2 years since they picked him up. On 2nd and 6, good protection, pass wide open, making the catch and getting into Washington territory. Tucker Kraft pulls his way down to the 20-yard line.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece, and I feel like that was intentionally aimed at me after Tucker Kraft destroyed my fantasy team last night. I don't appreciate that so much, Jacob, but, we're all a good friend show here. It is the KNC Masterpiece, and we are live from Taco Bueno right here in Arlington, 1419 North Collins, and we want you to come by, get your Tolo trucker hat. They also have some opportunities to win some Cowboys Taco Bueno hats. Kevin, these things are legit awesome. I need one.
I'm stealing.
I might have to steal one from somebody that wins one is what might happen here in just a little bit. Did you have a question?
Yeah,
Kevin?
the very first Taco Bueno that we went to, I got a couple of Taco Bueno pins. So they've got some really cool stuff. That's awesome.
Yeah, my kids have those pins on their backpacks for school. Don't forget, tomorrow night I'll be at FC Dallas. I'll be at the Derbyshire for an FC Dallas watch party. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to this. The last one was a blast. We had some great giveaways there, and the game's going to be right around the corner. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Action-packed environment, best fish and chips you'll ever have, I promise. And the place, it's just a great pub to be at. So come see me at the Derbyshire. My wife has said she will go. So she is not leaving me.
Really?
After yes. Are you surprised that she's not leaving me? Is that the thing?
No. I was surprised. I didn't know she would want to be out and about. I don't know what the patch situation is happening there.
No, it's not a. It's a clear. It's a clear contact, Kevin. It's not an actual Band-Aid. So
I think you're lying.
She looks like one of those dolls though right now, where one eye's kind of closed and the other one's wide open. So she is struggling with that. She might just wear sunglasses.
Does she have a parrot up on her shoulder or anything?
I did tell her, because I told Alec this morning the caption on the email that goes out for Tolos out there. It said, how Corey almost blinded his wife, and I said, look, we made the list, and she said, I hope it was worth it. And so now it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it.
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec, air quotes, everybody else Medford, the pride of Mansfield, Texas, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Twitch and YouTube is available for you as well. And we're actually going to have 2 questions of the day. One is very quick, and the other one is in reference to the National Day calendar, gentlemen. But the first question is, should Alec, everybody else Medford, go in my Twitter bio? And then the second question of the day is going to be based on a national holiday today. It is National Video Games Day, gentlemen. So
I love it.
The low-hanging fruit has to be taken. What is your favorite video game of all time? 877-881-1053 to answer the question of the day. And then some sound from Joe Buck that we're going to get to later. I believe it was with Bussin' with the Boys, talking about the one time he went into an NFL game just knowing that it was going to be a blowout.
Okay, all right. On the front of the video game, as much as I still play Call of Duty and as much as I enjoy that game, I also hate that game, and I say it every time I play it, and somebody kills me, and I'm like, this game's stupid.
Yep.
It's a ridiculous game, and there's a lot of cheaters. It's an awesome game. I love it. I enjoy being able to talk with my friends. That's how we keep in touch a lot of times. But that is the one right now. But all time, I'm going to go with Tecmo Bowl because I smoked my son in that game. I think it was 27-0 in the first quarter, and he was like, Dad, I'm not sure I want to keep playing this. And I was like, you're damn right you don't. You don't want to play this game against me, son. Because he was bragging about how good he was at Fortnite, and I had to show him, how we do it in Tecmo Bowl. So,
man, this is a tough question. I think I'm going to go with an odd answer here. I want to answer with a wrestling game, and I was thinking about it, but I'm going to go a different direction. I thought there was like an entire year, me and all my friends at A&M did nothing but like outside of when we played video games, Episode 1 Pod Racer for Nintendo 64. That game was badass.
For no good reason either. Like it was an overly simple game, but like it just hits different. I played that plenty. Growing up, I ended up playing a lot of like either my dad or my aunt's old like video game consoles. So the N64 floated around for a while. Like the original Game Boys and stuff. I played those two until they literally fell apart. Like they stopped working. I think I peaked with the PSP though, and I think that's when video games in general peaked. The PSP is like the most elite console of all time, if you ask me, especially some of the like special edition ones that they would put out that had cool art prints on the back where you put the little disc in. It was amazing, and I missed that time in games. CD. Yeah, that's right. And I missed that period of time, and they need to make a comeback with it because that was elite. But 877-881-1053 for National Video Game Day, your favorite video game of all time. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of this from the 817 Halo 3.
Mm-hmm.
That is...
Dude, Halo
all
and
time.
Unreal Tournament. I don't know if you ever played Unreal Tournament. It's pretty
Heard
much
of it,
kind of
didn't
the
play
same
it.
thing. When I worked at this office building, and we were all IT people.
Yeah.
And so we knew how to like play LAN games throughout the building, so we would play those games all the time. That was fun. That was an absolute blast. I saw somebody say Duck Hunt on the NES. Kevin,
I hated that dog so
everybody
much.
hated that dog. You thought you got the right shot off, and he would jump up and laugh at you, and you'd be like, "Gosh, a dog!" And you couldn't do anything to him. You know,
we all pulled the trigger to try to shoot that dog on the screen, right?
We definitely
in the video game. I should probably make that clear.
Yeah, and like any of those standing arcade games where you did have the physical like plastic weapon that you were shooting, and anytime one of your like soldiers got in front of you, so your weapon just wouldn't work, and you're like, get out of the way, man. Like I'm trying to beat this high score. I'm trying to beat my buddy that I'm playing with. And speaking of arcade games, one that I feel like is underrated because it never fails to enrage me and get me to keep playing for an hour at a time is Golden Tee, the golf game. Oh my gosh, because I suck at it just as much as I do at real golf. So like it's just the idea of I'm not going to hit the fairway every single time. It's going to make me mad, and I'm going to keep playing it because I'm convinced that I'm somehow magically going to get better at it.
Okay, question not only about like Golden Tee, but I was thinking kind of the big buck hunter. How do you feel about the people that line it up like they're actually out in the wild shooting animals versus like I'm just going to shoot the gun? How do you feel about the people who are like, no, I got to line it up and everything, and you're like, come on, dude.
Yeah,
just shoot the gun.
I kind of respect the level of intensity, you know. If you're gonna do something, you may as well be good at it. You know, why not make it as realistic as possible? Is that not why we play video games, to get invested in the game, Corey? You know, sometimes you just want to feel like you're a madman in that video game. Sometimes you want to run the red lights in GTA because you can't do that in real life without getting in trouble. You know, so that's how I always played the game. So I kind of respect it, Kevin. I kind of respect it. I see from the 903 GTA San Andreas. Maybe we will get that GTA 6 sometime in the next 15 years. That would be pretty cool.
It's never happening.
It's been delayed, probably 18 times now?
Yeah.
It's amazing how they can just continue to get my hopes up.
What will happen first? We will get GTA 6, or the White Sox win the World Series, or Jesus comes back.
Oh, man. I think Jesus will walk this earth, if we're being honest.
Yeah, I think I might go White Sox.
Man, this is a pull from the 469. I've not played this game in probably, 15 years. Angry Birds? I didn't know that was still around. I didn't know that was still a thing. It actually kind of makes me happy to see that people are still playing that.
469 said, y'all aren't ready for this Splatoon because it's such a unique idea for a shooter game. It was actually my entry into esports broadcasting. I played Splatoon with my kids all the time because they got it on their Switch. Yeah. And so I would play that on the Switch with them, and like it was an absolute blast. But it was very irritating when you painted over an area and you were satisfied that you had covered the entire area, and then somebody just came through and painted over what you just painted.
Yeah, just like in real life, I'm sure. The one that I thought of as well was the original gold cartridge Zelda on the NES, because, man, that felt like a game changer when you could save your progress. They're like, hey, We know you're not getting to level 8. We know you're not getting the Triforce today. So go ahead and save it. And that was like wild at the time.
We got a text on my personal phone from our on-site engineer, Ruben Portillo. He says he actually has a power ranking here. We'll go from the bottom. Number 3, Pokemon Diamond.
Okay.
Number 2, Mario Kart. And number 1, Diddy Kong Racing on Nintendo 64.
I don't think I ever played that.
I don't know that game either.
Was that like pole position, if you will?
He says yes.
That game was, Kevin, that game right there was ultimate. Like, that was so much fun as a kid.
And Alec, I was trying to give you, I know Nintendo 64 is not the most modern system, but what I really wanted to say was like Excite Bike or the Ninja Turtle arcade game. So I did try to like modernize it a little bit for you.
And I appreciate that effort. Jacob, before we hear from Joe Buck, do you have any entry for National Video Game Day?
Yeah, I'm going to go with an OG and a college staple with me and my roommates. So Wii Sports, and specifically Wii Sports Golf.
Yes.
This is my OG. So, I mean, it's a rainy night outside in Lubbock, man. You just go grab some drinks and throw on some Wii Sports Golf and have some fun. So
it could be a regular night in Lubbock. There's nothing to do there.
That's true. Yeah, that's a great point.
Any day that ends in Y, you can drink and play video games in Lubbock.
Another great point.
I went out there for one weekend in my life, and I said it was kind of like the person that texted in about Portland yesterday. Went once. I think I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
Guys, let's hear from Joe Buck on Bussin' with the Boys podcast. They asked him, was there ever a time that, you get like the week of prep going into a game and you just knew this game was over before it started? And he's actually got a fun personal tie to this game.
So my wife, bleeds Bronco, whatever they are, orange and blue.
Orange, yeah.
And we did our production meetings with Denver first and then Seattle. So on, let's say, Wednesday, we met with Denver. And it was great. We're on their team bus, in the back of the bus, talking to Peyton Manning, and then somebody else would come back there, and it was great. Then the next day we go, I think the Giants facility is where Seattle was, and we met with the Legion of Boom all as one group. And, I mean, Earl Thomas and Cam Chancellor, and Troy and I walked out of that production meeting, and it was like, Denver's got no chance. They looked like they were ready to run through a wall on Thursday.
Yeah.
And I went back to the hotel, and Michelle's like, well, how was it? I said, I don't think you're going to like this game. And her brother flew in, and she had family, and that was the game in New York, and it was just, that was one that I could see coming.
Is he talking about the Super Bowl?
Yes, Super Bowl 48, where the Seahawks obliterated the Broncos 43-8. And he just knew from the production meeting with the Legion of Boom crew that the Broncos had no chance. And I thought that just adds insult to injury when the wife brings in a ton of family because she's with the Broncos organization. She's like, hyped up. And he's like, no, you don't want to be a part of this. That's pretty bad. And then before we get out of here, Corey, you did show me that Todd Archer has tweeted, as one does, and Brian Shottenheimer has told reporters that Trayvon Diggs might not be ready for a full-time role yet, but he will see more action than just in the nickel package on Sunday. So increased reps, but not ready for a full workload.
Yeah, good information there as they continue to ramp him up. We're going to need him for the full season, not just for a couple games early here. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, do you believe in the quarterback win stat? Gridiron Gravy next on the Fan.
Hi, baby.
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Snap is back. He looks to his right. He looks to his left. He runs to his right. Foot in the ground. Wide open lane. Touchdown, Jalen Hurts.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Hopefully we don't see more of that from Russell Wilson against the Cowboys on Sunday. We are live from Taco Bueno, 1419 North Collins in Arlington today. We got the crew out here with us as well. Kevin is in Las Vegas trying to hunt down Triple H and The Undertaker as he's trying to – are you going to tackle him and wrestle him? How's this going to go?
Definitely not. Well, actually, I do think it would be kind of cool to get the pedigree. I did talk to the guy, and he was like, it's a tight schedule. We'd probably be at a hard 5 minutes. And I was like, all right, that'd be great. And also, we'll see about that.
Yeah, I dare you to just give me 5 minutes. Kevin,
Look,
also –
I already stole something out here this morning. So
yeah,
that's right.
What are they going to do? Hey, I did want to say it is still. You just heard the commercial for it. It's going to be awesome next week. Sean and RJ. It starts with them and Bobby and Peyton show. Our show and G-Bag Nation giving you a chance to win the ultimate Cowboys fan hang. You and a guest come out, watch the game October 5th. And we're going to be in the Cowboys meeting room at the Star in Frisco. You're going to be the Cowboys cheerleaders going to be there, former players, and feeding you with some amazing Whataburger. Also, I think this is just a spectacular thing that only the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, can do. Nobody else can do something like this, and it's awesome. But right now, Kevin, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yep.
Dip it and rip it.
I heard that. I like that. And Corey, Alec, I believe you can both confirm this. There are some former Cowboy players, maybe a lot of former Cowboy players, that will give you different opinions if there's no camera on them or microphone on them. You know what I'm saying?
I absolutely know that we've been at places with former Cowboys players that have had thoughts. So that happens. For sure.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And they always do go, I don't care if this is on the record or off.
Yes. Yes.
So you're telling me that it pays to Tolo.
Yeah, it pays to Tolo, baby. It pays to Tolo. That's right.
All right. I'll allow it this time. Now, if you needed even more intrigue for the Giants game, which Corey told you can hear right here on 105.3 The Fan, CeeDee Lamb brought up that he said, man, Drew Phillips, he tackled me last year and hurt me, so I got something for him for sure. I don't know how much, added – whatever you need for CeeDee Lamb, and it's only week 2, but if he's like, hey, I feel like that guy hurt me last year, and also clearly we have discussed all week the drops of CeeDee Lamb and how amped up he's going to be for this game. So it kind of feels like maybe if you're looking at some higher, lower, maybe you hit those hires pretty intensely, you feel like?
Yeah, did you – I was listening this morning to Schotty on with their show, Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton's show, and Aiden. Don't forget about Aiden.
That's right.
And they asked him, hey, are you planning on getting him the ball early and first to kind of get the whatever out of everything? And he was like, I mean, that's kind of a dumb question because, yes, we always get the ball to CeeDee Lamb. Not that he said it was a dumb question, but he was like, we always do that. Like, he is our primary offensive target. But then he threw out that line that I really like. I like hearing it from CeeDee Lamb. I think he's more than just talk most of the time. And he was like, he said, what that did for me was wake up a monster. And that gets me pumped up for seeing what he's ready to do against the Giants.
Now, you mentioned Shottenheimer. Did you hear that? I guess he said he talked with Jadeveon Clowney again yesterday. Said he talked to Clowney while I was cooking dinner, and one of Clowney's sons said, "I don't know you." And Schottenheimer said, "You might." And then added it was a business decision for both sides. So while we had heard rumblings that maybe it wasn't going to happen, it kind of sounds like it is very much still a possibility, right?
Yeah, I mean, hearing Broadus yesterday, if you heard the G-Bag Nation talking, or also if you follow 105 Through the Fan on Twitter, you get that information as well. It was the Cowboys wanted to, but Jadeveon Clowney chose to wait. Now, I don't know, Kevin, if he's trying to leverage the Cowboys for something else, or if he's just like, look, my body, I only want to play so many games. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe he wants to get his body into a better shape. But Steven did say, he's the kind of guy that keeps his body in shape for something like this. So they're pretty confident about that. Hearing Jerry talk about that this morning, whenever we asked him a little bit, do you believe that that mindset of we wouldn't be bringing him in if we didn't have a hole there, but also extra money to spend too? This gives us those opportunities to pursue some of these things that people get pumped up about.
No, I don't. Because, look, I get it, and we only have so much time. I have a huge, I would say disagreement, but I'm just going to say I have a huge issue with the way that Jerry described it, as if they wouldn't be able to bring in Jadeveon Clowney if they would have re-signed Micah Parsons. We went over this a million times. If you had a long-term deal for Micah Parsons, you would have created more money this year. And I know people are going to be like, what about future years? Is there any part of you that thinks the Cowboys are looking to sign Jadeveon Clowney to a multi-year deal?
No.
I get that's part of the PR spin, but I will just say this. It's not that I think it is wrong. That is fundamentally incorrect when it comes to the salary cap. That's not an opinion. That's a fact.
Also, Alec, don't argue with people on Twitter about how we interview Jerry Jones. Just trust me, it's not worth your time.
I needed to get my phone in for the day.
Oh, do people have... Do people have beef? Great.
Oh, of course. Without listening to the interview, they accused us of not of being softball questions to Jerry about Micah Parsons. So
yeah. Apparently, Kevin, you didn't ask any questions about Micah. So.
Oh man, I thought I asked numerous ones about Micah, but okay.
Yeah,
all right.
But like I said, it's not worth it.
So this one's going to be a little tricky. All right, just go ahead and give me who do y'all think are the best 3 quarterbacks in the NFL?
Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen. Those 3 fall in that category. I think Jalen Hurts is working his way into the category too.
Ooh, all right, Alec, what say you? Just best 3. I don't need them in any order or whatever.
Yeah, it would be Burrow, Mahomes, and Allen for me in some sort of order.
All right, so in your face, Lamar Jackson. But my point is this, because people like to talk about quarterback win stats, and then some people get really angry about that. So I just wanted to throw this out there because of what y'all said. Quarterback winning percentage since 2022. Jalen Hurts is number 1, Patrick Mahomes is 2, Josh Allen is 3, and Lamar Jackson is 4. It feels like it's generally accepted that 2, 3, and 4 in Mahomes, Allen, and Jackson are all elite. So why do those quarterback stats matter for them when it comes to wins, but not Jalen Hurts? And everyone just defaults to, well, he's got a great roster around him. And I'm not disputing that he's got a good roster around him, but it feels disingenuous to me to take away all credit from Jalen Hurts as if he just exists and they win in spite of him.
Yeah, I think that's a really valid point there, Kevin. All these teams have really good rosters. Maybe they're not all full of first-round picks, but all these guys are in the NFL for a damn reason, and they're in these big games for a reason as well. Maybe Philadelphia has more teeth. Does that also mean that Jalen Hurts has to have the respect of all those dudes in that locker room? We were just discussing this about Troy. And, Kevin, I think you watch these guys. They believe that dude's going to put them in position to win. I think the big thing with Jalen Hurts starts with when he was in college, he got replaced by Tua. All right? I think that's where it starts. and then he wasn't the most accurate, and he was a product of the OU system, and then when he got to the NFL, he wasn't the most accurate. But dude, all he's done is continue to win games and continue to be a good quarterback in the game and put his offense and defense in chances to win. That's the most important factor.
So I'm going to give you an analogy for boxing, since we are out here in Las Vegas. Is Terrence Crawford is undefeated as a professional boxer. He fought a ton of amateur fights. He was very good as an amateur fighter, but he lost like 10 times or something. I mean, he did have like 60 wins, but he lost a whole bunch. So, like, he has evolved. And to your point about getting replaced by Tua, I totally hear you on that. How many people do you think there are in the NFL world right now that would take Tua over Jalen Hurts?
I would not.
Yeah, exactly.
I understand what Nick Saban was doing at that time. That was
sure.
the better.
Tua made a hell of a throw.
And I honestly think that was the best thing for Jalen. He needed to challenge himself to be a better thrower. In college, he wasn't. And he needed to challenge himself to become a better thrower. Is he perfect? Is he Troy Aikman? Not even close. But he has a combination of being able to throw some really great passes to some elite receivers, and then whenever all things break down, he can take off.
I go back to that list, and that's why one of the reasons I wanted to talk about this. I'm not saying that Jalen Hurts is the best quarterback in the NFL or anything like that, but I think we would all agree that numbers 2, 3, and 4 on the list in terms of wins are all among the best 4 or 5 quarterbacks in the league. So it just stands to reason to say, like, surely there's a middle ground, whether that means you think Jalen Hurts is 5 or 6 or 7 or whatever. It feels like there's probably a middle ground that we should all be able to be like, all right.
Yeah, probably so. Kevin, on the fan text, there are some texters asking if you can place bets for them while you're in Vegas. You are in Vegas for the Canelo Crawford fight.
Right.
How many bets have you already placed? Because you arrived in there last night. I know you only had like 8 minutes to get to the airplane after I dropped you off.
Dude, there was... Okay, and maybe we talk about this at some other point, Corey. I kid you not. There was legitimately one person in front of me in the TSA line.
How glorious is that, man?
Yeah, so like I know we were on a tight schedule because if you've been to DFW as of late, obviously construction slowing everything down. I flew through there to get to the gate. I really did.
As for the bets placed, is that a yes or no? Can they cash app you, or do you just suggest going on Underdog and take care of it that way?
You know what? Because that's a totally different thing, and obviously that's just daily fantasy.
Those are good. Those are good plays.
Yeah,
those
that's right. They're totally different. In terms of betting, yeah. If some people want to set that up, I could probably make it happen. I haven't made any bets yet because as soon as I got here yesterday, I was looking to set up in Media Row. Obviously, that went really well. And then I've been hanging out with Kevin Gray. We went out to get dinner together and everything.
That's nice.
Oh,
yeah, there you go.
Continues to brag. All right,
Corey
guys.
Does not approve.
We'll talk with Kevin again in the noon o'clock hour. But it is time for Cowboys win because Cowboys lose. Because coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, live from Taco Bueno in Arlington, next on The Fan.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors hanging out at Taco Bueno with my friend Alec Medford and the Tolos, baby, and the Tolos. They are here, and they're loving it, man. They're already asking where the next one is, and I'm looking forward to that as well.
All?
Not a single one of them misses.
Nope.
Kevin, who is the shirts they're all wearing right now.
Oh, that's rude.
Yeah, and I thought it was rude, too. I've been defending your honor against them, but
Thank you.
They offered me a lot of money to join their side. So, Kevin, I'm sorry, and I appreciate your friendship all these years, but
yeah,
that's how it is.
They offered me a ton of money too, but I can't use Venmo. So.
Yeah, that's right. So Alex said, just buy me more Taco Bueno, and
That's
I'll
right.
be fine.
Okay.
So, bribes are definitely a way to get to our hearts and stomachs. Right now, it is time for Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because, Kevin, I'm going to let you take this one first because Cowboys win or Cowboys lose, you take it.
So I'm going to go Cowboys win because, and I know Mickey referenced this earlier, and I understand all of the reasons that he's right, but I'm still going to stick with it. Dak Prescott freaking owns the Giants, man. He's got a 13-game winning streak against the Giants. It's the longest winning streak by an NFL quarterback against a single opponent since Tom Brady against the Bills in 2003 to 2010. The only streak by a quarterback longer in NFL history is Bob Greasy against the Bills. So the poor Bills have been on the wrong side of this a couple times. But death, taxes, and Dak Prescott beats the New York Giants, and that is why the Cowboys are going to win this game.
I'm curious for you, were those teams that Dak played with better? Or is it just the simple fact that Dak said, as he said, hey, what they did to me in the first game, I've used that as motivation ever since. And you know what? If that's the case, get hyped for every game the same way, dude.
Right.
But like, is it just him and he's got a special quality in these games, or were those teams really good?
No, I definitely think those teams were good, but I would go back. I think you could find probably at least two matchups where the Giants were at least even or probably had a good shot at winning. But Dak Prescott against these common opponents, against these divisional opponents, he has shown, especially in the regular season, to be excellent at making adjustments.
I thought Bobby made a really good point this morning on their show. He said Schotty would disagree with them, but there's no level of looking past a team that would justify the Cowboys losing to the Giants. Yes. They just are not the quality of team to be able to compete with even what the Cowboys are, whether you think they're middle of the pack or whatever. The Giants just aren't even close to that talent-wise, and that should be the difference in this game. Alec?
I want to go back to Bobby Belt before, who is in the building. He tweeted this yesterday, and I thought it was amazing. The last time Dak lost to the Giants, Barack Obama was president. Game of Thrones had 2 seasons left. Patrick Mahomes was still at Texas Tech. The Astros hadn't won a playoff series in over a decade. Cooper Flagg was 9 years old, and Dabo Swinney did not have a title. So it's been quite a while.
And Game of Thrones still has another season to give us, I believe, at some point,
Ew,
right? We didn't
they?
truly get the final season.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think they just
Can we
kind of
just
rushed
erase
through
that?
it. Yeah, let's get rid
retcon
of
it.
Yeah.
Guys.
Just reboot that season.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like with the outrage, you kind of just need to start over at this point. I never watched it, but my dad was furious, so I assume, hey, something bad happened. Cowboys win because, gentlemen, Russell Wilson. They win because Russell Wilson does not handle pressure in this game with his offensive line that has been as shaky as ever in New York here. We'll just say the Dak Prescott era, it feels like they've had a couple of decent offensive lines in New York. That has not been the case the past couple of years. And, you know, Mickey's talked about it a few times this week, and it's the absolute truth that the second he doesn't feel he has enough time to get his first read, he's going to take off and make a dumb decision decision more times than not. So if you can contain him, if you could just keep him in his current state, which is an aging quarterback that has lost his touch in the run game, that has lost his touch in decision-making, then you should win this game.
Yeah, don't let him have any fun playing the game. Because
great way to put it.
With old men, Kevin, when they get that fun, running through the veins, I'm an old man. Whenever they get the fun rolling through the veins, and they're like, man, this is why I play the game again. Now remember, I'm not talking about you, Thunder Dan. But when
poor Dan.
the Thunder Dan's one of our Tolos out here at Taco Bueno. He, whenever you get that feeling though of like, this is why I play the game, you can have a special day. It doesn't mean you're going to have a special year, because this is kind of like Dirk. Dirk was like, look, on a night, Charles Barkley said this about Dirk and himself. On a night, he can do this, but can he do it every single night? And Dirk kind of understood, it takes so much for me to get out there. Some nights are going to be different than others.
Sure.
So make this be one of those nights where he does not like playing football. I'm right there with you. Cowboys win for me, Kevin, is going to be because, and this does go along with Dak, but because of the receivers. CeeDee Lamb, I do not think is going to ever have another game like he had, a moment like that. And I do wonder I think, Kevin, Alec, that game, that rain delay might have been the best thing for them. Now you're going, hold on, what the hell are you talking about? They lost the game. But that moment of Miles Sanders fumbling the ball was a potential moment for everything to flood them. And an opportunity for them to just get lost in, oh, crap, we are not going to be able to overcome this, and then just a tidal wave of things going wrong for them. What ended up happening was they went in there, Shottenheimer was able to refresh them a little bit, get them refocused. Now, obviously, they lost, but that defense looked different when they came back out, and there was just a different approach. I thought that was a really opportune time for failure. And it happened to CeeDee Lamb, but it didn't happen to some of the other guys out there in that game. So I'm going to say that because of the receivers, CeeDee Lamb, I think Pickens is going to have a big game too. The opportunities are going to be there, and I just don't think that the Giants secondary is going to be able to run with those horses right there. Cowboys lose because.
Oh, can I give you a couple fan texts?
Read the fan text, Kevin.
From the 817, Cowboys win because CeeDee Lamb has 15 catches for 200 yards and 3 touchdowns, and they only lose because the world shuts down and football is suspended. Hey, that happened like 5 years ago, so it could happen.
Before. Yeah.
And then there's a Cowboys lose because from the 469 that I don't want to read because it involves terrible things happening to me in Las Vegas.
Oh, my gosh, you're going to be held captive as a sex slave.
What?
I don't see it happening, but I'll let you know. Well, I guess I won't let you know because
you're held captive. It does remind me though of that moment where Mike was walking down the road in Vegas, and that woman cracked her whip on the ground, and he said no, and then he asked her if her father was proud of her, and that was funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. Was that moment in radio? That was my favorite moment of all time.
I know it won't happen because Mike and I weren't together at the time, but I would love to see that lady now at like a bank or something, and she's like, hey, did you work with this guy named Mike? And I was like, I did. And he goes, oh, well, tell Mike he really turned my life around. I really thought about what he said, but like, obviously that won't happen for a variety of reasons. I was going to throw out Cowboys lose because George Pickens continues to struggle with early season routes. I'm not saying that this will be the case all season, and I know George Pickens has already said, hey, I don't care as much about getting more touches as I do getting open, and a lot of people have gone back, and we've talked about quite a bit, not running the crispest or in some cases correct routes. So I could see that being a loss if he continues to kind of struggle with the route tree early in the season.
Alec?
Cowboys lose because you're going to be shocked by this. Russell Wilson. And the reason I say that is because if he does make the right decisions running around and you can't keep contained, which you saw happen plenty of times, if we're being honest, in the Philly game, which, don't get me wrong, Jalen Hurts is a much better runner than Russell Wilson is at this stage of his career. But if he is able to force the Cowboys to break contain, overcommit on the pass rush, then they're going to be in trouble because he's not going to, get a 95-yard rushing touchdown or anything pretty, but it's going to be enough to consistently move the chains to the point where hopefully they respect, they overcommit to him as a runner, and then that can open up things on the back end for a guy like, I don't know, Malik Neighbors. That's not what I want to see happen, and it's a reality that could happen. Do I think it happens? No, but it could.
I think the biggest factor in this game, it could blow up the Cowboys' entire offensive plan. And fortunately, I have a lot of faith in the offensive coaches on this team right now. I really do. But I think it might be a struggle to run the ball. Dexter Lawrence is an absolute beast in the middle. That front seven, I think, would be the reason that the Cowboys would lose. They could blow up the Cowboys' offensive plan in a heartbeat. Abdul Carter could, apply pressure from all over the field. They actually use him the way we wanted Micah to be used around here by lining him up across the place. Brian Burns is an elite pass rusher. He can destroy your game plan by himself, and they have a handful of guys on that defense in that front seven that could give fits to guys like Tyler Booker and create some problems across that offensive line. That offensive line, Kevin, we said it before the season. It started with Tyler Guyton needing to be a certain level, but that offensive line is the key to what this offense can do overall.
All right, you just mentioned a player I'm really intrigued by. I wanted to ask y'all, I want to ask the Twitch, YouTube, Frankel and Frankel, injury attorney text line. Do you get intrigued with the opportunity to see these high-level rookies early in the season? Like, I know none of us are hoping that Abdul Carter succeeds, but I have to admit I am excited to see him just because he was such a high pick and there's a lot of, steam behind him.
Yeah, I mean, Micah saying that he was the next version, maybe better than himself.
Right.
That was hearing that from that kind of accolade, knowing how highly touted he was in the draft. I know what I watch whenever I watch film of him, but now I want to see how that I always am looking forward to how it transfers to the NFL because now it's the best of the best, the biggest, fastest, strongest guys. Can you do the things that you did in college? So yeah, that's for sure. But also, I kind of want to see by halftime a score so big that Russell Wilson has to come out and Jackson Dart has his opportunity to step into this game and see how he handles it too.
Okay, but are you not worried at all about from the 4-6-9? Well, not worried, but should Russell Wilson be worried? Cowboys win because Future beats Russell Wilson up the night before and he can't play.
Well,
they're in Dallas though. Is Future going to be around here, or is he?
Future can't make his way to Dallas. Come on,
he's got at least one song where he references Dallas and his love for it and the women here. So
They've been together for naked photo shoot was weird though.
We all know that.
Oh, absolutely.
They've been together for a long time though. Do you think he's given up on that, or do you think he's like, no, she's still mine?
I mean, I'd respect the level of pettiness. I'd say you probably need to talk to somebody about that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you guys know me. I love all things petty.
That is true.
So I'd say, hey, you're powerful. You can just write songs about them.
Alec Medford, huge Tom Petty fan.
That's right.
Ooh, I guess I don't get counted as that. I like him. You know what this is going to be really bad. You know what I like the most about Tom Petty?
Hold on, Kevin. I want you to save that for the next segment.
Oh. Okay.
Yes, I want you to save that for the next segment.
Okay.
So,
all right.
I do need to tell you this, though, Kevin, real quick.
Tell me.
Taco Tuesday deals at Taco Bueno, $1 party tacos, all locations.
On a Friday?
On Tuesdays.
Oh.
So Taco Tuesday deals, $1 party tacos on Tuesdays at all locations. So be ready for that.
You're kidding me.
No, I'm not kidding, dude. Well, that's right there in my pocket right there, too. So we can all do it.
Huh.
Did you have a thought there, Kevin?
Yeah, your thoughts?
I really thought you were changing the paradigm of how we did food deals because I thought you were just changing Taco Tuesday on a Friday. I would love that if they were like, it's Taco Tuesday unless K&C is there, and then it's Taco Tuesday on a Friday, just like in December when they weirdly keep saying Sunday Night Football even though it's on a Saturday because they're like, well, you got to know that brand. And I'm like, I'll still watch on a different day.
What I was told is Taco Bueno came to me and said, hey, since you have stalled out on Tank Top Tuesday, can we take Tuesdays over now?
Ooh,
and I was
yeah.
like, hey, anything for you guys.
Okay.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time for the Combo Platter, Band Edition, your sports opinion, and who's your favorite band frontman of all time, plus even more Forgiveness Friday. Next on The Fan.
V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we are live from Taco Bueno at 1419 North Collins in Arlington. Love being out here in Arlington, right around the corner from AT&T Stadium and Globe Life Field. Unfortunately, no game at Globe Life Field because it's at Citi Field where Jacob deGrom is on the bump tonight, and you can hear that game right here on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin, it is time for one of our favorite segments of the week. It is the Combo Platter, ladies and gentlemen. It is the band edition. Give us your sports opinion, and then who is your favorite frontman from whatever band of all time? Kevin, your thoughts.
All right, so I'm prepared, and I know it is the absolutely daunting 2 games back, but my sports opinion, the Texas Rangers are going to win the AL West. Screw
West, huh?
just getting a wild card position or whatever else. They are going to win the AL West. How about that?
Wow. So they're going to pass the Mariners and the Astros in
That's
this.
right. That's right.
So have the Mariners lost in the last 6 games?
I think they've won 6 in a row, and I don't know how many people stayed up late last night for that stupid little wiener sack fly that scored a run. You saw it, man. He was like it was like the shallowest fly ball you'll ever see score a run, and so they were able to get the win. So good for them, I guess.
Kevin stayed up late because he's in Las Vegas, so he was obviously at a book and he was watching that game and betting on it, and that's why he said stupid little wiener shallow fly ball.
If you saw it, that's exactly what happened.
Yes, I often watch baseball and say, yeah, stupid little wiener. Yeah.
Mike would call it a dink fart, but that was that moment right there, Kevin. Did you have bets on that game?
No, I did not. That was a passion project where I'm hoping that the Mariners lose just for the heck of it. And then if you give me cut number 11, this is my favorite frontman for a band of all time. All right, that's good. That's good.
I actually saw Kevin do this with a crowd. He literally at a fan event. He was like, "Hey, I've always wanted to do something."
It was
I was
fun.
like, "I have no clue what to expect." He didn't even tell me what he was going to do, and he went out there and did this. And I was like, I was so shocked and surprised that they were feeding back at him. But that's just the vibe that you get with Freddie Mercury, Kevin.
Man, I think he can make an argument that he is the best front man of all time. Unfortunately, like by the time, I got into music, he had unfortunately passed away, but I've had an opportunity to go back and watch so many of their concerts, and obviously they have an unbelievable library. And dude, if you're like just trying to describe charisma or that it factor to somebody, that is who I would show them.
Go ahead and say what you really feel about him, though.
What do you mean?
Kevin has always said that Wilt Chamberlain has nothing on Freddie Mercury. Because
could
Freddie
totally
Mercury
see.
can play the entire field.
Yeah, I could totally see Freddie Mercury have hooked up with just as many people as Wilt Chamberlain.
Jeez.
Which could be
I don't have the
potentially bad
stats to back that
yeah.
up.
And
That's
who's
just
keeping
a
those
theory.
stats, honestly? Who's keeping those?
Was that a pre-merger or?
Well,
I think it was.
I mean, if it's pre-merger, it doesn't count.
Yeah, that's true. We've
You get
always
what I'm
said
saying,
that
right,
way.
Al?
Alec, your sports opinion and your favorite front man of all time for the combo platter.
I don't want to speak anymore. But my sports opinion, gentlemen, I'm actually way more amped up about tomorrow night's fight than I expected to be.
Interesting.
And I'm a combat sports guy. I'm not an expert. I'm not a know-it-all by any means when it comes to boxing or UFC specifically. But I do tune in for the big marquee matchups, and I feel like at least the past, 5-6 years, I usually walk away from a lot of these fights kind of like, it happened, But this one's got a different feel to it. I don't know if it's the fact that Canelo's going to be making $100 million, so I feel like he's probably going to be giving the best effort of his life. If I had to imagine, if I was getting paid $100 million, I'm giving everything I got. But this is the first time that I've been extremely invested in both fighters, not just one side. Like when it was Spence Crawford, I was more one-sided because local kid, Spence, and like I kind of knew what I wanted to happen wasn't going to happen, but I still hoped and prayed for it anyways, and then he got obliterated. But this one is just it's got big fight feel to it. I mean, Kevin's out in Vegas right now. It's a big fight feel, and I'm amped up.
And by the way, for the Tolos listening, Lucius is here as well. He's sitting 3 feet away from me right now.
Lucius?
Devin Haney is. You should be good. I think you're all set. Oh, maybe not. Well, look, you can't trust my look. Apparently, you can't trust my technical prowess. We tested it earlier. I thought
Engineer
it was good
Kevin.
to go. But look, you'll have to trust me on this. Devin Haney is going to be here like when their show is going on. I don't know if maybe that can happen. But yeah, so Lucius is here and oh,
there he is. Brother.
I told you.
All right, yeah.
What up, LA?
I'm here
There
to
he
talk,
is.
not to be the engineer. It's a miracle we got on to begin with.
I'm proud
I
of
can
you.
definitely hear you, but not the rest of the station. So I'm
Okay,
back
all right.
my
That
behind
works.
back out again.
They can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear him.
But my whole point for the Tolo purposes is as soon as our show ends, obviously you go right into G-Bag Nation, and Lucius is here, and he'll be covering it for you as well. So all day long.
Yeah, my kid, he's the one that kind of revitalized my interest in fighting, UFC, boxing, and everything. And I said, hey, by the way, this one's free on Netflix because Netflix is not
I hate
free.
that description.
But I'm already paying for it anyway.
No,
So
I get it.
that's the way they're looking at it. Is everybody's already paying for it, so it's free.
Yeah.
But he kind of revitalized that. I said, hey, do you want to watch it? He was like, Dad, I'm kind of out on fighting now. And I was like, what? And he goes, but I'll watch it with you if you want to. And I was like, hey.
That's
then,
nice.
Then let's spend some time. Obviously, from 6 to 9 tomorrow night, I'm going to be at the Derbyshire from 6 to 9 with the FC Dallas watch party. So that's going to be going on. But then right after, if that fight's ready to roll, I'll be ready. I'll be ready.
I will be shocked if when you are done at 9 p.m. Central, the fight has begun. I don't I want you to plan accordingly. Do not depend on that. By the way, since you were talking about everyone's got Netflix, I keep having these dreams that they're just going to walk by and like put this envelope on the table, and then you open up the envelope and it's got like a free code for Netflix for life. And so I'm hoping.
Or they're just going to knock on the table and you're going to be like, oh, my gosh, I know exactly what that means.
Yeah. Actually, I would love to talk from someone from Netflix and be like, hey, how come you still keep that as like the sound of your network, even though you decided that Kevin Spacey was not allowed to be on that show anymore? Don't you feel like the knock that he made should maybe not be your signature sound anymore?
Yeah, probably so.
Just a thought. Just a
hey,
thought.
Kevin, if you happen to see our boy Adrian Clark out there, tell him I said
did
hello.
I have been looking for him. I've not seen him.
Local boy turned into a fantastic fight manager. Alec, your favorite front man of all time?
It'll be cut number 13. Rest in peace to this man.
So give me reason to prove me wrong.
That would be one Chester Bennington of Lincoln Park. Grew up huge rock and metalhead because of my parents. We were constantly listening to whatever kind of rock was on the radio, and then whenever I grew up and kind of appreciated sports, I was like, well, I'd rather listen to people talk instead. So, but yeah, that was definitely it for me. I remember going to the premiere showing of the Transformers movie, just because, all the trailers and stuff had this song on there, and What I've Done in one of the other movies. So I'm like, man, this guy's pretty good, and you grow up and you start to learn about these people as people, not just singers, and you hear about the awful things he dealt with growing up, and then obviously took his own life, unfortunately, battle with depression. So just a very admirable human on top of a damn good vocalist.
Kevin, your thoughts when it comes to battling depression? What can you do?
Look, and I've actually, I'm really glad that you asked that, because I was actually just talking with somebody yesterday about that. They had a really terrible story, and I understand why they could be struggling with that. This is the thing that we talk about all the time. If you feel like you're in that spot, let us know on the fan text, on the Twitch, on the YouTube. I will give you my phone number if you need someone to talk to, and I'm glad to talk to you on social media as well. I will tell you, one of the first things I tell everyone is, go to NAMINorthTexas.org, because those are the professionals. They have so many free programs. But I'm glad to talk to you as well, just if you want more professional people, which maybe you should. That's what I would say.
I'll tell you this, too, when it comes to Lincoln Park fans, I feel like that's one of the most passionate fan bases regarding their guys, that group. Lincoln Park fans love Lincoln Park.
I know a little bit of time has passed, Alec. How has the new singer continued to be accepted?
I feel like as time goes on, it only gets stronger, the love from the fan base. She was pretty immediately accepted, was Emily Armstrong, by the real fans, the diehard fans. But of course, there's questions of, okay, well, Chester was one of one. That voice was unique. And then you're totally taking someone else's front man. Dead Sarah was her other band. You take her away from there, and it just seems like as this tour that they're on continues, you see more and more social media interaction and stuff. And I think she's doing a great job, and it seems like the fans are appreciating it too.
Guys, I will roll out this sports opinion. And I know Kevin said that he thinks they're going to win the West, and I appreciate that. At the end of this weekend, the Rangers will be no closer than one game from the division and the wild card. They will be no closer than one game away from it, and that is unfortunate.
You have been consistent on that.
And if you kind of look at it, if they win 2, you still have to have some losses happen in order for things to happen. Mm-hmm. It's hard to go on the road and sweep. It definitely is hard to go up to New York and sweep. That's going to be a difficult thing. I don't think that I'm not saying that they have no chance to do what Kevin said. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, as a fan, it feels like you've been stuck on this number or in this area of this number for so long, and it just feels like eternity. So that's why I have been saying exactly what I've been saying about this all along. And my favorite front man of the band, I'm going to go with Cut 12 here, this band.
I know this song.
Dude was a electric guitar king also. He hung out with George Harrison and gave him a ukulele. There's all these crazy stories about Tom Petty. One of my favorite stories is that he was sitting across the table from the recording the label. And the label was like, well, we're not going to give you this much money. And he was like, okay. And so he sat back, he pushed the pins away from him, and he pulled out a pocket knife and started digging into his fingernails. And they got so scared and they were like, that is so punk rock that they decided to give him the contract that he wanted because he had done that. And he says to this day, well, it's not anymore because he's passed away. He says that he just wanted to clean his fingernails. He wasn't intentionally trying to intimidate them, but it worked, whatever it did. And then that career was pretty spectacular all along the way. I love Tom Petty. He was one of those first artists that I got to know early on as a kid. First CD I ever had was the Wildflowers CD, although there were so many more albums that were good before that.
Now, Corey, I know you think, or at least I think you think, I think you think
okay,
that I'm going to run down Tom Petty. I'm not going to whatsoever. I was going to say one of the reasons I love Tom Petty is his work in King of the Hill. I know Reggie is not, he's in Houston right now, but he loves King of the Hill as well. We've talked a lot about the revival, and obviously Tom Petty has since passed away, but that's one of the things that I really love Tom Petty for as well, as Lucky in King of the Hill.
I need to find out. I need to reach out to Reggie and see how he is enjoying his celebrity at this point, because that was always a conversation that he was very uncomfortable with. By the way, Shout Out Friday is here for you, Kevin. So I want to roll one out real quick. Shout out to
Hold 1 second, sir.
Sorry.
We need to do an on-air test once again because I have another person here who I believe is ready to engage in these shenanigans.
I don't even think a test is necessary. We're sounding good here, brother. We're sounding good here. Live from Vegas.
I like it.
So I didn't jump in and hear you guys start this conversation, but I see where it's going here. We're talking about frontmans from leading bands and whatnot, okay?
Mm-hmm,
all right, so can I throw in the Isley Brothers?
Okay.
Dude,
Ronald Isley.
Okay.
These guys have been getting down since the 50s.
Man, that's crazy.
They've done different genres. They've, doo-wop. They've been soul. They've been kind of jazz, funk type of thing. They've been here forever. They have so many people biting off them at that point. Multiple hits, up in the 20s, I believe, when it comes to the hits.
Golly.
So I just
over
want to
that
give
amount of
Isley
time.
Brothers a little love. Ronald Isley, Mr. Biggs.
All right, I like that. I like that.
Yeah,
Move your
between
body.
the sheets. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? All those songs.
Shout.
Yeah.
Dude, yes.
Shout
That's
is
their
the
first
song.
hit.
Shout is the song, Lucius, that no matter where you are in the world, everybody is ready to take part in jumping up and down. I've seen so many wedding parties go nuts over this song, and it's the one we played it at Reunion Arena for the Reunion Rowdies back in the day too. Like that song always hits.
You know what, Corey?
I'm getting chills right now thinking about
Corey,
that song.
could you say some more words for us right now? Could you just say some more words?
I can say some more words.
A little bit softer now. A little bit softer now.
Exactly.
A little bit softer
Exactly.
now. A little bit louder now. A little bit louder now.
Oh, hey, our speaker over here is kind of busted, so it's making a weird sound, Kevin. So I appreciate you though getting louder as we were rolling there. We might end up shaking this place all over. I did want to shout out Friday. Shout out to my beautiful wife Valerie. Thank you for putting up with all my shenanigans and being an amazing mother to our 3 wonderful children. I love you. That is Tolo, Stephen, and Garland Lucius. My wife's name is Adrian, and I stabbed her in the eye. And also, shout out to my grandma from this is from the Napkin, Ricardo, Sharon McLeod. I love you, Kevin, Corey, Alec. You guys are always awesome. It's always a pleasure to see you guys, hang out with y'all. To our Tolo family, thank you for being part of the family. So that is some more shout-outs from right here from Taco Bueno in Arlington, as our fellas Lucius and Kevin are out in Las Vegas right now. I do have a question for Lucius, Kevin.
Yeah, boy, let's go, bro.
Is it if he's sad that Mario Lopez isn't going to be on Media Row today?
I am sad for y'all, but are you keeping Kevin, are you helping him through this process, or are you making it worse? Because I'm very concerned about his lifestyle while he is in Las Vegas. He likes to gamble.
That is true.
So since I left before him yesterday in Dallas and got here after him for some darn reason.
How did that work?
Yeah, I don't know, man. And now I'm here. So far, he's helped me the most.
Okay, all right.
But now we've just linked up for the first time really here in Vegas.
Okay, all right.
So now it's going to be us. Do you want to go to the weigh-in, the ceremonial weigh-in there, Kevin?
I kind of do, but I'm a little sad about something, Lucius.
Oh.
I sent you a picture of the guest list for today.
Yeah.
And I got a little nosy. I looked over at your phone. And when I looked over at his phone, It was just my phone number, Corey. It wasn't. It wasn't my name, and his name is in my phone.
Well, how you put things in your phone, though, it's like Kevin Fan is what it would say.
So Lucius is just Lucius.
Okay, all right.
But
it probably
that
says
is
Jacob Bordop is probably what it says.
Jacob, I'm not going to lie to you. That is exactly how your name is saved in my phone. It takes a really long time for somebody's name to get changed over to just their name. Yeah. For the longest time, all of Jess's friends, it was their name, and then it said Jess in parentheses next to them, because I would be like, that's how I know that person.
Well, I'm also a little curious. When we went out there for Mayweather Maidana 2, Rick Ross was performing. Do y'all have a performance going on that y'all are going to be able to go check out? Because I was stunned to go check that one out, and then Evander Holyfield said, "Hey, come talk to us," and I said, "Okay, I guess we'll do that." But do y'all have any concerts going around too? And also, Lucius, the last time we were there, a fight broke out after the fight.
That's what happens around fights, by the way. That's the energy that fights bring. Other fights.
Corey thought I was dumb because I didn't move out of the way.
He stood around watching.
I wanted to see.
I escaped because I've seen too many of those things happen. Growing up in East Dallas, we had to get away from those things quickly. So, are you gonna stand around and watch with them?
Streets of East Dallas.
The mean streets of East Dallas and Bryan Adams. Are you gonna stand there and watch the fights with him, or are you gonna say no? We should walk away from.
Okay, so 3 things. First of all, let me defend myself when it comes to how Kevin's name is saved in my phone. I just got this phone. My other phone crashed. I had to re-download a whole lot of stuff, and some things didn't cross over. Okay. I lost a lot of good vacation videos. I lost a lot of good stuff.
Okay.
I had to re-download Uber to get out here. So, new phones. Sorry about that, buddy.
New phone, who dis? I got you.
I got to see new phone who dis play out right in front of me in person.
But hey, it just shows you a lesson right there. You peep through the phones, you might hurt yourself.
No, you're right.
True.
That's right.
You might hurt yourself.
Hey, look,
That's what
I got a
Fula
kid
told
with
us.
another lady, and I definitely peeped through her phone, and it hurt my feelings quite a bit.
Now, I don't know anything about a concert, but right now it is a concert because Matt Barnes just walked by me.
Yes.
I'm about 20 feet from Club Shay Shay and Ocho Cinco.
Okay.
Who else? There's somebody else behind me right here. You know what? There's a lot of stars out here. When I first got here, I seen Rolly Romero, as I was putting up my stuff. And Rolly Romero, I pointed at him, he pointed back at me, and he did a little wink and everything. I was like, this kid's a superstar. Look at him winking at me. He's trying to glamour me.
Did it work?
Yeah, it did work. Look at me talking about him right now.
That's true.
That is fantastic, and that's the great thing too, Lucius. You've been out there a few times. You've gotten to see, that you got to know a few people. So now they're all trying to glamour you because they love you. Kevin, it is time for some Forgiveness Friday. Let's roll with this bad boy.
Now, this is tough. I have 2 that I would like to submit right off of the jump. One, making fun of my wife just a little bit, and the other one definitely making fun of myself. So I called her last night, and I missed her, and I showed her that the call was at 7:52. And her text response this morning was, "That's so weird. Mine says 9:52.
Okay.
And my response was, yes, time zones. Was that the proper response to her in this scenario?
I think, you're just giving her facts. How people take facts is not your concern, all right? It's just you gave her the information that was true. She shouldn't be offended by it.
You present the information, and then after that, it is out of your hands. So
okay.
I can't be mad at you being literally correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now let's talk about when the literal part of my personality definitely did not work in my favor.
Okay.
So do I deserve Forgiveness Friday for looking at our itinerary and not really using common sense? It says the media row.
It's not common.
Yes. It said it was the location, the 6th floor ballroom at the Fontainebleau. So, what did I do? I got in the elevator. I went to the 6th floor. I didn't see a ballroom. I saw signs pointing both ways. I walked all the way down the hallway and it was just a regular room floor. At that point, did I use common sense and go back to the elevator and regroup? No. I walked down all the way to the other side of the hall and still found nothing, at which point I had to reach out and ask someone for assistance, and they go, oh, yeah, you need to go back to the first floor, walk to the other side of the hotel, and that will take you to the convention center elevators.
No, I think you're 100% correct. I would have been here 45 minutes ago if it wasn't for the location of this damn ballroom. 45 whole minutes, bro. I was so close the first time and didn't realize how close I was, and then I gave up on myself. I said, Lucius, you're going the wrong way. You're going to embarrass yourself. Turn back around. So I turned back around, and 40 whole minutes, I was like, you know what? I was right there.
So, see, when I sent you the guest list, I also should have been like, by the way, the 6th floor is a trick.
Yeah.
It's actually in a totally different direction, and then you go up a different elevator to the 6th floor. So, Corey, I don't know if you and Alec would like to forgive us for just really not understanding the concept of where things are.
I'm actually just surprised that y'all were 40 whole minutes is
40 whole minutes, bro. This is a real you figure it out type of trip right here.
Yeah.
Dude, I having been in those, those are the longest hallways on the planet, all right? There's no hallways longer than Vegas hallways, and I think they do it on purpose. I think they make it that way so that people are like, I don't want to go to my room. Do you know how far my room is? Let's just stay at the craps table. It just makes too much sense to keep it that way. Yeah, you never thought about it that way, did you?
No, I still haven't made entrance, but, I wasted a good – I think I missed like 2 or 3 matches in that period.
Okay, so –
it was amazing.
And so next stop, obviously we got to get you to Vegas.
That's right.
Now, Vegas – betting capital of the world.
Drinking capital of the world.
That's true.
It was about 8:30 this morning. I was outside.
Oh.
And there was a man. There was 100% a man. It didn't look slovenly or anything.
Yeah.
But he had a 40-ounce Cobra beer.
Oh, my.
8:30 in the morning, Cobra malt liquor beer, bro.
Okay. All right. What
Yeah,
needs
stay
to
away from
ask?
Yeah, and he wasn't sweating or anything. He was just going from one casino to the next.
So he was fine.
All right. Cup of coffee.
That makes me want to get a Mickey's so bad.
By the way, but Corey, you need to be careful with gambling because did you see that the Charlotte Hornets had to cancel their sports betting theme night because, Terry Rozier is linked to a federal gambling probe.
Oh, man.
So it was scheduled against the Heat. And so they were like, we probably got to change that up. Also, follow-up. The Fontainebleau Hotel has been amazing, and this is just how it works. But do they need to ask for forgiveness for their little candy that they have as part of the mini bar? It's a little box that's maybe the size of a regular package of Reese's Pieces or peanut M&Ms. That thing is $16.
Oh, man.
And also, Corey, think about this. It's at a fancy hotel. Everything is pressure monitored.
Yeah, if you even move it.
Yeah, and it says on there, if you remove it for more than 60 seconds, you will automatically get charged. So if you are thinking about it for a minute, 60 seconds, it says you will automatically get charged.
Well, this is on Netflix tab, so you know what?
Only,
Get after it, baby.
Only to a certain extent is it on Netflix tab. All right.
Kevin,
and then,
real quick from Tolo Jeff, shout out to the KNC Masterpiece. You guys make being a mailman a lot of fun. And it seems redundant that he said mail and man in consecutive orders. I don't understand why he had to say that twice.
I think they mean a postal type of mail for the first one.
Tolo Jeff.
I really thought you were going to stop after mail, and I was like, okay, I can understand that.
And yes, Kevin, my wife has forgiven me for stabbing her in the eye.
Okay.
She won't forgive me for all the jokes I keep making, like when I told her there was a package that was on the way today to keep her eye peeled.
Yeah, because I bet she goes, well, any other packages that come to my door are going to be rejected for the rest of the week.
Yeah, probably so.
Do you think, I don't know.
I have an eye ache.
Yeah, exactly. I can't, my face. Do you think that the handicappers for football need forgiveness because Denzel Ward and Jerry Jeudy said they see disrespect in being 11.5-point underdogs at Baltimore? Is this a forgiveness situation, or are they like, hey, come on, dude, you've seen your team?
Oh, man. And so, because it's the quarterback, really.
Yeah.
Isn't that what the reasoning is behind this? Because that defense is good. The defense is good.
You saw it against Cincy.
Yeah, they're quality defense, but they just don't know what to do at the quarterback position. And quite honestly, Kevin, I don't know why they don't just roll out one of the rookies. I think they fear it because they've done this their entire careers. Just, hey, we've gone through 75 quarterbacks in the last 20 years. Why would we? But they're a couple of really talented, and the more and more we see it, guys are coming directly out of college ready to play the position. And so I don't understand why Cleveland isn't just rocking that.
Hey, Corey, I'm going to ask for preemptive forgiveness from potentially Kyle Yeomans because Triple H and Undertaker just walked in the room. And
Okay.
I know they have other Netflix interviews that they need to do first and whatnot, but I 100% I'm going to try to scoop one of them up and,
Okay, well then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and tell everybody right now. We are live from Arlington's Taco Bueno, 1419 North Collins. Coming up next, it could be Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com without Kevin, or it could be Triple H and The Undertaker. We'll find out next on The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it the Simmons sisters?
Razor Babes.
That's right.
Nutmeg Lady? No.
Nutmeg Lady.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sunrise Day?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we're live from 1419 North Collins in Arlington at Taco Bueno, where we've been giving away Tolo trucker hats all day today, some party packs that go along with it thanks to Taco Bueno, and we are enjoying the Friday football feast as usual with all our Tolo friends. Also, don't forget, tomorrow night I'll be at the Derbyshire in Frisco for the FC Dallas watch party. We got tons of things to give away while we're out there as well. Plus, the place has phenomenal fish and chips. And Kevin, they have some fantastic beer selection as well. So, like that's a thing for me that I really love. I really appreciate. But Kevin, also, I cannot express this enough to the Tolos out there how cool of a deal it is going to be next week. Next week we start a giveaway that only this station can do. Next week we start a giveaway that I think every Tolo out there is going to want to be involved with. The starting with Sean and RJ in the morning, all the way through the G-Bag Nation, you're going to get a chance to win the Ultimate Cowboys Fan Hang for October 5th's game. You get to watch it from the team meeting room at the Star in Frisco. Also, the Cowboys cheerleaders are going to be there hanging out. Also, former Cowboys player will be there, and we're feeding you because our friends at Whataburger are taking care of it. Kevin, you and a friend can do this, and as a matter of fact, we'll talk with Kyle in just a minute about this because that meeting room where that is, huge, gigantic place to watch it. It's going to be awesome. So you and a friend, let's roll this out. Next week is going to be your opportunity to win it, but right now, let's talk to our good friend Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com. Kyle, how's it going today, man?
What's up, Corey? How are you?
I'm doing very well. Today it's me and Alec out at Taco Bueno in Arlington. Kevin is in Las Vegas right now. I think Lucius is hanging around him as well. He's in Las Vegas preparing for the fight that's going to be going on tomorrow night. Canelo and Bud Crawford getting after it.
Nice. There you go. It was funny. I was listening to the segment earlier where you guys had Jerry Jones on, and you asked him about what his favorite Taco Bueno stop was after the game, and I just kind of chuckled, like the thought process of Jerry just like taking the helicopter across the street from AT&T in the parking spot that he has the chopper at, and he just lands it in the front of Taco Bueno there, and just even in the shadow of his own stadium, stopping by to get a couple burritos on his way out.
How funny, that would be him walking in, just, oh, hold on, is that Jerry Jones right there? Yeah, it is.
Now, he's got to drive through. I don't know if he could walk through there, right? He's a drive-through fella
in the bus.
At that point in time. Yeah,
in the bus. Yeah,
probably.
I wonder if the clearance is there.
I was curious about on the football front. A lot of focus has been on the Russell Wilson saga, but outside of him last week, man, the Giants just really, really struggled to run the ball. Is that a product of a still poor offensive line, or do you think it's in combination with both maybe talent deficits on the offensive line and at running back?
I think it's probably more to do with the offensive line, because when you go back and you look at really the matchup this week, that's where Dallas will have an advantage because they're dealing with that left tackle spot that hasn't been solidified. Whether or not Andrew Thomas comes back is still going to be a big question mark moving into this week too. But I think the offensive line up front didn't do any favors. I thought you saw some good physicality from some of those running backs. I know Cam Scattaboo has been physical in his limited action in the preseason and then going into the regular season too. But I just think that offensive line is a work in progress in front of Russell Wilson, which is partially why I think they believe Russell Wilson can still figure things out because he can either navigate through the traffic or make the right calls at the line of scrimmage to set them up for success. But definitely didn't work in week one, and Washington got after them pretty heavily.
The Cowboys offensive line, how did you feel about what you saw from Booker and what you're expecting, the growth from him as we go along?
Yeah, I thought they did a good job. Now, Tyler Booker was going up against the second and third team defensive tackles instead of Jalen Carter. So I think
absolutely.
You gotta, but that's the expectation, is to be able to go up against guys like Jalen Carter a couple times a year and then handle the rest of the NFL. And I thought Booker did a nice job. Was he perfect? No. Was he serviceable in his first start as a rookie and as a starter in the NFL? Absolutely. And when you go back and you even look at the snap counts across the board for rookies in week 1, he was one of the few guys that played the entire game and all the snaps at his respective position, and he did so in a good way. So I think for a rookie debut is about as good as you're going to get, especially against a really talented defensive front. And then across the board, I thought we saw some good things from Tyler Guyton, which is even more encouraging whenever you think the context of Guyton missing practice and not being around the team for a couple of weeks of training camp. He still was able to get into the fold and played really well, I thought, in that matchup and protecting Dak Prescott. Across the board against the Eagles, when you don't give up a sack, whether it was a scheme thing or not, I feel really good about that. Now, they're going to have a second challenge this week. New York has a really good defensive front with multiple young guys up front that are going to really challenge in a different way than Philly did, but still something that Dallas can build upon after a good showing in week 1.
Kyle, let's stick there with the run game. How difficult is it going to be to run the ball against the Giants? Because we joke about how bad they are on paper, which, yes, they're not a great football team, but that defensive front is really, really talented.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to me is Washington was able to run the football, and it showed that New York is susceptible to the run. Even though they're really talented, and take Dexter Lawrence out of the equation, because I think Dexter Lawrence is a superstar defensive tackle, and he has been for quite some time. But outside of that, they're susceptible to giving up the big play in the ground or on the ground. And I know Dallas fans are tired of hearing, pass rush gets home, but the run game can get gashed. That's what New York is having to deal with now. They're able to get Abdul Carter and Kayvon Thibodeau in the backfield for the passing attack and the pass rush. But when it comes to running the football, I think you're going to see open run lanes for guys like Williams and Sanders and Blue if he's active. They're going to have a chance to run the ball against them. Dexter Lawrence is really the one guy who plays the run exceptionally well in that front seven, but the linebackers, Reed and React, didn't look great against Washington. They had a guy like Krosky Merritt, who's a rookie 7th-round pick in this past draft. He looked like a next-level guy for Washington just in one game because they had the lanes up front to run the football. So pass rush, check. I don't know if I don't know if New York is one of the better run defenses in football, even with as much talent as they have up front.
Hey, Kyle, I want to let you know that I love having you on, and we're going to keep asking you questions, but Triple H and The Undertaker are, like, right in front of me, and I'm trying to also see if I can get them to come on air. So I'm sorry if I'm not barraging you with questions.
I completely understand, and the showmanship that you guys have on your show, you deserve to have the guys like that on your show.
I do have a ridiculous question that I got shouted down for earlier. I have such a low opinion of the Giants that I think if you were to lose this game, you might as well just wrap it up.
Is that the question?
Yeah, no, that's I forgot. I forgot. I'm supposed to add to the end of the question by going, what do you think? And and so like I have such a low opinion, and I think the Cowboys' schedule is so soft to begin with that you really need to build up a cushion. So if you fall to 0-2 with that second loss being against the Giants, I am just like, that would take so much of my hope for this season away.
Man, I hate all this negativity that's just being floated out there. I can feel it from Vegas. It's just all the way through the airstream, all the way down here to North Texas. No, don't. You shouldn't wrap it up. But I agree with you. You need this game. When you look at that stretch, and especially down when you get toward the holidays, you got to play Detroit and Kansas City and Philadelphia and Minnesota, Washington twice. You've got to take advantage of these games because 0-2. The Cowboys haven't been 0-2 in 14 seasons. It's been a long time.
Wow, is that right?
The Cowboys have started. Yeah, it's the second longest streak in the NFL. 14 straight seasons. If they win on Sunday, it would make it 15 straight seasons where they have not been 0-2. And the only other team that's done better than that is the Packers, who are now at 19 seasons after starting 2-0 this year. So it's been a long time since you've been 0-2, and it would be quite the hole to work your way out of. But I think you can. It's such a long year, and so many crazy things happen that to wrap it up, I know some of it is somewhat tongue in cheek, but I know you, Kevin, and I know there's not a ton of sarcasm there.
No, I just, but I hope you understand my broader point about how you're right, about how you have to build up early in the season because it looks, at least in theory, although I know the NFL changes rapidly, it really looks like the first half of your schedule is far, far easier than the second half, and I just don't have much faith in the Giants this season.
Yeah, and I agree. I think the Giants, and I've said this all offseason, this is not just watching the film. I thought they were underachieving on their film this year, or at least in week one, rather, than I anticipated this year from the Giants. I thought they made some decent acquisitions. Of course, I loved Abdul Carter. He was my number one player in the draft class outside of Travis Hunter. I think he's going to be a stud and probably the best young edge rusher now in the division, in my opinion. I liked Jackson Dart as a pickup late in the first round. I like the fit there with New York. Now, that's not happening, of course, this week. It's going to be Russell Wilson with maybe a couple packages for Jackson Dart. But I don't think the Giants are far off from getting out of the cellar. I think they're coming to the end of their time as the doormat in the NFC East. But it's not going to be now. It shouldn't be now. They're not the same team as Dallas. They don't have the depth that Dallas does. But you're going to see some fight with the way that they laid an egg in week one. They're going to come back trying to make a statement on the road in week two. And I think that's something that Dallas has to be ready for. If not, they could be staring at 0-2 in the face, but they're going to do it after losing to one of the best teams in the NFL and a team they absolutely, on paper, should beat 10 times out of 10, or at least over the last 8 games, 8 times out of 8.
Kyle Yeoman's joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Kyle, one of the things I saw Babe Laufenberg recently post, and he was like, I love when there's a stripe on the quarterback's helmet because then I can always tell where he's looking on the field whenever he's watching film. And I thought that was and I was like, oh, man, I never thought of it that way, but it does kind of help kind of give you a guide. Did you, when you were watching film of this game, how often did you see Dak's helmet kind of pointing towards the direction of Pickens, and like what's that feel like?
Ooh, I've never heard that before, and I mean, leave it up to Babe Laufenberg to teach us all a little bit of something about football. A lot of the times, and just based on the reading that I saw, and now I'm going to do that next week. I'm watching the stripe of these quarterbacks. Yep. But the vision of Dak Prescott, it seemed like the first progression more often than not was CeeDee Lamb. And it probably should be, but CeeDee Lamb was open a lot in that football game, and a lot of people are going to forget that because of the drops, because of the late game scenario, and CD has probably forgotten that. But CD was all over the field and had 110 yards receiving for a reason. Should have had more. Should have had those big grabs down the stretch. But the way that he built separation was what CD does. So I don't know if there really was a ton of look from Dak to Pickens, but it doesn't mean Pickens wasn't open or wasn't doing the right thing. There were a couple times he was wide open, but the ball was already out by the time he was there or at the stem of his route. So definitely something for me to watch more of now that Babe has given us an insight on how to watch quarterbacks and how they're looking. But I think the progression with CD early, I think this week's going to be a little bit more even when it comes to the two.
Yeah, it was one of those where it was all 22. He's behind the quarterback, so he was like, you can't see their eyes, so you use this as a guide. Thank you very much, Kyle, for your time today, good sir. Hopefully you have a fun one this weekend, and we'll get back with you next Friday.
And go Mean Green, Corey. We've got a big one tomorrow against Washington State, 2:30 kickoff. I'll be out there in Denton, so everybody come say hi if you're hearing this. But go Mean Green, and have fun with Triple H and Undertaker. I hope you guys get them on the air.
You know what? You just said something. Nobody says Denton. They say Denton, right? Like, that's how we say Denton.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Denton,
so
Texas.
That's
Soft
exactly
tea, right?
Go Mean Green. Thank you
y'all.
very much, Kyle. There he goes. Kyle Yeomans right there on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin, I see you. I've been watching you in your pursuit.
It's amazing.
It has been so much fun to watch you try to wrangle in these two characters. How are you feeling right now?
I've been trying to do a lot of nonverbal cues, as obviously you've seen. And then the last thing that I've been going to is I've just been holding up our sign and pointing to Dallas.
And I'm like,
Yes.
that's a top 5 market. So it looks it looks like Triple H and Undertaker have kind of gone through the car wash to the national shows, but I continue every time I see a Netflix person come by, I like wave them down, point at the sign. But what I'm really hoping is before Undertaker goes over to Club Shay Shay, that I can get him to see the Dallas sign. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to stop right here. But it's tough when we're in the middle of an interview because I don't want to be like, all right, Kyle, be quiet. I need to say something really loud. Because that would just be fundamentally rude. And Kyle knows a ton about football, and that would be rude.
I completely agree with you. Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, it is the segment that you have been waiting for your entire day. It is, what football game are you looking forward to the most this weekend?
Tolo means turn it on.
hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Back to 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Inside the 35, already in scoring range. Reed pumps, wants to take the shot, has a man. Touchdown, Terry Bussey.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we are live from Taco Bueno in Arlington, having a good time today. Don't forget, if you didn't get to come out here for this week's Friday football feast, next week we're going to be giving away Cowboys tickets. So get ready for that.
What?
Yeah, that's what we're going to be doing, plus so much more. But we had a good time today. Kevin, I think we just finally gave away all of our prizes for the day. So,
nice.
So you cannot win anymore because you're
Take
in Vegas mostly. Right now, and we'll get to Masterpiece of the Week in just a moment. Kevin is still on the hunt for Triple H and The Undertaker, but right now it is time for what game are you interested in this weekend? And it could be college, it could be high school, it could be professional football as well. That's called NFL, Kevin. Yours.
Right.
Let's go with you first.
So obviously on the college front, I'm going to point out Texas A&M and Notre Dame. Texas A&M did significantly better on the road last year in conference play than they had, but man, it's been a long time since they've been beat a ranked team on the road. They're about a touchdown underdog. I'm trying to decide if I should hedge my bets out here and bet some money on Notre Dame on the money line. So at least if A&M were to win, I wouldn't feel so bad. I mean, I would feel great, but if Notre Dame were to win, I'd be like, well, at least I've made like a little bit of money out of it. And so I'm very excited to see Texas A&M and Notre Dame. It feels very much like it could dictate the direction of the season for both of those teams.
That's one right there that I definitely figured he would be in on for this weekend. Alec, where are you heading?
I'm going to go to the National Football League, also known as the NFL, Corey.
I like it.
And there's a couple interesting matchups this week that I'm looking at. You have a Super Bowl rematch in the 325 slot this week with the Eagles.
Can we stop on that game for just 1 second, Alec?
Sure.
So a note that I saw along the way, this is the first time as of now that the Chiefs are going to be home underdogs in 3 years.
Jeez.
And so you've seen the line kind of fluctuate, but I think it's at Philly by 1.5 right now.
Sure.
But, yeah, first time in 3 years they've been home dogs.
Well, that's what happens when you start getting into dynasty status. Those wild numbers start popping up. I'm more intrigued in that now. But I am going to go to the Sunday Night Football matchup, Falcons-Vikings, because I still want to figure out what that Falcons offense looks like consistently with our favorite Michael Penix at quarterback. And J.J. McCarthy late in the game in week 1 really impressed me. And I want to see what he can continue to build on. I saw this like sounds from the sideline kind of thing that they do, where in the fourth quarter he walked up to Justin Jefferson and he's like, "Don't give up on me yet. Just believe in me."
I like it.
And Jettas was like, "No, you don't got to tell me that. We're good."
Mm-hmm.
They go down there and they orchestrate a beautiful drive. So I'm kind of intrigued by that Vikings team.
I got a game, Kevin, that you can absolutely ignore. That is a noon o'clock game for the Niners and Saints. Don't worry about that. Mac Jones and whoever, if it's Spencer Rattler or Kellen Moore, nobody knows. You can absolutely ignore that game, though, so don't worry about that one.
Thank you.
The ones that I will check in on, though, and here's the thing. With Caleb Williams, I want to see him out of division. Because in division, I know that like they can know you and they can defeat you in that way. And I want to see he's already got 2 opponents early in the season that are in division. I want to see him out of it. But that Bears-Lions matchup between those 0-1 teams, it's weird that you would be this excited about 2 0-1 teams. But here we are with Giants and Cowboys and then Bears and Lions squaring off with each other, both at 0-1. That combination, I want to see if Caleb – I'm still invested in what I think the Bears are eventually going to be. It's just can Caleb Williams overcome not seeing what he's supposed to see? And then it's the other noon game, the Jaguars and Bengals. I know this is a ridiculously weird game to be excited about. Yes.
Corey.
I am very excited about this because I like both of these quarterbacks, and I like some of the other skill players on both of these teams. They're a lot of fun. I don't have any. I guess I do have Chase Brown. I don't have anybody that I'm really like intrigued about in the game for fantasy purposes. This is just one of those combinations that it's two quarterbacks that were drafted very high. One's been to a Super Bowl and one's never lived up. And I want to see that storyline continue to play out with these guys.
Okay, then can I throw out one other game and maybe it will elicit a similar response from y'all? I am interested in Broncos-Colts because that's fair. Because if a lot of people are high on the Broncos, but if the Colts were to win this game and Daniel Jones were to look good again, I'm not saying like that changes everybody's mind, but it does kind of make me wonder how people view him and the Colts if they took down a Broncos team that I feel like people have like pretty decently high hopes for this season, right?
Yeah, and I think you got a really interesting point because what a lot of people – I mean, I know there are a lot of people that are trying to be like, hey, you guys were all wrong about Daniel Jones. And my first instinct is still, yeah, but it was Miami. And Miami is miserable right now. They aren't a good football team. So this Broncos defense is one of the top-tier elite defenses in the NFL. Can Shane Steichen and his bunch put something together that defeats them and Daniel Jones actually match up whenever he's going up against them? I also want to see Daniel Jones. It's going to be another home game for him. I want to see him on the road with when he's not underneath a roof. Because whenever we would watch him in New York, he struggled to throw a deep ball, and he didn't really throw a deep ball against Miami much last week. But without a roof, I wonder if he continues to struggle to throw that deep ball, or if he's found something else in his game. If Philadelphia goes and steamrolls the Chiefs, does that make you guys feel better about the way that your game went, or do you go, no, the Chiefs' window's shut?
That's tough. I'll feel a little bit better, but at the same time, I got to stay level-headed and realize that the Chiefs aren't what they used to be.
Yeah.
Still a good football team, don't get me wrong, but they're not the superpower that I've come to like address them as. So I'd feel a little bit better, but nothing that's going to like help me sleep at night.
Yeah. Right now, though, it is time for everybody's favorite part of the segment. You've been waiting all week for the moment.
My whole life.
When this happens. By the way, Giants left tackle Andrew Thomas is listed as doubtful for Sunday's game versus the Cowboys. So hopefully, well, I'm just going to leave it at that. Right now, though, it is time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Hey, this is where I've been instructed that I start talking.
That's true.
It is time for Masterpiece of the Week, where we go through the wild and wacky and most of the time concerning things that have been said on these airwaves. And we have a tradition here where we like to pick on people who aren't here to defend themselves. So Mickey Spagnola has made many appearances on this segment, and I think this is going to be one of his best ones. I titled this one, Doing It on the Sideline.
Do it on the sideline, with the coach or a teammate, but don't do it on the field, and don't do it with the quarterback.
Oh, my. That's some good advice, man.
I know we have a lot of time left in this segment. I don't even know why we have to listen to anything else.
That's my one seed.
Like somebody texted in the other day, and they were like, hey, have you guys ever put Mickey on Masterpiece of the Week? And I was like, oh, my gosh, yes, absolutely. So they might be a new listener, and that's okay. I always welcome new listeners. Mickey has won many times. And I still, to this day, think that he knows exactly what he's doing when he's trying to win Masterpiece.
He's in on the bit.
Yeah, he is.
All right, before the show, I texted Alec and asked him if he thought it'd be a good idea that I go through and listen to these beforehand. And he said yes. And with that nature, I did not go through and listen to them because last week we went through it raw, and I thought it was a lot more fun. Pause.
Oh, mark yourself saying that.
You got to add that for next week.
Okay. So this one, Kevin said, and it's titled Butt Jump.
His, butt jump wiggle.
Okay.
Yeah, when the Colts got the turnover, that dude was butt jumping and wiggling over on the right side of the end zone. That's what happened. Mm-hmm. I'm not embarrassed by that.
Sounds like a dance in Memphis. Butt jumping.
Yeah. If you saw it, that's what it looked like.
The butt jump.
Man. Butt jumping, man. It was butt jumping in the club last night, bro.
Sounds like a Saturday night.
Buddy was wiggling.
Mm-hmm.
All right, up next we got an entry from Corey. This one's titled "Punch a Kid."
I'll take $5,000. Let me just go punch a little kid for a baseball.
Wow.
Oh, man. See, I thought Mickey was going to run away with this, but now
I don't think we should
I have
play
questions.
that one ever again. And I don't know why I said that either. I honestly
yes,
don't
you
know.
do, because you wanted $5,000.
Exactly. It sounded pretty
$5,000,
clear to me.
It would help a lot, is all I'm saying, especially if it's tax-free. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh, good point.
Oh, you're on air saying that. I wouldn't go with that.
All right, let's stay on topic here. Actually, let's switch over to Kevin. This one's titled "Gigantic."
That thing is gigantic, dude.
Interesting. Interesting.
Oh, man.
I don't know why my mind went to like high school shower scene or something like that.
Yeah. I was looking through the peephole, and I was like, oh, my God. I didn't know you had a weapon like that.
Wrong people.
I'm sorry. Is this why Undertaker won't come on our show?
Probably.
So.
Okay.
That's a joke there.
Okay, actually, that goes right next to Mickey, by the way. So,
All right, so I got kind of excited because I thought we could kind of keep a trend going. This one was titled "Beat Kids" by Sean, but it's 14 minutes and 59 seconds long.
Okay,
so
that one didn't get saved.
Yeah, it's
we
okay.
can't play
It
that
happens. I think this one's sort of, actually, I haven't listened to it. This one's titled "Stroke" from Corey.
it's a silhouette of a dude in his full stroke.
You kind of stumbled there, too.
Yeah, it kind of sounded like I was having one while I was talking just now.
You were trying to avoid saying it, and then you were like, you know what? We've already made it this far.
Yeah,
That was about golf.
Yeah, Kevin was saying that the U.S. put Rory McIlroy, a non-American, on a T-shirt, and at first I bought it, and then he showed me a side-by-side picture, and that was when I realized that was Rory McIlroy's stroke.
Well,
This one could go one of two ways, and I'm kind of terrified. This one's titled "The Hump," and this was Corey.
You've had the hump before, all right? Everybody's had the hump. We know.
Wow.
You know what? Here's the thing. Back in the day, when I ran the bar, Kevin, the end of the night, the guy who ran our karaoke on Friday nights always knew that Adrian was going to come up and sing "Baby Got Back," and then before that, our general manager Noel, he always wanted to do "My Humps" with by the Black Eyed Peas, and he would do that, and all the ladies at the bar would hop up there and sing and dance with him. So. That's a different story. I was talking about getting over something.
Have you heard that the Humpty Dance is your chance to do
the hump? Yeah. Okay, I'm not going to do that part because then I'll do the hump.
Or we've made it to the portion of the segment where the remaining ones are just body parts. So this was Corey, and it's titled "Butt Crack."
If you have an ice cube running down your butt crack, then I get it. That's true. That's true. And
all right.
Lucius, your thoughts on ice cubes?
I don't have any really, actually.
So what had happened, Lucius, was I poured some ice water over my head, and an ice cube got stuck in my pads. And then whenever I went to snap the ball, the ice cube went down my butt crack. It melted and went down, and I got called for a false start. And my coach was like, "How does this happen?" And I tried to explain that to him, and he didn't believe the story. So
yeah, I would have made you run as soon as you said it, Coach. It was ice in my butt crack, Coach. Sorry.
I'm going to show you ice. Get those gassers right now.
Yeah, go ahead. Hit 120, buddy. Get on out of here.
Sideline, go.
Go melt that ice.
I'd love to get Lucius's thoughts on this one. This one's titled "Throat."
Who else do we need to take down?
Throat slam around here.
Well, you know what?
I love
Man,
Mickey.
it felt like Mickey. Yeah, he was ready to respond.
He was in on
to
it.
that.
Who needs a throat slam? Yeah, no, that's actually
Like Nancy Reagan.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, throat go.
All right.
That's just for Carter. That's just for Carter.
Give her respect, man. She earned that name, bro.
Oh my gosh.
You're not wrong.
Nobody knows. Who knows the story, by the way, aside from
Man, you need to talk to
us?
Carter if you don't.
We might have to release that as a podcast so it makes more sense.
And makes for air. We cannot talk about that on air.
That is
man.
very true. Very true.
Greatest of all time.
All right, how many more do we got time for?
As many as you want.
Yeah, go ahead,
Keep
play
going.
them.
All right, this one's titled "Janet." This was Kevin.
Yeah, Janet in accounting, you too. I'm glad that I defeated you.
Take that, Janet.
There's some Janet out there that listens, and she's just like, here I am with my spreadsheets, and Kevin is just trying to attack me.
Oh, my gosh. And I don't even know. Like, I could see where I was trying to go with some sort of analogy, but I don't know what the springboard was for it. So it makes me sound like a weirdo.
Ryan, one of our Tolos says that was about Aaron Rodgers.
Oh yeah,
I'm
because
sorry.
he said he was so glad to defeat everyone in the Jets organization. So I was
That's
envisioning
right.
him going through like the office building and just
That's
being like,
right.
"In your face, Janet!"
Got another one. Thank you.
Get my W-2 to me quick enough.
That's true. Why is that the case? Why does it
Yeah.
always take so long?
All right, Corey, this one was titled Intersection, but I don't think it's that simple. Let's see.
Don't do it at an intersection.
Nope, it wasn't.
But for love?
Oh, yeah. You're right, Kevin. Do not drift around an intersection.
That's what they call it these days?
Like they did in Tokyo Drift.
Sure.
But remember, she gave her phone number because he drifted around her in an intersection. And they had potential for having love, not just that night.
That
but in the
feels
future.
dangerous.
Yeah.
So I need a sports car.
Yeah, sports cars can get you. Well, you got a great Blazer, dude.
I do.
You got a great
But
Blazer.
I'm going to go back to platinum. I'm going to get a Camaro now.
And then you're going to. Don't tell them you're going to drift in it. Don't tell them you're going to drift in an intersection.
Let's do one more. This one is Kevin. I think it's titled Moldova. I don't know. I might have butchered that.
I'm Moldova.
Nope,
We
I
can't.
You didn't butcher. No,
nailed it.
no, you nailed it, bro. Congratulations.
Kevin almost spit his water out. That was amazing.
Can you play that one more time?
I'm Moldova. We can't.
We can't.
Okay.
That was about the soccer story against Norway.
That's so stupid.
I'm going to vote for Mickey Spagnola and his thoughts on where you can and can't do it and who you can and can't do it with.
Do it on the sideline, with the coach or a teammate, but don't do it on the field and don't do it with the quarterback.
There you go.
Why is he blocking like that?
Yeah. Coming up next, the Mick block.
Well, stick to the rules, man. Stick to the rules.
I feel like this definitely is it's about the friends and fun we had along the way, because I will also vote for the very first clip that we heard.
Do it on the sideline, with the coach or a teammate, but don't do it on the field and don't do it with the quarterback.
Because they have the blue tent, so that's why the sideline.
That's why it's there.
Is that not really the injury tent?
It's not an injury tent at all.
It just used to be a blue blanket, and they turned it into the blue tent.
The blue
I
tent,
gotcha.
sponsored by Blue Chew.
Yeah.
I can't
clarity.
vote against.
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah, that's how quarterbacks can see the field after.
Yeah.
I can't vote against it, man. It's Mickey.
Do it on the sideline, with the coach or a teammate, but don't do it on the field and don't do it with the quarterback.
There you go. And Lucius, if you would like to vote, you're more than welcome.
I'm so happy I get to vote.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going with Mickey there, man. That was a great explanation. I don't know why he's blocking the quarterback like that. I feel like it's free game for everybody. If I can get to the quarterback.
Yes.
Exactly. Hey, I'm going with Mick.
Do it on the sideline, with the coach or a teammate, but don't do it on the field and don't do it with the quarterback.
Oh, my gosh. And I know he had a very serious point there, treated as such.
Oh, man.
But this is Masterpiece of the Week. Thank you very much, fellas, for that. It is now time to crosstalk with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation next on The Fan.
eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Pepper lady?
Basil blades.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
Making your friends jealous by winning begins Monday morning on DFW's official home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
Back to 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Taco Bueno in Arlington, and just gave away my Tolo hat, Kevin. We've given them all away.
That's
and
so nice.
A couple Tolos showed up late, and I said, you know what, I got you taken care of here. But
That's nice.
I appreciate them coming out to say hi to us. Right now, it is time to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Amazing. How are you?
I'm good. I really appreciate you asking, Gavin, because there's a lot of things going on in life that we have to discuss. And one of them is how we think Jacob deGrom is going to do up in New York tonight, his first opportunity to be back there. And do you think it's just going to be a perfect game immediately, or how are we looking at this?
I mean, you know me, Corey, if you're asking me, I'm probably expecting 4 innings of work, 5 runs surrendered, 3 walks.
He might get knocked out of the game in the second inning. They can't win when he pitches, though, which is strange. It's been weird. It's been really weird.
This is a really fun run, but I appreciate the way Gavin goes after this. What also are we feeling about the prospects for this weekend, this Sunday? How are we looking against this New York Giants team?
Easy breezy cover girl. That's what I'm looking at. I mean, this thing's going to be...
It's a mortgage payment game.
Yeah, I mean, 4.5. Are you kidding me? Cowboys cover that easy. I would put this as the lock of the week. Like, if we were still doing our survivor picks and we just really need a lot more bet payoffs, Tolos, if you want to get those back, we just kind of ran out of good bet payoffs to do. But I would be taking the Cowboys this week, and I really don't have any doubt about it.
Crazy thought of the week. Dallas in the first half plays really, really well, is in control of the game, and Brian Daboll then turns to Jackson Dart in the second half, and it turns into pass fest.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm hoping for. I want to see Dart play.
I think Dallas still wins the football game, but I just wonder if the Giants look so bad offensively that they feel like he feels pressure to just put Jackson Dart in there. There's a chance that Thomas, the tackle, is going to play in this game. So they're kind of worried about. They're working through it right now, and if he gets through practice today, they'll see how it is tomorrow. But this could be a game time decision of Andrew Thomas playing offensive tackle, and I think that's what they're kind of waiting for. The other offensive linemen aren't very good, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Dallas is kind of comfortably at halftime, and then the second half we see Jackson Dart throwing the football.
I like it.
And throwing picks to the other team.
I'm okay with that.
That'd be cool.
I saw him throw themselves out of the college football playoff last year, so I think he can do that again against an NFL team if he wants to. Kevin is in Las Vegas with Lucius. I know you guys are missing you some Lucius today. He's been trying to track down the Undertaker and Triple H, and he has not done that. Is it because he did not try hard enough, or what are y'all's feelings on Kevin's efforts today?
Oh, I tried.
Yeah, I've never had a reason to question Hagee's work ethic or a bulldogged approach.
Yeah.
So I think he was probably a 10 out of 10. Undertaker's just, hard to corral sometimes. He's a big Cowboys fan, though. It'd be cool to talk to him.
I wonder, Majors, is that the Tyler radio station getting an interview with those guys behind you right there?
Man.
See that?
Oh, man, that is a very Tyler station.
Tyler radio?
Done.
Bill Coates back there talking to those guys?
We got on air this morning because I stole another radio station's setup cord, but also they corralled him out because they're about to have a press conference elsewhere here, I believe, to announce WrestleMania in 2027 in Saudi Arabia. And so they got corralled out.
I can help you there, Hagee, if you need some tickets.
Okay, yes. But I did track him down, and I shook his hand, and I was like, hey, can I get a couple quick minutes in Dallas? And he's like, sorry, we got to go to this presser. And then him and Triple H both got kind of hustled out by the handlers. So I was talking to Kevin Gray about it. He goes, well, at least we can say we met The Undertaker.
There you go.
I guess that's true, but I really did try.
Silver lining. You gotta like that, man.
And why did we send you out there, Heggie? What are we doing? How do we just working out? Yeah.
Our company is spending $0 on
we-
this trip. Okay.
Oh, that's how we went out there. I see it now. Okay.
Yes, foot the bill, somebody else. What do you guys got coming up on the showgram today?
Pure Gold as always, Majors. Thanks for asking. We'll have Stephen Jones coming up at 3.
Fantastic work, gentlemen. I'm looking forward to listening to it.
Can I stay and be on your show for a while?
Kevin, you should just stick around. dude.
Stick around.
Stick around and do it for them. Overtime. I love it.
Deal.
All right. That's the G-Bag Nation. Sounds like Kevin's sticking around for it. You stick around for them, and we will see you next week. Until then, you've been Masterpiece.
Bye-bye.
The more time you...
something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We got 3.5 hours of sports coming at you. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion, in his LSU purple on, ready for a big one here this weekend, right? Pretty big one, Florida?
Big one.
Okay, we got Dylan Moore in for Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here. Hagee and Lucius are in Vegas. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Rangers at Mets coming up. Pregame at 5:30. Eric Nadell's going to join us at 4:40, by the way. Grew up a Mets fan in New York. Rangers are trying to overcome the first 4.5 months of the season, and that story will continue with the first pitch at 6:05. Hagee, Lucius, Vegas. How's it going, man? Do you have
it's fantastic, bro. I just got finished talking to Radio Raheem. If anybody is familiar with the boxing media, Radio Raheem, to this day,
is that guy?
Yeah, that's who Deontay Wilder was talking to. So, yeah, I was chopping it up with him, man. I like being around this boxing media. And the fight weekend feels so good.
It is, man. I bet the casinos, they just have this energy, this anticipation. Everybody's fired up. Vegas on fight weekend is unlike anything else. How the heck you doing, Hagee?
Man, I'm good. I'm kind of bummed we didn't get snagged that interview with either Undertaker or Triple H, but still more opportunities during y'all's show today. And the Uber driver that I had on the way from the airport, he talked about how crazy it gets on fight week. And there's definitely a palpable energy building up.
Right on. Well, we look forward to hearing everything you guys have to describe from the afternoon before the big fight out there in Vegas, Crawford and Canelo on Netflix. And this is cool because if you have Netflix, you get to see this fight, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Correct.
No extra
additional charge.
Winning.
Not
finally.
free, but no additional charge.
Yes, exactly. That is a good way to put it.
All right, I like that. Now, Jerry Jones speaking this not only this morning on with Sean and RJ, but also with Jerry Jones with media out there at the Stars saying that trading Micah Parsons will open up $200 million over the next 4 years. That certainly could allow the team to be more aggressive in free agency. Says there's a lot of room in $200 million. He also said the Micah trade is evidence that the riverboat gambler is back. And he has, what it takes to either win or get thrown off the boat. Could we be heading for a pivot in team building? How are you interpreting what Jerry Jones is saying over there, Wolchuk?
I think he's leaning into what's the popular vibe right now, and that's the gambler and the Netflix show, and he keeps using the Herschel Walker comparison when I don't think there's really going to end up being much of a comparison personally. But, hey, we can be hopeful and optimistic. I mean, he's talking about maybe we are going to be able to be more aggressive in free agency. So time will tell. I think what he's saying is exciting to hear as a fan, but I'm not really buying what he's selling right now. I think the actions ultimately are going to I need to see it. I need to see it to believe it from Jerry Jones right now.
I mean, you did say on the Netflix red carpet, one of the things they haven't done enough of since the championship years was the risk.
Yeah.
So hopefully that's at least stirring and we can get some sort of a compromise. Maybe not full Jerry from the 90s and 2000s, and I don't know if I want full Jerry. But I think Jerry trying to be fully aggressive and Stephen Jones kind of reining it in is what spelled the most success in the mid-90s.
I kind of feel like that if they have a bad season, you'll see him go aggressive. I think it's really is predicated on how the season goes. He's talking about all these things. Oh, you can see us maybe in free agency. I kind of feel like that if it's a season where this division, it looks like it's kind of wide open. The Commanders, we've seen them a couple times out. And we've seen the Eagles firsthand. See what the Cowboys can do here. But I just have a feeling that it's going to be predicated on the season, because if they, in fact, go awful here, then it's going to be he's going to have to do something to try and drag people back into this. He's going to push about the draft picks. He's going to push about, I'm going to go spend money. We're going to push about the cap space. But I think it's going to come down to if they're bad or not. That's where I think that's where I think it'll change.
Yeah, because we couldn't have 3 bad years in a row. I think I would look at it like that. Yeah. Like, that's kind of what led up to the Cowboys being rock bottom when Jerry bought the team.
Yeah.
And maybe, 3 bad years in a row could
very
be
reminiscent of what we had in the early 2000s, too.
Yeah. I mean, you had the 3 straight 5-11 years, and granted, like, he needed to get AT&T Stadium built, but that's when he goes ahead and brings in Bill Parcells.
Yeah, I just don't. If this team has had success, I don't think he'll do anything differently than he's done in the past.
Thursday Night Football last night, it became apparent that the Cowboys could miss the playoffs and still dominate the media coverage through the playoffs and the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. How many times did they just isolate Micah? I mean, granted, he was making great plays.
It felt like
but
the whole broadcast.
Like every single play that he was on the field after, it's like, all right, let's look back at what Micah did on this play.
Yeah.
And then you get the thank you, Jerry chants going. And Micah was outstanding. And the Packers are the real freaking deal, man.
Did I get butt cracked that Micah drew more penalties last night than he did all of the 2023 season for the Cowboys?
I saw Wolchuk's good buddy, Marcus.
Mosher put out there. Okay. He's good with statistics, so I'd believe him on that.
What about other stuff?
Yeah, not so much.
Heggie, where are you at with the Riverboat Gambler? You think Jerry's back? He's grabbing the dice? Grabbing the steering wheel one more time?
I kind of do, but, I mean, we had him on this morning, and he was talking about, like, I think we've all seen one player that make a difference. I just hate the way he says now we have $200 million to spend, because I think that's just real disingenuous with the way that the salary cap works. And when they were like, we could make the Deron Bland and Hunter Lipke signing and maybe Jadeveon Clowney, you could have made every single one of those signings, even if you had Micah Parsons. Now, if you're aggressive with it, that's a whole different deal, but that's not how they ever describe Dak Prescott. They never are like, man, we spent so much money on him. They're just like, well, you got to have a quarterback. That's just the cost of doing business. So I'm going to wait and see. I just don't like the way he's described the salary cap, because he still describes it as if nobody has any access to any of this information and nobody else could possibly understand it besides himself.
Man, that is a great point, because a really aggressive team keeps all of their great players and go gets other teams' great players. They don't trade theirs for cap space so they can get different great players. I think that's fantastic stuff. Speaking of Riverboat Gamblers, Lucius, what is your casino game of choice? Will you be partaking this weekend at the fight?
Nah, I don't. Sometime I might play a roulette.
Yeah.
Matters how much tequila I've had and, do I feel it now? But, yeah, I kind of stay away from it when I'm sober, because I know I call myself Lucky Lucy, but I have bad luck. I really have bad luck.
I hear you. I've only left Vegas a winner once, and that was because I won right before I left. And
was it the airport?
No, I actually didn't have time to gamble at the airport. It was a poker tournament last summer, and I just had to cash out, get in the cab, get to the airport. And if I would have had any a time, I would have probably figured out a way to lose that piddly couple of $100 that I managed to get up. But the long faces on the way to the airport out of Vegas,
just regretful faces.
I think Lucius doing it right. You don't want to be flying home with that pit in your stomach thinking, oh my God, what have I done? There's been several of those for me over the years. Schotty confirmed Bland will not play. Did say they are leaning towards not putting him on IR. And Steven said on San Antonio radio, I believe this morning, they're hoping it's on the lower side of 2 to 3 weeks. Said Trayvon Diggs might not be ready for full-time, but will be seeing more action than just the nickel package, which he saw last week against Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Schotty on Clowney said, good visit. Talked to him again yesterday. And Machota wrote that this is one of the deals where it's a business decision. There's two sides that have to come together. It was a great visit. We'll kind of see how it plays out. Quote, when I talked to him yesterday, he was cooking dinner for his kids, talked to them, and his son went, I don't know you. And I said, well, you might soon.
Schotty's great, man.
Yeah, he's calling up. Clowney's cooking dinner. He's talking to the kids, trying to get everybody involved. Elite communicator, that Schotty.
Oh, and he was so good with Sean and RJ yesterday. He also did say you're going to see Reddy Stewart play a lot of football on Sunday. So I guess I know they were flirting with safeties, maybe like Wanye Thomas, but I think Reddy Stewart, it's going to be his game.
It's going to be really key how they match up, too, because the Giants play a ton of spread. And, when you play that kind of offensive attack, then that means they're going to try and work a couple of guys. I would not be surprised at all if they throw Neighbors in that slot and let him work from there. It's they didn't use him at all really in that game on last week on third down. I think they're going to get him really involved in this one.
Are you guys concerned at all that one of the things that got said was they were leaning towards not putting Deron Bland on IR? Like, we all know that means 4 games. And I know they said no, but leaning as opposed to, well, we're definitely not putting him on IR. I guess that makes me a little nervous.
Yeah, that's fair. And usually teams give you a more optimistic view of an injury than not.
Well, he was out of the boot yesterday, so I think that's what kind of made their decision to not do what they needed to do or what they thought they might have to do.
Okay, are you buying or selling this idea from Schotty? Asked what it'll be like after getting his first win, said, I hope it's one of many. It's not about winning one game. It's not about your first game. I plan on being here a long time. What do you think is the appropriate over-under on Schotty seasons coached with the Cowboys? Is it a 4-year contract? So I guess
4.5.
4.5 years, because there's no way the Cowboys would actually fire a coach and pay him to not coach. So 4.5. You going over/under?
Ooh, over.
I'll take the over.
Yeah, I think I will as well. And crazy things can happen for sure. That's a long time, but I think ultimately I go back to yes, unless it is so disgustingly bad over the course of multiple seasons. I don't envision Jerry wanting to pay him to not work.
Kind of feel like he and Dak are tied together now.
Ooh, then I change my vote to under.
Yeah,
because how soon will you then have possibly a new quarterback?
That's exactly right.
Going off week 1, not anytime soon. I guess the injury factor would be the biggest concern, but he answered all the questions about the avulsion fracture.
He did.
And coming back and being able to get things done. According to Schefter, Andrew Thomas update listed as doubtful for Sunday, so that's not out, but could be.
I talked to a guy, matter of fact, was texting me with the Giants, and he said, this is what he said to me. He says, he's listed as doubtful, must not like what they saw today. They really never play anyone with that designation. He will travel like last week, I would assume, but I would not count on it. I'd say long shot to play was my guy's quote there.
Are you more high on the Packers or are you down on the Commanders after last night's tail whooping?
Higher on the Packers. I still think the Commanders are going to be a solid team. Now, they suffered 2 season-ending losses with Dietrich Weiss and Austin Eckler. I mean, those could be big for them. Now you're going to have to ask Bill Krosky-Merritt to do a lot more, and I think he's capable of doing so. The guy hasn't played football in 2 years, really, so he's got the fresh legs, and I think he's a good player. But, I mean, the Packers were a good team. I thought that they'd win the NFC last year, and they underachieved. And some of that was on Jordan Love's health. Some of that was on the receivers not stepping up for him. But now you add Micah Parsons. That's the type of over-the-top move in a wide-open NFC. I think it's the Packers and the Rams that are the 2 best teams in the conference, in my opinion. Ooh. So I'm absolutely high on the Packers, and I'm not selling on the Commanders just yet because of a rough Week 2 outing.
Gang of 7 saying if you figure out the Packers in the first half, you can beat them. Because the second half, they're not very good at making adjustments and things like that. Their offense kind of goes away from them.
Shots fired at LaFleur.
So what the guys are saying, listen, when you watch them play, they're really, really good on their first 15. After their first 15, if you can weather the storm there, then you find a way to maybe get them in a game where you can beat them. So that's the question that the league has about the Packers right now. Kind of feel like that the Commanders might not be the team I thought they were. That's what I mean, and maybe the Eagles aren't the team I thought they were, and maybe the Cowboys aren't the team I thought they were.
In a good way.
Yeah, in a good way.
NFC's champs.
Yeah, I could see that. I don't know how good Washington is. It wasn't just Micah Parsons. Their offensive line was rough. They couldn't get a run game going. I have a lot of respect for Green Bay, though. I thought when they got Micah, they were clearly the best team. They might have been the best team even before Micah.
Yeah, it just adds to what was already going to be a solid defense, and now it could be the best defense in the league. And like the way they're coming out of the gates through 2 games versus 2 teams who last year offenses were scoring at a rapid rate. The Commanders had 2 explosive plays on 65 total plays. That's 3.1% explosive play rate. That's that would be the worst of any game last season.
Yeah, it was the worst game of Jaden Daniels' career.
Most pressures he ever saw, too.
Yeah.
Failed on 2 4th downs.
How about this one? The lowest rate of explosive plays allowed by a defense through 2 weeks since the year 2000. You have the Baltimore Ravens in 01, the Chargers in 01, the Colts in 07, the Panthers, funny enough, in 2017. The 2025 Green Bay Packers right there with a 3.8%, tied at 4 for the lowest rate of explosive plays allowed through the first 2 weeks.
I think you guys will get a kick out of this, especially one of you in particular. I believe I saw this is the first time that the Green Bay Packers have had yardage allowed defensive performances like this to start the season since 1996.
Super Bowl year, huh? Wow.
How about that, Brian Broaddus?
It's a good defense, man.
Lines up.
Looks good.
Defense.
Mariners got by the Halos last night in 12, 7-6. It was a scoreless 10th. The Angels scored in the 11th and 12th, but it was not enough. Of course, the Astros lost in Toronto. It's a tie atop the division now. Rangers 2 back of both. Mariners have the tie break, so they're technically the first place AL West team right now. So the Astros have kicked it away officially. Rangers, going to be in action tonight. Pregame at 5:30. Astros are in Atlanta. It'll be Murray against Waldrop. Mariner series continues with the Angels on Apple TV at 9 o'clock, by the way, if you want a late night hate watch Seattle. It's going to be Kikuchi against Castillo.
Do we know who the announcers are?
Are they stretching Kikuchi out tonight?
Probably. It's Friday night. Don't got anything better to do. Dallas Wings guard Paige Beckers has been voted AP Rookie of the Year, so congrats to her. All righty.
Well deserved.
3.5 hours of sports here locked in. Pregame coming up at 5:30. G-Bag Nation here at 75 and Fitzhugh, at least for a while longer. You have Hagee and Lucius out there in Las Vegas covering Crawford Canelo for us. We're coming back with the champ and Wolchuk's top 10, buddy. Where are you taking it?
Top 10 loudest stadiums in college football according to the data. That's next in the nation.
Maidens?
Paprika.
No.
Nutmeg.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. It's time now for the G-Bag of the Day champion replay and Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate your vehicle today, carsforkids.org. Yeah, we'll get Wolchuk's Top 10 here in just a second. Let's go out to Vegas, where Lucius has your G-Bag of the Day champion.
Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. Look at that. Big Godzilla's out here in Vegas stomping around. Anybody that keeps up with Ocho Cinco, let me whisper this one because he's real close to me. Anybody that keeps up with Ocho Cinco, remember he shot his shot at this beautiful Asian lady that was on Twitter. Maybe start of the summer, something like that. She's in the building. He bagged her. I just want to say he bagged her. Oh, Bagger's in the building. She's in the building, boy.
Baby Ocho.
That boy Ocho don't play, boy. I tell you what. All right, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30. Replay the champ right about here. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media if you see anything that we should be playing for G-Bag of the Day over the weekend. I got a fair warning for you, though. I love you, and I love your participation. You know this. You know this because we talk in the DMs. I'm talking to the Tolos right now. But you don't have to send me every cool thing you see on the internet.
It's too much.
It's just way too much, man. You don't have to do that. One guy sent me like 12 messages and 10 of them be memes. Like, what am I going to do with these memes, man? What am I going to do? I love you, though. You got to chill, Shotty. All right, our winner right here at Champ, I believe this is what, day 3 right here?
Day three.
I don't think there's a G-Bag of the Day happening, so you're going to be Champ over the weekend. We go to Cowboys.com. Cowboys break, right, Broadus?
That's it, sir.
Or is it break the Cowboys?
The Cowboys break. Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
That's Jerry's job.
Oh, they already broke. I see what you're doing.
All right, yeah, your co-host, Vach Lombardi.
Yes.
And he was breaking it down.
Javonte pairs with them well because he's patient and he's physical. So the more Tyler's pound on you, like he gets to come behind you and then pound. There was this one play. Damn. There was this one. Ooh. That was his one play. Boy. Boy, Javonte Williams. Boy, he just got up there and he dragged. Damn, boy, he dragged everybody.
That's all you.
Jeez, that's embarrassing. He was in the figure 4. He was trying to get out of it.
Couldn't reverse it.
Tune in Monday at 5:30. Yes, I believe 5:30 before the Rangers-Astros pregame coming up at 6:30 on Monday afternoon to see if Vach can make it 4 in his pursuit of 5. Here's the Wooly Bully, Zach with an H. It's top 10.
Thank you very much. We got the top 10 loudest stadiums in college football according to the decibel levels. All right, so this will be by the data. 877-881-1053 if you want to take your guesses. Now, we are doing, I think, a great job of cross-promotion today. We got Hagee joining us live from Vegas with Lucius as we're getting ready for Canelo and Crawford. So I wanted to bring the morning show in right before we get into the top 10 list because they like to dog on us from time to time, specifically for not listening. Right?
Yeah. Well, we do that.
Well,
what?
Yep. We're not the only show that doesn't listen.
Let's go.
Take it away, Bobby.
They tried all right, you kick it out of the bounds or you drop it in the little landing zone and all these different ways that you can do it. They hoped last year that would help. It didn't help as much as they wanted it to. It was up slightly, but it was not up dramatically.
You want a toxic masculinity, RJ Choppy opinion?
Yeah.
Hit it.
I'm sorry, I was reading that.
Oh, my God.
I thought he was just like seeing how toxic he wanted to be, and he was just like, how bad do I need to be with this?
I saw some Gronk quote out there. I was trying to read it, and I just lost
Do you have any idea what we're talking about?
Not the last part, no.
So, NFL kickoff.
The kickoff. It's the dumbest thing in the world. I can't stand this thing. Did you hear what they were talking about at the? So we talked about yesterday the O'Connell pull it.
Huh?
Oh, my God.
All this for G-Bag of the Day, Pepe.
Yep, great work there. And Lucius, feel free Monday. We can replay that if you enjoyed that clip. That was from yesterday. Went ahead and pulled that for the show today.
And did Choppy say he was looking at a Gronk quote?
Gronk quote, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
And that took over all of his attention. So he was not paying attention to the kicking and, the landing zones and whatever Bobby was discussing there during Below the Belt.
He was in his football Neanderthal little bubble over there.
He was. Before he could fire off his toxic masculinity take. That was bad. I'm going to dump that if you don't mind.
It's all right, bro.
I'll have another one
Words
here
are
for you
hard.
before too long.
Nah, it's live radio. It gives it a feel of realness.
I'm just going to lean into it and admit that I'm an idiot. All right, let's get to the loudest college football stadiums in the country. Now, we got a fight in Texas A&M Aggie and Kevin Hay.
Yes.
We got an LSU Tiger, go Tigers, and Brian Broaddus. Do you think both of your stadiums will be ranked in the top 10 here of loudest in the country?
Yes.
Yes.
Penn State will be number 1.
All right. Lucius Alexander, you're a noted Texas Longhorn. Do you think DKR will be in the top 10?
Ah, man. I don't think so, but if they do, it's bias.
Yeah, well, it's not. We're not going to go with the bias because this is actually by the data. All right,
we got a decibel meter.
There's decibel meters on this, and no, Texas is not in the top 10.
So.
Texas is not, unfortunately.
I'll put
in the top 10.
Autzen in the top 6.
They're too stoned.
T-shirt fans.
Autzen, I think, will be in the top 10 here. Autzen, I've heard, is an outstanding venue. Tennessee, and they're hosting Georgia, right, tomorrow?
Yes, they
Is
are.
that the college game day game?
Yes,
That's going to be a fun one.
Stadium's all right, but it's loud.
I've never been. Neyland, right?
Yeah.
They're going to be really high on this one.
Well, and I think a lot of it has to do because of the size of the stadium and the amount of crowd that you have. Where Autzen Stadium is impressive because it's loud, but the crowd, it's not like these SEC schools. It's not 100,000 or more people. Penn State's one of the largest venues in college football in sports.
That whiteout looks.
And so that's why I think they get the loud.
Comes
award.
down to acoustics. That big house up there in Michigan, you got 105 in there, but it's open like a giant cereal bowl.
It's spread out, so the sound goes up. It doesn't really resonate.
We got some guesses for Memorial
Clemson.
Stadium.
Clemson.
Clemson?
I think Clemson's in there.
Okay. 469 is saying Nebraska, go Big Red. Michigan, Ohio State are getting some guesses, the Big House and the Shoe. At number 10, we're going to go to the Swamp. Ben Hill Griffin Stadium in Florida, 115 decibel level. That is their peak according to the numbers recorded at that stadium. That means the stadium reaches a level comparable to chainsaws, jet planes, and concerts, all of which will be deemed dangerous to hearing over a prolonged period of time. Wow. Number 9, Beaver Stadium.
Penn State.
There
Number
you go.
9.
Number 9.
Wow.
Number 9.
That's kind of embarrassing for the size,
Number
right?
9. Yeah, it is. 122 decibels, 107,000 fans.
Yeah.
And they're getting 122 decibels
I thought
there.
that would be number 1.
Kind of underwhelming, right?
Very underwhelming.
You think we should challenge the Nittany Lion fan base to do better? Number 8. Kyle Field.
Yeah.
Kyle Field at number 8, Hagee, 126 decibels.
Sit your ass down, Hagee.
At Texas A&M.
Nope,
What do we
can't
think?
do it, Broaddus. It's not allowed. You got to stand the whole game as we quest towards another 8-win season.
We should be looking good doing it. Aren't you guys rocking the all whites tomorrow?
Yeah, that's right. Hey, if we could win on the road over a ranked opponent for the first time in like a decade, I'd be pretty darn stoked.
Hagee, what are the chances of them picking you out of the crowd as the 12th man?
Oh, that would be awesome.
Like they want you to come down like Dr. Gill
Man.
playing the game.
I feel like if they want me running down the field on the kickoff team, that might not be their wisest decision.
Wedge buster,
I don't know,
baby.
dude. You might be able to smack somebody.
I want to see. I want to see Hagee, the yell leader. That's really what I.
That would be
in the white overall.
That's what I want to see.
I still know some of the cheers, not a lot of them.
Hey, you just give us a little sample. Like if they asked you to lead a yell practice, just give us a little taste of how this would
Because you got to throw your arms out to the side, too.
Yep.
Farmers fight! Oh, man, Lucius laid out on that so fast.
I looked around the room instantly. I was like, oh, boy, here we go.
Lucius just stood up and left.
Our cool points are going down to Big Texas Giant right now.
I really hope there ends up being a clip of Sharp or Ocho Cinco going, yeah, we got somebody in here yelling about fighting farmers, so I don't really know what's about to happen.
What I think should happen is let's just change the hand motions, Hagee. How do you feel about that? Can we get more fist pumps? Maybe the sniper rifle thing that the football players do on a first down? Like, I think we could modernize this and make it a little less cheerleady.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I might not
How about
go.
just have cheerleaders? That would be a good start.
There are cheerleaders there. It's just for the football games. They have yell leaders. They have cheerleaders at A&M.
I thought I've seen them at basketball games. I haven't seen them at the football games.
Do they teach y'all to stay off rhythm like that? Is it a thing?
No, it's just too many white people
Oh,
together.
geez, come on.
So we
Look
thought,
at you.
I'm sorry.
My God.
I didn't know that's. I mean, look, I went to school there. Look, I sat in one of my classes, and I felt like really naive after that. In one of my classes, I was sitting next to a friend of mine, and he was black, and he made a joke about I'm sure he
That's what I'm
was.
saying. I'll be black tomorrow. You never know.
Tomorrow.
You never know.
And he goes, well, now you know what it's like. And I go, what do you mean? And he looked at me. Then he looked all the way to the left in the class, all the way to the right in the class. And I go, oh, man, there's a lot of white people in here.
Yeah.
And he goes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. That's like a stranger in Moscow.
That's what I'm saying. What's the shirt we're rocking with today, Lucius?
Yeah. That's my Caesar shirt. And it has all the sweet little 80s celebrities. Jack Nicholson, Mike Tyson, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan. I missed that wasn't Michael Jordan. That was Michael Jackson. It was the other MJ.
Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Is that Eddie Murphy?
Yeah, Eddie Murphy, Prince.
Epic.
Yeah, man. Caesar, so, got the Vegas vibes.
Caesar Palace.
Yeah, man.
Number 7, and we got this texted in. Virginia Tech should be an upset on here, and it is. Lane Stadium at Virginia Tech, 126.2 decibel level, only 66,233. But when Metallica's Enter Sandman comes on, and the Hokies come running out of the tunnel, that place is a madhouse.
Into a loss.
True.
When they were good, though, man, like when they
Beamer
had the
ball.
years, with Beamer.
They blocked a punt like every other game.
Yes.
I mean, those were fun. The like Michael Vick Virginia Tech days. Woo, they were rocking. Autzen Stadium at number 6
There you go.
at Oregon, 127 decibel meter, 54,000 seat capacity stadium, but they are loud.
They're loud.
What is it about the Pacific Northwest, dude? Like the Seahawks?
Yeah,
they get a lot of credit for the home field advantage. The crowd.
Maybe they just
12th man.
project. They just project better.
All
with their
right.
voices.
Shut up, Broadus. I heard that.
Yeah.
Okay, some decibel context for you.
Yeah, please.
Beastquake in Seattle hit 137.
Okay.
I think the Chiefs might get close to the 140s from time to time. Every 3 decibel increase is roughly double the intensity.
Damn. Okay, so these stadiums are going to be a big jump here. Because at number 5, Tiger Stadium in Baton Rouge.
Number 5.
That's a Saturday night.
LSU at 130 decibels.
Yes.
Is where they're going here. 102,321 seats. It's a nightmare for opponents. And it got the loudest, LSU coming out, Joe Burrow for senior night in 2019 is one of the highest that it's ever been recorded.
That was when we went through the band, yeah.
Number 4, Memorial Stadium in Clemson, 132.8 decibels.
The other Death Valley.
Number 3, South Carolina, Williams-Brice Stadium.
There you go.
133.6 decibels. So there's the jump there, the 3 decibels. LSU to South Carolina from 5 to 3. I mean, we got totally different vibes going here in the SEC. And Eric, it just means more.
Yes, it does. You get a bunch of rabid Gamecocks on a Saturday night with Lenora Sellers spinning it, truck sticking dudes.
Number 2, we're going back to the Northeast.
Uh-oh.
Maybe the Northwest. I don't know.
Husky Stadium?
It's Husky Stadium.
Oh, in Seattle.
That big aluminum overhang.
Yeah.
And that looks like a beautiful stadium.
It's cool because it's right on the lake.
It looks gorgeous.
The press box is suspended from the roof. So when they
that is terrifying.
It is. Like, seriously,
I might be good on going to that one.
You can look down at your glass like you're drinking like water or whatever, and you can see the water shaking in the glass because of the roof shaking because you're suspended from it. Crazy, yeah.
Husky Stadium, 133.6 decibels.
I believe that. I've been there, yeah.
Just barely edging out Williams-Brice Stadium. Those two are neck and neck. But number 1,
Edging.
loudest stadium in college
Gotta
football.
hand it to him.
Yeah.
Neyland Stadium in Tennessee. Neyland Stadium at 137 decibels, 101,915 fans there. Their highest they've ever recorded, 137, in a game against the defending champion Georgia Bulldogs, who they play tomorrow. So we'll see if they can get back to that peak. But there you go. Top 10 loudest stadiums in all of college
This
football.
means more.
Neyland number 1. That's why Choppy couldn't hear this morning.
The SEC did dominate that list. They really did.
All right, good stuff. Wolchuk's top 10 in the books here. It's the G-Bag Nation and the fan. Stephen Jones coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll have a mid-afternoon edition of LA live from Vegas coming up at 4:20, usually at 5:40, but we'll be into Rangers pregame by then today. Chief, where are we going next?
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories next year in the nation?
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Go get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, that's Dylan Moore filling in for Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup as LA and Hagee are in Vegas, and it's time to celebrate some weekly activities here with the Chief.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here is British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Now, perhaps not everyone would agree, but I would say the biggest L of the week is the unfortunate situation that happened with Charlie Kirk. Still can't get over it. Absolutely devastated. And it sucks. It's completely ruined what was a nice little Monday, Tuesday. And then Wednesday happened. And it's been a real nightmare. So the good news is, I believe they've caught the schmo that went about assassinating
and his dad
an American
turned
icon.
him in.
Yeah,
his dad turned him in. How about that? Yeah, pretty nuts all the way around.
It is
devastating at every level, and I think most people would perhaps agree. And so we all have to just kind of sit in our grief at the moment. And so that hurts, but I am glad that they got that guy. And I'm glad to see all the people that are doing schmucky things on the internet losing gigs all around. It's like every time I open it up, somebody's losing their job because they don't have any respect for human life.
Sad.
It is sad. Okay, 877-881-1053. We have the 903 Big Dub fighting a personal issue by calling on God for help. Nice work, 903. Biggest L, the job has been ridiculous this week.
Ooh.
Yeah, got to go to God.
Can I ask a quick question?
Absolutely.
Am I allowed to hope for a potential soon dub?
Yes.
For
okay.
Wolfshot.
No, well, I mean, hopefully for you guys, but also
weeks?
This is my third time
Nervous.
in Vegas, and the first two times I walked away with a nice little bit of profit. So I'm hoping that potential dub this evening, walking away with some profit.
What do you plan?
Yeah, what are you playing?
So there are two different things. I really like to play blackjack, and if you have a follow-up question, the answer is probably yes. And then also, I think there is a way to defeat these seemingly random slot machines, especially if they have wheels involved, because a lot of times it'll say how many times that somebody has played since the wheel last spun. And I think if you monitor that and take advantage of it, you can jump in on there and be more likely to get a quicker wheel spin and get in, get out with a little bit of money.
We're
So you
pulling
got a
for you.
system. Wow.
Give them hell, Hagee. We'll be pulling for you. That's for sure.
Look at you outsmarting the system.
You know, Hagee, when they like beat you up in the casino and throw you out in the street, let us know. We'll send some aid to you.
You're not coming to pick me up, Broadus. You're just going to be like, you had this coming.
No, I hope they make a movie about you like writing down the wheel numbers and stuff like that, and then they just beat the crap out of you and throw you out in the street.
I really appreciate that's what you're hoping for.
I am.
I think a big victory for us in the G-Bag Nation is having Jake Ferguson as our player for the player show.
Yeah, absolutely.
How fun
has
he's been
he been?
fantastic, easy to talk to. I told Broadus actually before the show, he's probably 2 weeks in, outpacing all the other Cowboys player shows we've had. I think this might be the GOAT.
Because I really liked Kendricks with y'all last year.
Especially when he was getting testy with old Broadus.
Him and Brian's back and forth with the legendary.
Until I told him to watch John Michael Smith's snap hand, get a little jump on the ball.
Like, whoa, no. Oh.
I mean, Amari Cooper was very interesting at times, even though he's not much of a talker. When he does talk, we got into some really interesting things with him. But the consistency of Jake has been outstanding, 2 for 2.
We had some L's taking place last night during the Wake Forest game. Did you guys see this?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you had a ref that caught a pass right there in the schwanz. It was like longest yard style, bro. It's like did the quarterback mean to do that? Just squared him right up.
Yikes!
And
let him through.
We feel for him. And then they also had a food truck like just outside the stadium that basically caught on fire.
Yeah, there we go.
And it was just smoking out the entire environment.
Oh god!
So you could see like the guys in his truck like frantic with the fire extinguisher, but literally the smoke is into the stadium.
Okay, Eric, you said frantic. Can I give him a mini dub for I actually thought he looked pretty calm like while his truck was on fire. I thought he was like, oh, this is not good.
Hold it together.
But I'll figure it out.
Unfortunately, he acted like he had been there before, perhaps because he has.
Oh, this has happened before this man?
Oh,
I mean, you got to think. I bet it.
I think he was probably thinking the insurance is going to pay for this. The business hasn't been very good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And he was thinking like, all right, here's all my worries. This truck is now gone. I get to pay for some insurance money here.
Get it on camera.
I think that point is interesting because how do you let it get so out of control?
Oh, sure.
How is that extinguisher and maybe one of those fire blankets not sitting right there to put that thing out? An insurance company hears the footage, live TV. I'm working my butt off trying to contain this thing. Just got the best of me.
Now, one more, if I could throw out my biggest L, and I think Lucius is with me on this.
Oh, no.
We made the mistake of reading the itinerary literally and thinking that the 6th floor ballroom was on the 6th floor and not knowing that it was in a completely different section of the hotel. Then you go up to the 6th floor in this different section that is not related to the other section and definitely wasted a whole bunch of time.
I don't think that's on you. That's incredibly confusing.
They're ball sacking folks out in Vegas, man.
Thank you.
Like, what the hell? 6th floor ballroom. I'm thinking that's on the 6th floor.
It's the ball sack room.
That's where I went.
What are we doing?
That's bad. 469 took an L in fantasy. The opponent played Tucker Kraft last night. How about that at tight end? When you get a tight end that's dropping like 24 points on you.
Our prize picks play, though. If anybody went in on that with me, we won $90 last night, family.
Oh.
We sure did.
Congratulations.
$90 on prize picks. Cash it in.
That's how you rip and roar
It's
right
good to
into
be
the
right.
weekend.
Is that the first time you've won in a while?
Absolutely.
You got to appreciate the dubs, man.
That's why I'm going to gloat about it today.
You might want to go Kraft next week as well because I think Reed is out with a broken collarbone.
He is.
Yeah.
Played Cleveland too, right? I think.
Sounds and Cleveland, maybe not good against tight ends.
Maybe not.
Maybe they are.
How about the 903 biggest L got stung by a bee right above my eye?
Oh, no.
Have you guys ever gotten the sty?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are terrible.
Oh, no.
Those are the
but I think
worst.
my kid got one of those one time.
So painful. I feel like that's kind of what a bee sting there would feel like.
He does say big dub, though, because he got to miss work for a little bit because he had the swollen eyeball. So
Sound like Woolchuck.
a little bit of
No, trust me, I'd
I
much
got
rather.
stung by a bee. In
We
my
got
chest.
a handful of people. Shout out to our guy Jaime as well in Fort Worth who was dealing with some COVID this week.
It's going around. And I hope I didn't give it to you.
Yeah, it's so 2020.
It's the flu, Brian. It's never going to go away.
Yeah. I had the COVID, guys. You were kind of excited, I think.
There was zero excitement here.
Good news, boys. Got the cove. I'll see you Thursday.
Yeah. Doctor says I get a couple weeks off.
As I'm shivering and schwitzing.
Look, my daughter's walking.
I don't know how to classify this. I'm just going to chalk it up to an L, though, as Charlie Sheen revealed that smoking crack turned him gay.
What?
Did you miss that, Hagee?
I did not. This feels
He was
like
on Joe Rogan the other day, right?
Is that the boldest take since Michael Douglas talking about how he got throat cancer?
Yes. Yeah.
Look that up, everybody, if you haven't heard it.
That's an all-time one. Shout out to Catherine Zeta-Jones.
She deeps beneath lasers.
Pretty incredible stuff there. I am looking forward to that Charlie Sheen documentary on Netflix. That's going to be nuts. Literally.
Yeah.
Literally, I mean, it changes the entire term of crackhead.
Oh! Okay, then...
Well done.
You know what? With that in mind, I forgot to timestamp it. Corey was going out on one of our segments, and he definitely started to say the gay and C masterpiece, and then he had to stop and reset. And so it was news to me. I was
Gay
like,
and C masterpiece.
yeah. Even Colby was listening. He goes, "Wow, what an announcement!"
That's awesome.
Kudos.
And big dub to everyone as Girl Scouts has announced that they are shaking things up a bit, drumming up hype for the arrival of Explore More's, a Rocky Road-inspired cookie that boasts chocolate, marshmallow, and toasted almond-flavored cream.
I just don't understand why you mess with a good thing.
Well, it's not to do away with the others.
I think
right? It's an addition.
It is, because we're going to spend money on this and not on the.
We're going to have less Thin Mints.
Yeah, it's the,
See, yeah.
less Thin Mints are going to say, "Oh, we need to sacrifice something here."
I don't see anything else when I get to that table but the Thin Mints, and I want to know how many
right.
boxes you got in here.
That's the first thing I asked the young lady is how many Thin Mints you got back there.
I would also like to just shout out the Kentucky nurse who used CPR to save a raccoon that got drunk on moonshine in a dumpster.
That's nice.
Very
Dawson,
versatile
back to
nurse.
you. Live in
Thank you.
studio.
All right, there it is. Your L's and dubs here of this week. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. We got 1 hour down, 2.5 to go. And Stephen Jones joins us next here on the Fan.
Roger that, Sally.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Oh, here we go. It's hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. A football Friday unlike any other. We do have Rangers baseball coming up at 5:30. And we have Stephen Jones coming up in just a few minutes here on your home of the Cowboys. An eventful day, an eventful week as they get set to host the New York Giants. Our pregame Sunday at 9 a.m. with Broadus and Chiafalo. Kickoff at noon.
Yeah, we'll be outside.
Very nice.
Miller Lite Plaza.
Weather going to be mild
yeah,
enough?
I think so.
Late morning?
I think we'll be all right. 9 a.m. Yeah, we should be good.
That will be outstanding. Lucius Alexander is in Las Vegas covering the Crawford and Canelo fight for us. It'll be on Netflix tomorrow night, so he'll have a special Friday edition of LA live from Vegas here coming up in at 4:20, about an hour and 15 minutes or so. All right, there's Stephen Jones joining us now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing really good. How you guys doing?
Man, we're outstanding. You know, how you feeling about your roster after week 1? Looked like you were pretty close to the champs.
Well, we like our roster, and I think it's I actually love everything about our team. Let's start with Coach Shottenheimer. I think he's just been outstanding, and of course, anytime you go into your first game with a new coach who's calling plays and a new defensive coordinator, a new special teams coordinator, a lot of new players, there's a lot of unknowns. So, you're never satisfied with losing a football game, but you did see the makings of what this team can be between, their physicality, their play style, their energy. I think if we continue to build on that, then we got a chance to be a really good football team, and it's going to start Sunday against the Giants.
You know, so much of it comes down to can you stop the run and can you run? Connor Riley talked about that in part of our draft coverage, months ago now, but I thought you guys took big steps in the right direction with both those things.
Absolutely. I mean, I love our group between Clayton and Connor, what they're doing with that offensive group. It's a young group, I think, with a lot of upside in terms of where they can go as a unit, playing together, executing. I think it's all in front of them. And obviously between Tyler Guyton, between Tyler Booker and BB, you're talking about guys with less than 2 years of experience, and Booker obviously a rookie. I think as they continue to work together, they're only going to get better. And I like the depth in the line and, feel good in general about the direction with their leadership.
You guys had Jadeveon Clowney in earlier this week. How was that visit, and is the door closed on that, or is that potentially something we could circle back to and get added to the roster?
Absolutely, it's open. We had a great visit with him. He wanted to come in and see what we're about. Obviously, he's the true ultimate veteran, and I think that was a get-to-know-you session. He wanted to get to know what our organization's about, Coach Shottenheimer and his staff, and Coach Whitecotton and Flus. Wanted to see the facilities, get a feel for us. And I think he came away very positive, and we came away, from our get to know you, we came away very positive as well. I mean, I think, after losing Micah, he can do a lot of things to help us. We lost him, but as you mentioned, in terms of running the ball, I thought we did a great job running it, and then stopping the run was the big thing. And other than, Kurt, who's obviously good at making yardage off scrambling, I thought we did a good job stopping it. And then it all started with Kenny Clark in terms of what he's bringing to the table. But to add a piece like Jadeveon, I think could really be helpful to us, and we'll see where that goes here over the next few days.
Hey, Stephen, if I can kind of follow up back about, was that just him wanting to visit you guys, or was there something that you guys saw through training camp and then into week 1 that made you feel like that you needed to talk to an edge?
I just felt like, after we as an organization felt like, anytime you lose a piece like Micah, and don't replace it right away, we certainly added to the interior with Kenny, but we're obviously missing something there on the outside. We felt like that was a strength in spite of the fact we're losing Micah with the group we have there. But when you have the opportunity to bring a guy in like him, and we did a lot of film work on him, leading up to this, and really felt like he can bring something that can be very helpful to us. I think he's very disruptive. He certainly has production as well. And, it's not like we're going to ask him to go in there and play 60 plays. We want to get, a number of pass rushes out of him every game and a number of really good plays. And we think he can be disruptive on those and could make a difference if we could figure out how to get him signed and get him on this football team.
Stephen, was it a difficult decision? And you were talking about Guyton just a little bit ago about how he played and stuff. Was it a difficult decision for you guys with Guyton not having a lot of preseason work and Nate Thomas having a pretty darn good camp? Was it pretty difficult to have to make that decision on who started left tackle against the Eagles?
Well, that's a great problem to have, and I 1,000% agree. Nate Thomas had one hell of a camp, and that's what you hope happens when you want a young guy, especially step up like Nate did what he did. But at the same time, Guyton was having such a special camp and like what he does. But everybody between Steele and Guyton, they need to do their job every week because Nate Thomas is ready to play. He's prepared to play. And as I said, not only do I like her starting five, I love her depth. And, between TJ and, obviously Nate Thomas and Hoffman there at the center position, and then, the other depth we have, Adeniji and that crew. I just like the whole group.
Stephen, you opened the door for me. I'm going to walk through it. How about with Steele? Could we see Nate Thomas maybe working at some right tackle? That give you really a power piece over on that right side.
Yeah, I think, at the end of the day, that's what we want to do with Nate. We want him to be our swing tackle and put pressure on the guys who are starting and, to just continue to get better and play. Now, same time, I think Tyler Guyton and Terrence Steele are up for a challenge.
Sure.
And they're not going to back down, and that's what we like about both of them. And that's why I like our offensive line group as a whole. And but I do think Thomas is going to put pressure on both guys as far as that goes. And certainly the idea is that he could swing at either tackle.
Stephen, what does a guy like Jaden Blue need to do in order to earn his way onto the game day roster?
Well, he started with a great week of practice. That's where it starts. And, unfortunately, he missed a lot of camp. And when you're a rookie, that's difficult, when you miss, some serious time in camp. Is getting your hands around and getting the coaches confident you can execute. But I think he answered the bell this week, and I think he's got an opportunity to be somebody who can really bring some juice to our offense and be somebody that can really help us. And I don't know if it's going to be this week, but if not this week, I'm sure he's going to be pushing. And the other thing he can bring is some juice to our special teams group as well. So we're fired up about that and what he can do for us.
How much did Kenny Clark change fundamentally who the Cowboys are on defense?
Well, I think he just makes – anytime you bring a Pro Bowl-type player, which he is, and an all-pro type player for that matter, and what he brings to the room, the locker room, but also the defensive line front in there with Solomon Thomas, that was a big piece for us. Everybody says, well, could you have had another pick or two? What we were wanting was that interior piece, and that was a big part of that trade. And when we got – to get him along with the 2-1s, which were a big part of the trade, that really kind of made our decision for us, and he's going to make a difference all year.
How about the freaking legs on that guy?
Oh, the guy's built for action. He's built for the interior line in the NFL, which we all know is not for the faint-hearted. That's where, as Jerry likes to say, that's where real football is. That stuff around the edges with the skill guys, it's a whole different sport than what those interior guys do inside.
Jerry was visiting with the media earlier and mentioned it certainly could lead to the team being more aggressive in free agency in the future after the Micah trade. And I know fans are looking like, oh my gosh, look at all the salary cap space we have to play with here, Stephen. Do you envision that also being the case moving forward, or do you guys kind of have this stuff earmarked so far in the future where, hey, we got X, Y, and Z we also need to pay?
what's already starting to happen with Bland, and I see it as a combination. I see it as obviously you feel great about getting Bland done. It's obviously been out there that we're working on Tyler Smith. You see Lepke, which would have been a casualty if you're having to put as many resources as it takes to sign the top guys in the league. It lets you look at it, improving your unit, Jadeveon Clowney. And that's why I think when Jerry says, you're talking about trading one guy who is elite, no one should ever underestimate the fact that we didn't understand that Mike is elite. I mean, he is. But when you start comparing one player to 5, 6 players and what that is, then that starts to make more sense in terms of what we're looking at. But obviously, if you had Micah, you wouldn't be looking at Clowney right now. Obviously, we get a great piece inside in Clark. So, it's starting to add up already what happens when, why you're talking about multiple players versus one player.
Watching the game last night in Green Bay in Week 1, it seems like if the Packers did go on a Super Bowl run, the Cowboys might be the most mentioned team of that game as well.
Well, that's what comes with it, and we understand that. And like I said, certainly Mike is a great football player, and we knew that when we made the deal. But that's part of the business we're in, and we understand that.
Is he firing guys up over there with how he's talking and dancing? And he's got a lot to say, doesn't he?
Well, we'll let Micah be Micah. We got to worry about the Dallas Cowboys, and it starts Sunday against the Giants.
I like it. Stephen Jones here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Is it a difficult negotiation potentially with Clowney because of his age and injury history and what he's been paid in the past?
Well, all those things are just a part of any negotiation. It's the full body of work's looked at when you decide to pay a player, and with that comes, age, injury. With that comes how disruptive and productive a player is. Those are all things that get factored into where you ultimately come up with a number.
What would you say is probably the biggest misconception that we have from the outside looking in when it comes to these contract talks?
I think just I think the biggest is you can't just flip a switch and think the deal gets done. And there are, and they're doing in their mind, they have a process they go through, and there's agents who want to be really slow to trigger and believe that, hey, if I don't get a deal this year, waiting another year, as long as my guy, doesn't have something, catastrophic type injury or something, they're right. Usually the number goes up, and they're just not, they're certainly not intentional to get in there and get something done. And obviously the bigger the contracts, which we've been through lately between probably like no other team, between having 2 of the top non-quarterback players in the NFL and Dak, those things have a lot of moving parts to it. And I'd say that's probably the biggest thing I hear or see out there, that people just think you can say, okay, we're going to get this contract done today. That's just not how it works anymore. And there's a lot of moving parts to it. And, the timing's got to be right. And, sometimes that takes, time to get things done.
Stephen, we all sit there every week and watch Brandon Aubrey make field goals from the middle of the field, the logo, all day. And I was just wondering, there's not a great history of kickers and negotiations and stuff. Is there something you go off of? Do you have an idea? It seems like a really difficult position to have to pay because of the unknown.
Well, I think the biggest thing is these kickers keep getting better and better, the pool of them. I mean, they're very accurate. They're very good at what they do. More and more, they have most of them have great leg strength, and but there's always differentiators. Certainly, no doubt that our guy has performed as good as anyone in this business over the last 2 or 3 years, and there's certainly precedent for those who perform at high levels, and then there's the next level down, and believe me, you get into the the finite detail of this stuff, and it's it's certain. Then you got to decide, is that worth it to pay a premium, for analytically, more yardage, percentage, all the things that would go into a kicker. And those are all things that we'll evaluate when it comes to our kicker.
All right, Stephen, how nervous should we be about this Deron Bland injury? I feel like we're snake bitten here. We can't get him and Bland out there.
I really do think we're going to be fine. You hate it when any injury happens, but it was a freak injury in terms of, how he did it. But we feel really good that it's going to be of the short end of the stick in terms of how much time we'll miss. Hopefully not more than a couple games.
Obviously, that's a next man up situation. What makes Reddy Stewart the guy over, say, Zion Childress?
I think it's just, he's done it. He's been with Flus, and, that's where they're comfortable right now. I love Zion Childress, too. I think he's a football player. I think he's a baller. And, I think he'd do a good job as well. And but you're right. It's next man up, and there's a good chance Zion's going to be dressed out for this game and be a part of this. And but we have a lot of confidence in Coach Flus and his staff to get the right guys out there and then get them in the right spot to win the football game.
All right, Stephen, I got to, before we let you go, I got to give you some props, and I got to eat some crow because at camp I said I didn't think you guys would ever let go of a star player, and the agents were exploiting that, and you said I was about 90% wrong, and I believe you guys showed what you had a couple of weeks ago there.
Well, you got to always be willing to do what's best for the organization, and you're always going to have people who don't, who are going to have second thoughts on that. Not everybody's going to be 100% in agreement, but I'll also tell you that we spent a lot of time on this, and it evolved over time, and it was full body of work, and we felt like we did the best thing for our organization, and wish Micah nothing but the best.
Cowboys Giants Sunday at noon. Give him hell, Stephen. We'll be pulling for you.
Thanks a lot, guys.
There he goes. Salute to you. Stephen Jones with you here in the G-Bag Nation every Friday at 3 o'clock here on The Fan. Brought to you by Ford, the official vehicle of your Dallas Cowboys. C-Notes coming up. We'll react to what we learned from Stephen and get some Cowboys news of the evening coming up next year on The Fan.
That's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it cinnamon sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan Segments, brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. You want to believe in the Cowboys being one of the best teams, at least maybe in the NFC? I mean, not as good as Green Bay, obviously, but maybe potentially as good as everybody else. We'll talk about that here in Reasons to Believe in the C-Note. LA Live with Lucius Alexander live in Las Vegas coming up in 1 hour. How are we doing out there, buddy? Is everything still going along as planned?
Fantastic. You know, the people watching is amazing.
Yeah.
Devin Haney just walked in. We're trying to get him on. I'm trying my best. I'm looking and winking. I'm trying to do the Barry Switzer, wink at you and point. Yeah. I'm trying to get him over here, man. So it's pretty cool, dog.
What are you thinking for the fight here, Luce? Just like has your mind changed at all? What's are people leaning Canelo, Crawford? I was thinking Canelo by decision, but I gotta say, I'm not gonna bet against Bud in this one, dude.
Hey, you're not wrong betting against Bud. He's never lost. Not as a professional. But here's one thing I am thinking about, bro. This is a hometown crowd for Canelo. Every time they do some festivities, a whole lot of Canelo chanting. Chanting and everything for this guy. So it's a hometown for him, so it may sound like Bud is not getting any love out here. Another thing is, are you guys there?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, okay.
We got you.
I can barely hear myself. Sorry, hold on. Let me turn this up.
What location are you at?
Hold on.
Where are you in this beautiful ballroom?
Right. I'm sitting right next to Ocho Cinco and them, man.
Nice.
Right next to him. Okay, so yeah, I think I can't make a decision on who I think will win this situation because everybody keeps saying it's a 50-50 fight, even though one man is coming up 2 divisions, damn near 3 to make this happen. I can't see it. I have to see, when they get on the scale and do the weigh-in. They did the weigh-ins earlier today, and they both came in the same poundage and whatnot. I got to see it later today. They're going to do another weigh-in, a ceremonial weigh-in. And that's when you see the guys later, they put on that water weight now. They get to really feel out so you get to see who it is. So I can't call it, I hate to say that, until I see that moment.
Fair.
I can see it.
The odds are fairly even, aren't they?
They really are. I can see it going a whole lot of ways. The scariest way is maybe a stoppage in a situation with Canelo's power stopping Crawford. And I don't mean Crawford, being knocked out. I'm talking about just going down on his sword, like where Bomac has to say, hey, man, come on, I'm going to throw in the towel. You don't got it anymore. Or it can go to the point where they're fighting all the way to the end, and Crawford's got to do it convincingly, or they will give the call to Canelo. If Crawford doesn't overwhelm Canelo and they have to go to a decision, I believe they're going to give that decision to Canelo.
Okay.
You go into his weight class. He's the face of boxing. He's going to get that love.
All right, more coming up in LA Live again, an earlier afternoon edition at 4:20. As usually you get LA Live at 5:40, but today we'll be in Rangers pregame. Nick Harris is going to join us coming up at 5 o'clock from the Star-Telegram talking Cowboys. We'll ask him more about this, but he posted a quote from Clayton Adams on the big run that Miles Sanders had, 49 yards. Still can't believe he got fetched. I don't know who it was, but somebody put up a video on Twitter saying, I can't believe he's not pulling away faster from Tyler Booker.
Well, it's Braun got him.
Yeah.
Got him, yeah. And Braun came
Yeah, but
but it was Tyler Booker jogging up the field, and Miles Sanders wasn't gaining on him. How is this happening? He's only 27, 28 years old.
Not a great look.
But the quote from Adams, he says, we got what we call our premier look that you're hunting when you install a play. They stemmed to it late. Yeah. We got the look we were looking for, the leverage we were looking for, and with Steele, we had him doing something unique that you wouldn't typically see against that look, and he executed it on Steele flying down on that block on Blankenship. He says that's what he was supposed to do. That was specialized within that play, and he did a good job of executing it. I don't think I've ever heard an offensive line coach, a running game coordinator, an OC talk about it on this level of detail. Maybe Bill Callahan would go there, back in the day, but he just didn't talk much to the media. No. That was outstanding, and I think I'm more optimistic about this Cowboys running game than I've been since Zeke's prime.
Yeah, need to really load up on it this weekend. If you had a choice of the things you could say, protect Dak or run the ball really well, I'll throw it out there to you guys. Which would you rather have? Really good protection or them run the ball with success?
Oh, if you run the ball with big success, then you're going to find ways to protect. If you run the ball super well, the play action stuff's going to work. I think that would be what you want to see. Yeah, and if you can't run against these guys, then you start to wonder, okay, was it the Jalen Carter absence for the Eagles the previous week that allowed for you? Because the Commanders, who couldn't run against the Packers, were able to run all over the Giants last week.
Yeah, I think that this is going to work well for the Cowboys formula of I think they're going to have success throwing, and then they can just go ahead and get into a ground game. So, if I had to choose, I'd go with the ground game.
If you had to choose one or the other.
Run game. That was a question coming into the season. I want to continue to build on what we saw from a week ago with this offensive line and Javonte Williams, and hopefully this thing is the reason why we're optimistic moving forward. Because if they can have a running game that we're excited about week in and week out, we know running games travel, man.
Yeah, and I think you're at a place now where these teams are going to try and dare you to run the ball. And we're not going to let George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott, after seeing the way that he was spinning it the other night, like, we're going to dare you to run the ball. If all of a sudden you show that you're running the ball successfully, now teams are concerned about that. Now you're talking about the deep ball working like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the way to beat Dak for a lot of his career, is dare them to run the ball, and the Cowboys just haven't been good enough to take them up on that offer. But I'm going to go with the pass protection, Brian, because I think if you can protect against this group of rushers, it just says such great things about where Steele and Guyton are. Sure. Like, if Guyton has a clean game with, maybe no pressures or only one pressure, something like that, and if Terrence Steele can do that, then, and I do think, and this is uncomfortable to mention, but the one way this season would get tripped up is with a Dak injury.
Sure.
And I don't want him. I don't want him getting hit at all. Preferably. Okay, Machota has a piece up. Let me ask the question: Is Dak in that perfect window of time where experience meets still young enough? The headline is why Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott has been hooping since training camp. The money quote in here is Dak talking about, quote, it's the experience. You can't supplement that. There's not enough studying you can do that will give you the experience in what that does and teaches you. I think a lot of that's just playing off on top of being in this system, a guy who's known me for 3 or 4 years. So just understanding the way that we want to attack, being on the same page, and then having guys like CD and George out there definitely helps.
For sure it does. And if it wasn't for the injuries, I would say yes, this would be prime, because then you'd be able to see him scrambling a little bit more, using his athleticism that he once had, and that would be the cherry on top. But this is, through 1 week, pretty dang close. I mean, his ability to throw under pressure and be pressured and not get sacked. He didn't get sacked last week.
Yeah, and he talked about wanting to run more, and that's why he got so lean, and he still wants that element in his game. But I think the thing that I've noticed that's different from his early years is he's not trying to break tackles or make people miss anymore. He's just taking what's there and getting down or getting out. And, I think there's limitations to that. Hopefully he'd be more aggressive if you get to the playoffs.
Kind of feel like that he's in a good spot. He's got a better play caller. He hasn't had a better play caller in the last 5 years, I don't think.
Yeah, amen. I mean, his whole career.
His entire career, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, if you really, his offensive line looks like it's got some promise to it. I was encouraged by Stephen Jones telling us that Nate Thomas, that they might consider doing something at right tackle if they had to. I know they're talking about as a swing guy, but man,
I wanted to ask you, what do you think about 6 offensive linemen with Nate? They were flirting with out in training camp.
That's something we'll see.
Yeah, you should definitely have some elements of that.
Run game for sure.
You're going to see that for sure.
Schotty on Deron Bland saying, everybody's saying the same thing, maybe a couple of weeks, leaning towards not IR, but he said the team will have safeties help out in playing the nickel position. How much do you think we'll see that? Is that is that a heavy nickel situation as compared to a Reddy Stewart? We're anticipating pass nickel.
Well, what about our guy Childers? How do you feel like he is? Do you feel he's more corner or safety?
I think he's a nickel corner.
Yeah, I think that he showed that he's got that play style. Now, I mean, he was a safety at Kentucky.
That's what I'm saying, though. I wonder if we're getting a hint there that maybe he's thinking about maybe using Childers more in this game than maybe even Stewart.
I mean, the fact that he told us that he's going to dress most likely, I like that.
I think Childers is more safety nickel. Kind of and this is like, I guess it's going to sound maybe terrible, but a poor man's Brian Branch kind of guy that maybe could play in the slot, but can play back, but also play as a linebacker. I think you put him around the ball, he tends to kind of do some good things.
I really liked his toughness.
Yeah, I do
his
too.
physicality.
Yeah.
And it looked like he could cover pretty good. Is that kind of scheme dependent?
I think that, to me, I don't know how much you really, really, really want him handling stuff with neighbors, but maybe, but maybe it's this deal where, all of a sudden, with Theo Johnson and stuff like that, the tight end they have, maybe that's how you kind of match them up that way.
All right, let's match up with Krusty's Corner coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, I'm going to talk about the officials for this one, and I got some other things for you we'll get into. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, star up, star down from the Giants game, and the details on our ultimate Cowboys giveaway all week long. It's a Cowboys Monday on The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, Chiafalo here for the Zintex Remodeling Group high school matchup of the week. We got a doozy in Denton. The Denton Geyer Wildcats taking on the North Crowley Panthers.
you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all prices sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
All right, Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king himself, Krusty.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate that. Eric, you and Bobby come up with that?
Just a little something that we wanted to cook up, pay our respects. I mean, if any segment deserves an intro, it's going to be Krusty's Corner. And really kudos to Bobby.
Yeah. That was like that announcement.
It's good.
It was senior night.
I know how
Dallas, Texas.
I mean,
Ryan Redis.
only Bobby could dig up something like that.
Yeah.
It's outstanding.
Yeah, that's actually
good
cool.
work.
The senior night announcement of the long snapper.
Yeah.
That's a mission for Bobby.
Went rolling out there, you know. Everybody else knew they were going to play a lot in that game. I was just kind of rolling on out there, you know.
It's all right.
That was nice, though. Appreciate you guys doing that. Thank you.
Of course.
By the way, got some updates. Got an update.
Updates?
I got some updates. Let's see if my updates is what I was looking at for. I was looking for some Giant up. It sounds like to me the Giants are going to have a lot of guys coming up off the practice squad to maybe play in this game. They're talking about Robertson Harris playing in this game. Elijah Garcia, another elevation. Darius Alexander is going to be active. Elijah Chapman, more likely. Jordan Riley. Yeah, they might be bringing up a lot of guys.
Only guy I know that you mentioned is Darius Alexander, our guy from Toledo.
Yeah.
That's a good player. He's probably going to replace Rakeem Nunez-Roches, who is doubtful.
Nunez-Roches, is not going to play, it sounds like, in this game. So they'll be down to defensive tackle there. So that's never feel bad for anybody, you know. It's the NFL. All right. The official for this one is going to be one Bill Vinovich.
Billy V.
Billy V. Does Bill let us play?
Bill lets you play.
Let's go.
Bill lets you play a little bit. Bill had you last year 2 times, though. He had you against the San Francisco 49ers, and he had you against the Carolina Panthers, is what he had you last year. He's officiated 1 game already, so I just want to kind of go through some things with him just because I found this unusual to start the year. And you tell me if this is just the league being the league or Bill Vinovich is out for some people here.
Okay.
This game he worked the thriller between the Jets and the Steelers. He had that game. Crazy game. But what Bill Vinovich and his crew did in this game, he had 3 unnecessary roughness calls. Doesn't that seem high?
Yeah. Maybe setting the tone.
That's what I'm saying. Is the league
tone setter calls?
Is Bill Vinovich, the league is telling Bill, like, hey, listen, you know, we need this taunting and unnecessary roughness.
Taunting they definitely want to do. Is that another one? Unnecessary roughness?
I just feel like that is a high number.
And it can be kind of subjective
for a game. That maybe, you know, 3, and that was their lead. That was the lead penalty in that Jets Steelers game. That was the one that they called the most.
Yeah, they want to emphasize taunting and unsportsmanlike conduct this year. So that's interesting.
So this is a George Pickens, a Sam Williams discipline game?
Yeah, this could be. Yeah. We could maybe get a couple, maybe 3 out of this game with Bill Vinovich. But he had 3 in that game. That was 2 against the Homes, the Jets, and 1 against the Steelers there. Here's another guy that's a clock watcher. It's going to be a delay of game penalty. Usually
with
get
an L. Yeah, it's clock with an L.
Yeah, it's good clarification there.
All right, that's it.
Beat Chief to the punch.
Clock watcher.
Dawson's on his game, man.
Clock, yeah. Dawson's usually on this game.
It's a rarity.
Yeah, we got. I'm not
only on days we talk to Steven.
Yeah. By the way, nice job of the Crow Burger.
Well, thank you.
That's really.
I'm a veteran of the Crow here on the sports.
No, that was good. Showed you had a human side to you there.
Thank you. It's the last time you'll see
We've
it.
all been waiting for that moment for years and years.
Been working with this guy for 5 years. And never thought I'd see a day, but here we are. No, that was good stuff. But delay of game, yeah, you got to be careful now. Dallas will be okay though. We got the home crowd working here. Should be fine with the delay of games. Illegal formation is another one here. Too many men. Okay, this is
Too many men, ref. Too many men.
Too many men on the field. Too many defensive men on the field.
The band is out on the field.
Well, they got one last week too, so we better be buttoned up, boys.
Buttoned up. And then false start, low block is another one that they called, and then illegal block above the waist. So it sounded like we got some special team stuff.
Well,
here.
that 12 men on the field was an Aaron Rodgers special where he saw the dude running up and just hit his center and said, "Give me the ball."
Yeah, he loves that.
Yeah.
He will. Yeah, that's a nightmare having to play against that guy right there. All right, I'm gonna ask you guys a question. That's Bill Vinovich for the game. And like I said, well, you're right. He usually lets you play.
We like him.
His new unnecessary roughness penalties. I don't know what Bill's doing.
As long as they're calling it with late hits on Dak, I'm cool with it. But if it's Russell Wilson, come on, he didn't get the benefit.
It's Russell Warren. Get your S together, Wolchuk.
You're right.
Week 2 of the season.
Is he going to let the left tackle grab Ezraku's jersey and hold him from getting to the sideline?
It probably will. That will probably happen because I don't see any holding calls here in this game.
All right,
and that
Be
thing,
ready.
that thing went that total went way over.
Sure did.
So he's going to let you play. He's going to let you get your quarterback hit. That's another one he'll let you do. So if you hit their quarterback, that's fine. Just don't hit our quarterback, right?
Absolutely.
Hey, Dak doesn't get sacked these days.
Nah, moving around. Speaking of Dak, can he play better than he played last time out?
Can he?
Can he?
I mean, he certainly could have more production in terms of the actual stats themselves, but in terms of the way he played, I mean, if he could turn back the clock and just become a little bit more of a guy who can steal yardage with his legs, but I don't know how possible that actually is in terms of who he is right now. That was about as clean of a performance as you could find.
I think there were two throws for sure that he'd want back, and it was underthrowing the seam to Ferguson, and then it was overthrowing the one by a yard or so. I think that he was pretty damn good. If you go back and Bobby clipped it and put it out on social media,
of course, Bobby did.
That's his guy.
Bobby's his guy.
That's his guy.
By the way, Bobby made some good points breaking down the Giants this morning. You should listen to his film breakdowns.
Bobby, below the belt. Hey, Bobby knows ball. She's ball winner right there.
Bobby knows ball, yeah.
But a couple throws.
Right. There's a couple throws, that if he hits, then, they're touchdowns. So, yes, I think that there is still a level of improvement. But, gosh, if you could get that version of Dak Prescott, we can now extrapolate that towards 17 games. To me, there's no question this team's the champion of the division.
Dawson, if he plays like that, how many games do they win?
12.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think he was really good.
No turnover worthy plays.
He was great.
I think they credit him with one.
The Mitchell one, the one that went to the out on the sideline. Yeah, through Mitchell's hand.
And even that one, he's hit when he throws it, right?
Yeah, it was pressure from the backside. Yeah.
To answer the question, I don't think he can play better though. I think that was great. Yeah. It was outstanding. It was about as good as it gets. It was one of the top quarterback performances of the week. And asking him to be a little bit more precise, I don't think he's got that in his bag.
Yeah, and I think by and large, you shouldn't really need him to be better than that. You play the way you played, you're going to win a buttload of football games.
Yeah, CD's the ones,
he didn't have a touchdown pass.
Yeah.
We can get a touchdown pass on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think he doesn't have a touchdown pass because he screwed stuff up. The Ferguson one should have been a touchdown. The Pickens one probably had a chance to be a touchdown had it not have been a PI.
Did we miss an opportunity not to ask Ferg about that? Did we just avoid that one yesterday?
I was wondering about that myself.
Yeah, I think we all probably thought at some point about maybe throwing it out there, but we were having so much fun.
I was having fun listening to his responses about how how he was
being a bouncer
and all. I thought that was hilarious.
And it's also tough because we're like a week away from the game now, to where it's like that's so far in the rear view. You're focusing on the next game. Like,
what's the perfect way to phrase that? Like, after a game like that, like how do you mentally approach a frustrating thing like that? You lose sleep.
Yourself over.
This is what Dawson should have done. Dawson should have done one of his moves where he goes, you know what? Dak threw the ball down the middle. You ran a really good route, and the ball was on your hands. You got whacked, but you feel like you needed to catch that ball. And by the way, you're a really good player for
great route.
Yeah, it was a great route. Really good route
sandwich.
Yeah.
Do you think he looks at that like a drop?
I think he does.
I think he does.
I think he absolutely does. And I was thinking, how do you ask the question of that? How do you say, listen, because you watched the tape, we all did, from the end zone. I mean, this is a ball he catches, in my opinion, 9 out of 10 times.
Especially with what we know about him and the tough balls that he has caught when taking a shot over the middle.
Yeah.
He's the kind of guy that absolutely he feels like he should have caught that.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, let me ask you guys this question. This is my, what do you like about you like anything about my theory, my crazy theory about the Giants here?
No.
I said it earlier. I'll say it again. I'm getting it on record.
Nope.
Jackson Dart's playing the second half of this football game.
It's going to be such a first half bloodbath.
I like the theory.
I think it's going to be a thing where Dallas is doing some good things defensively, and maybe the Giants just aren't moving the ball at all. And it might be a 17-3 game, one of those things. And all of a sudden, Brian Daboll in the second half, we get who's doing the game. This is a Pam Oliver game. Pam Oliver comes on and says,
that might be
Jackson,
Greg Olsen.
It is. That's what I'm saying.
Joe Davis.
Yeah.
Okay.
They got the game. We're interviewing Joe Davis before the game.
Joe's awesome.
Yes, we are.
And so Pam Oliver gives it I've talked to Brian Daboll, and Jackson Dart's going to start the second half.
Yeah.
Is that a crazy theory?
No, it's probably something that they should have already made the move. They should have announced Jackson Dart's your starter going into the game. But, I think that's something that you're going to end up being right about. I think we will see Jackson Dart in this football game because I think the Cowboys are going to be beating the crap out of the Giants so badly that they're going to be like, well, we suck and we have to do something about this.
I got a 23-16 Cowboys. So I think a slightly closer game, but maybe Jackson Dart comes in.
See, that's what I'm saying right there. It's a 17-3 game, and it ends up being a lot closer. Moral victory for the Giants because Jackson Dart came in and kind of led him on a couple of touchdowns.
It's kind of like when Romo came in for Bledsoe.
That's it. I said that on the break today.
Yeah, I could see that.
Exactly. That's what I said.
Can Russell Wilson still do the ball handling and escape around the outside? That's what I'm most worried about.
He does those times. He does those kinds of things. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the pass rush and Russell Wilson creating a run game out of nothing like he used to do in Seattle. I think the Giants have to be thinking that's our only path to victory. So we're going to load up to stop the run. We are going to hunt the quarterback, and ours is going to be, trying to run for maybe 40, 50 yards.
And here's another crazy prediction. I think Tolbert has a really, really good game. This is one of those times where we've kind of written him off, and then he's due to have one of those games. Tolbert big in this
Stand by everything I've ever said about Jalen Tolbert, but I can absolutely see him doing that.
It's the one game he has, right? And then he'll be gone until after the Green Bay game.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys see on tape, but I think the thing that he does better, like he doesn't run great routes, but he finds the soft spot.
That's what against the secondary, that struggles to kind of
this secondary is not good.
Yeah.
Okay, we got Lucius in Las Vegas for Crawford and Canelo, LA Live in 25. Okay, live from LV, but Jared Sandler joining us next here. We'll get his preview of Rangers Mets, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me. A little bit.
Leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Sands coming up in 20 seconds. We're going to talk with Jared Sandler, Rangers. Mets coming up pregame at 5:30. Stephen Jones on with this last hour, guys. I felt like they're pushing for Jadeveon Clowney, and they're confident. Wolchuk asked, is the door still open? And Stephen Jones said, absolutely. You can go back and listen to that entire interview if you'd like. The Odyssey app is available for you. Obviously, YouTube has rewind functionality. Just enter Dallas Fan Cam in the box there. You can watch the entire live stream from throughout the day, but it seems like they want to get this done. I don't know if they've ever spoken like that about a free agent. Usually like, well, it's a negotiation and this, that, and the other thing. They want him bad, don't they, Brian?
Yeah, yesterday we kind of broke a little news that they were interested in getting it done, and he was like, maybe I need to sleep on this one. So I'll circle back. I got one more question I want to ask, and maybe I'll have a good answer for you here in a little bit about some a contract or two. We'll see.
Okay.
All right.
Jared Sandler joining us now here on 105.3 The Fan. Jared, good afternoon. How's New York doing?
Well, New York is it's actually really nice weather. I guess we just missed like a week of overcast skies, but it's beautiful weather out here, and there's a lot of, I'll tell you, there's a ton of anticipation with Jacob deGrom making his return. Even like people on the streets. I even saw like a little, not like a billboard, but one of those, in Times Square, there was a little video thing with Jacob deGrom's return. So it's kind of cool. Back in the day, the starting pitcher was a big deal, and, people would get fired up for this game or that game because of who was, starting for one team or the starting matchup. You don't get that as much anymore, but certainly feel that level of excitement for tonight.
How was the show last night? What'd you go see?
I went to go see Anne Juliet. It was good. We enjoyed it. It's not necessarily original music. It's just that they're singing like 90s and 2000s pop songs that help tell the story of Romeo and Juliet. If it didn't end the way that Shakespeare had it end, and the way that we learned it growing up.
All right, Jared, I brought this up yesterday, and look, we're taking this thing one game at a time, one series at a time. I don't want to look too far ahead, but we're going to look too far ahead. When the Rangers make the playoffs, all right, because we're going to ride this magic carpet ride and we're going to will it into existence, what kind of hard conversations are we going to be having to try and keep these little rascals in the lineup when they get healthy?
Yeah, Zach, to be honest with you, I don't mean to be a buzzkill. I don't know that there are going to be hard conversations. I think, part of the charm is that to some degree, they're doing it without doing it, right? Cody Freeman's been a great resource for this team, his ability to play multiple positions and whatnot. It's not like he's racking up the hits, but when he is getting a hit, it seems like it's a meaningful hit. But, you're not going to start him over Marcus Semien. Now, if Marcus isn't back, and I think Marcus will be, but if Marcus isn't back, then all right, different conversation. I think there could be a place on the team for him. Dustin Harrison, Alejandro Osuna, it's not like the production is just popping off the charts. Michael Hellman's the one guy, though, where, I don't think Evan Carter will be back, and they'll have to figure out, all right, you've got Wyatt, you got Adolis, and do you have Hellman, right? Is that your third? Do you, and is Michael Hellman maybe just more of a weapon off the bench who can hit lefties, but then also, be a defensive replacement and a speed guy, right? So Michael Hellman to me is the one guy right now who's playing in a way where he's definitely going to have a place. It's just a matter of, is he going to start? Is he going to come off the bench? I would say, though, right now, Zach, I would imagine, if Adolis is back and, you don't have Evan Carter, not that Evan would start against lefties anyway, but if you have a lefty on the mound, I think it'd be tough not to start Michael Hellman.
What has DeGrom been? What has he been so good at? I saw he leads the league in the first pitch swing and miss right now, and obviously we're all hoping for a vintage DeGrom night. But how do you evaluate his last few starts?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to wonder. Hey, first year back, post Tommy John, after largely not pitching in 24 or 23 and not pitching a ton in 22. Where's the gas tank? I think it's fair. Now, can guys get a little, maybe not a full tank refill, but a little refill playing in this type of an environment or playing in September in meaningful games? I think that's possible. He's a guy right now that through 6 innings is really good. And, the question is, what does he have after that? If he's a 6, they say 5 and dive. If he's a 6th inning and let's turn over the bullpen guy, hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Especially with the expanded roster spot, you get 14 position players, 14 pitchers now. You can make that happen. That's okay. And what he's been good at when he's at his best is just his ability to take his unique velocity, not just with the fastball, but also the slider, and throw those pitches where he wants them. And that is why, if you ask Mets people, hey, what made this guy so unique? What made him so special? They would say not only did he have the best arm in baseball, but he might have had the best command in baseball too. And when you put those two things together, you get a guy who's, arguably the most dominant pitcher of his generation, one of the most dominant pitchers of all time. And even if he's not necessarily that guy to that extreme, elite, significant degree, even a step down from that is a guy who's incredibly impressive. And, he still has a lot of the bits and pieces that make him that guy.
Hey, Jared, go ahead and shoot this thing down after I ask you. But is the fact that all these young guys playing, that teams don't have a great book on them, and that's why they might be having some success?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's possible. Hey, in 2023, maybe, Josh Young and Evan Carter benefited from that, and eventually, you get a book on those guys, and then they it's incumbent upon them to adjust back and, understand what their weaknesses are, their deficiencies, how teams are trying to beat them and make those adjustments. But yeah, sometimes it does take some time to figure out what those weaknesses are. And maybe you got a guy like Michael Hellman, you're just going to say, well, we don't really know a ton about him, at least at this level. So we're going to do this, and that. Now, I will say, Broadus, there's way more information on these guys these days than there used to be.
Sure.
But I'd also say that the quality of pitching in AAA is not anywhere close to what the gap between AAA pitching and big league pitching these days is way wider than it ever has been. And so I don't know that you can maybe take some things away. If a guy struggles with certain things or, succeeds in certain things, but just because a guy's good at hitting AAA fastballs doesn't mean anything about his ability to hit major league fastballs. It's a totally different ball game. So yeah, I think you're right. I think that always can create an advantage for the hitter. And then a guy like Michael Hellman, maybe they're playing to his strengths because they're not fully locked in on his weaknesses, and it gets him going. And then mentally, he's just riding high in confidence, and that helps him kind of carry that over and ride the wave for a stretch of time.
Could that also end up being a challenge for the Rangers bats against 3 straight rookie pitchers for the Mets?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And with that, Zach, I would even say that I think it's more important for hitters to see pitchers live than the other way around. But these guys they've got all the data, they've got all the information. And because these guys aren't making their major league debuts, although I think Brandon Sproat maybe has one appearance, there's a little bit of big league data. But yeah, until you can, that's why they have the traject machine. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but teams now at home have this super expensive. I don't even want to know how much it costs, but I'm quite certain it's 6 figures, and not barely 6 figures. But it's this machine. Think about going to, your local putt and then going over to the batting cage. Except that machine can replicate any big league pitcher in its database, or any pitcher in its database, their delivery, the quality of the stuff. So, if you want to see 98 miles an hour from Jacob deGrom, you're going to see that. And so that is a form of technology that is, really kind of changed the game in terms of preparation. But still, at the end of the day, nothing can replicate being in the box and facing the actual human being himself. So, yeah, I think that could be a challenge. And, not to mention, Zach, these are good pitchers, right? These aren't just some, it's not like putts A, putts B, and, putts C. You got 3 really good, really bright pitchers. And so that could create a little bit of a challenge. The hope is that the Rangers can get into the bullpen, because the Mets bullpen right now has really, really been struggling.
Yeah, that's why I was going to ask you about that, though. Is that really the keys now, is to try and get that bullpen to have to come in? It seems like to me they have just struggled really all year to try and close games out.
Yeah, and, they went and got Ryan Helsley, who was one of the premier, relief options of the deadline. And, now they're questions whether or not he'd even be on their playoff roster. I mean, he has just struggled so much. And we've seen guys, right? They go to New York, whether it's the Yankees or the Mets, and it's a different ballgame. It's a different world. And when you struggle in St. Louis, as much of a baseball, crazy fan base as that is, when you struggle in St. Louis, it doesn't compare to struggling in New York. And maybe he just hasn't been able to get out of that quicksand. But, yeah, I mean, the other thing, too, their bullpen has struggled. And then offensively, they've been an enigma, because you look at their lineup and you see, Alonso and Soto and Lindor and Nimmo, and you're like, gosh, this group should be great. I mean, Juan Soto's got a 30-30 season. He's like running the bases, and Lindor's having a good year. But yesterday against the Phillies, kind of a perfect example of, what their challenges have been. They scored 4 runs in the first inning. They didn't get a single base runner the rest of the game, right? So, they kind of flip the switch on and off randomly, and it doesn't necessarily represent the talent that they have. And, to be honest, talking to some of the Mets people, they're like, hey, we kind of feel like we were following what the Rangers were doing earlier this year, and we're kind of the Rangers in Major League Baseball in the second half, where it's like, huh? How is this happening? The roster and the production just isn't matching up.
We know the Rangers are bringing big playoff energy here into this one. What does Citi Field have going on a Friday night here with these Mets? And do you think we get the highest velocity of the season for DeGrom as a result?
Yeah, we were all joking, or maybe not even joking, but just discussing what that first fastball is going to log in at. I imagine there's going to be triple digits at some point here, and hopefully it's kind of is within the flow of what he needs to do to have success. There's so many people who, on the Rangers side, I'll tell you, they obviously want this for the Rangers because this is a big game, but just want this for Jacob to kind of come back here and, let Mets fans know that, hey, when you guys were all kind of snickering and saying, I can't believe that, the team paid Jacob deGrom what it paid him, and, he can't stay healthy, that he, comes here and in a meaningful game for both teams, puts up a gem. But, yeah, the ballpark isn't open yet, so, the fans in full haven't started filing in. But I'll tell you, whatever BP access they allow fans, it's packed to the brim. And, again, like I said earlier, just talking to some people around the city, whether it's the security guard who stands next to the bus when we get on the bus from the hotel or whatever. It's like everyone, DeGrom tonight, or whatever. There's just a lot of chatter, and I'm sure it's going to be electric. I'm a little bummed. I heard that the Mets are doing a tribute video for Jacob tonight, which is cool. But usually when the guy's starting that night, you wait so that way he can kind of be a part of it, because Jacob's going to be in warm-ups and not really able to acknowledge. I hope they do something for Jacob tomorrow where, he kind of has an ability to recognize the fans and tip his cap and get an ovation. Because no matter, how it ended, Jacob is still a very meaningful part of, this fan base and certainly this organization's history. And it's his first time back, and he absolutely deserves to get the love that, hopefully Mets fans are prepared to give him for everything he did and meant for this organization.
We'll drink to that. Pregame coming up at 5:30 with Jared Sandler. Eric Nadell is going to join us in about 30 minutes. Sands brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Let's go sweepy again, Sands. Have a great weekend, and we'll catch up with you in Houston Monday. Yeah, there he goes. Jared Sandler, our Rangers insider, pre- and post-game show host. And after these three with the Mets, it is in Houston next week. All right, let's check back in with Lucius Alexander in Las Vegas. Buddy, how's it looking?
It's fantastic. So here's the thing. Everybody's starting to pack up.
Oh.
And they're going to get their lunch and head down to the ceremonial weigh-ins.
Okay.
By the way, Club Shay Shay is a big production.
Yeah.
That is a huge production. They got like stage hands and lighting, and it is a huge thing, man.
Yeah.
So shout out to those lawsuits, man. Hold your head up.
yeah, plenty of liquidity, I suppose, over there with Club Shay Shay, doing it huge.
Let some of you guys go, brother.
I mean, 10 million downloads per show will get you something, won't it? Get you a pretty nice little crew. Okay, where are we going with LA Live, buddy?
Hey, man, it's a feel-good Friday. I have a weekend warning for you.
Looking forward to that. I have great news for you at Window Nation. Before we get to that, it is September. Incredible sale going on for the rest of the month. What do we have here? About 2.5, 3 weeks left in the month of September. And right now at Window Nation, buy two, get two free. Pay nothing for 2 years. That's nothing down, no interest, no payments. WindowNation.com, 866-90Nation. Call them right now. Have them come out to the house. You're going to love it. I mean, the guys at Window Nation, I'm a stickler for professionalism and customer service. Window Nation knocks it out of the park. That's why they are a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. And Forbes magazine named them the best window company in the world. But right now...
that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Special treat this afternoon. LA Live, usually at 5:40. We're going to do it right here in the 420 as LA is live in Vegas, and we have Rangers baseball coming up at 5:30. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Back out to Vegas we go.
Yeah.
Here's Lucius.
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you what, man.
All right, you squares.
Time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a talk. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
I don't even know why they talk to boxers like right away. Why do they do that? Why do they do it? They do this shit on purpose. Why do you talk to the boxer right after the fight? Give him a time to rest. His brain has been beaten in, especially the part of the speech area. Give him the microphone, quickly.
Former heavyweight champion right here. What a fight. You had it, man. Ninth round knockout.
This was a plan. He didn't hit that hard, baby. He didn't hit that hard.
Oh, yes, he did.
Shout out to Godfrey, the comedian, making jokes about boxers having interviews right after the fight. That's hilarious to me, man. Yeah. This is LA Live for Friday, September 12th, 2025. It is a feel-good Friday here in LA Live. Speaking of feelings, LA Live is broadcasting live from the Fontainebleau in Vegas in the ballroom where the AC is working.
Let's go.
The AC is working. You hear me, brothers?
I hear you, man. I hear you.
I got to go find the engineer who put this together and say, what is this? Is this a carrier? Is this a train? Is this that Raheem? What is this, fam? Yeah, it's cold as hell up in this joint. I'm seeing grown men with their arms in their T-shirts.
Oh, no.
Yeah, grown-ass men, bro. You know it's cold when you see that, man.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Lucius, I was going to ask you something real quick.
Yeah.
Do you need some prescription sunglasses?
Yeah, I'm working on that.
you working on
transition
that?
lenses.
It's been a day watching you go from your glasses to your sunglasses.
Yep.
I was thinking, how can I get Lucius some prescription sunglasses?
I am working on that. The transition ones, you are right, Mr. Dawson, because I do have the Ray-Bans that record.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things to record in here. So, I'm switching out a lot.
I got you, man.
Yep. All right, Feel Good Friday. We made it, people. We made it. Another wild-ass week of 2025 in the books. Can you boys name anything that wild that happened this week?
Well, there was an assassination.
How about that?
Yeah.
Any other wild things that happened this week?
Well, there was another one, too, because the lady got stabbed on the train for no good
2
reason.
assassinations.
Had the Naval Academy shooting.
Yep.
Had
lockdown. We had another school shooting in Colorado.
I think one at UMass.
Okay,
as well.
that's enough.
Yeah,
pretty bad.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, that's enough.
Hey, it's
my God, that's enough. My bad. I probably should have never even brought that up.
Terrible times.
Cowboys got turned down on a player. Player turned the Cowboys down.
Yeah, Clowney said thank you, but no thank you. Gonna circle back.
Woo! Yep, another wild-ass week, but we made it. We're here. What they say, you got to show gratitude if you made it. You know, if you're doing good, show some gratitude, man. Our 48 Hours of Liberty starts now. Big fight energy here in Vegas. I was wanting Devin Haney to sit down, man, because I do have some questions about this fight. Like, Crawford is just so skilled at his timing, right? But like I said earlier, he's basically going up 3 weight divisions.
Yeah.
How does that time come? How do you bring that with you?
Right.
And how do you work on that to make sure you have that timing with you? I had those questions for boxers I wanted to hear or from a trainer or something. Because I know when you're sparring, you have the headgear on, you've got heavier gloves. At what point do you take off these gloves, put on the light gloves, take off the headgear, and get to scrapping for real so you can work on your timing? Damn! I didn't get that question answered. But I was going to, you guys have any idea?
I think you got to get it figured out in the first round.
Yeah, to me, I think it's going to be challenging for Canelo to go up against Bud. One thing about Bud is his ability to just switch from orthodox to southpaws like another fighter.
In the middle of the round.
And he's smooth with both.
He can do it in the middle of the round.
He fights back and forth, and he's smooth with both.
How do you prepare for that?
How do you prepare for that?
Exactly.
That was another question I had on deck.
Yeah.
How do you get your fighter prepared for something like that? Maybe Canelo has fought so many times where he's used to it at this point.
Sure.
Yeah.
I've fought of southpaw and I fought orthodox, so I've seen them both coming. But out of one person, I don't know how you get prepared for something like that.
I watched him fight Mayweather 10 years ago or 12 years ago, whenever that was, and he seemed to have a pretty good ability to defend himself.
Yeah.
I think the interesting thing here that I'd love to ask you guys, Lucius, is, how old can you be and still be good? Like Crawford at 37?
Yeah, they don't want to hear it, but last night during the press conference, they were asked, hey, this is looking like pretty much the end of the rope for you guys. This is going to be your last big fight. How do you feel about it? And they both were like, oh, no, we're hella defensive. You don't know that. Blah, 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 blah. But, yeah, this is what we're about to find out there, Mr. Dawson. Can it keep going with you throughout the years? It's been a while since Bud Crawford's been in the ring. So some people are looking at it like, is it a mistake that Bud didn't take a tune-up fight so you can feel that weight before you step in with Canelo, Mr. Granite Chin? Like, did your power even come up with you with these weights?
Yeah, that's the big question, right?
Yeah, because Canelo can take a punch, fam.
Right. Like, does his power translate that you're moving up? Because the one thing I underestimated L.A. when we saw him fight Spence was just how slippery and good Bud's defense was.
It's amazing. And the longer the fight goes on, the better he gets.
Yes. So, but I think you made a great point. If this goes to decision, which I think it will, ultimately, when you leave it in the hands of the judges, is that when they're going to favor Canelo? And I think that I think you might have sold me on that.
See, I just want to, Lucius, is this a Canelo town?
Yeah, this is a whole.
Is this a home game?
Right, this is a home game for him. Everywhere they go is Canelo chanting.
Wow.
Even if he's not around, this is him, bro.
Okay.
They're loving it. It's the Canelo parade outside.
My other thought from a Dallas perspective is I want Crawford to win so bad, like the guy that takes down your guy.
Yeah.
I don't want to see him then go loose.
Yeah.
And I think that's why I'm so convincing myself. Like, the last time we saw Bud Crawford, it was like the greatest fighter I've ever seen in my life. It was unbelievable. Yeah. So I want to see that carry over and him demolish Canelo, but Canelo's a different animal.
Yeah, okay, so what if he does? What if Bud does do what Bud does and he dismantles fighters as the fight goes on, right? What if he dismantles Canelo? What does that do for Canelo's legacy?
I think you got to talk about him.
The greatest Mexican fighter, arguably, behind Chavez.
Yeah.
What does that do for the legacy, bro? A dude came up basically 3 divisions and undressed you, But that's
I think it would help Crawford's legacy more than it would hurt Canelo's. Is that fair to say? Because I think
Canelo?
Crawford gets elevated. I think you would say, well, he's older. He had a glorious run. There was the Mayweather loss, the Crawford loss, but everything in between that was Hall of Fame level.
Yeah, I hear you, and that's true. You earned all of that, so you should get to keep it. But when this fight was just a whisper, and we don't know if it was going to happen or not, they were asking Canelo, hey, should you be fighting Crawford? What do you think? And Canelo was like, he's too small. He's not ready, da. So if that man comes up there and beats you up, ouch. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm pretty excited about this, dog. I love the good fight energy out here in Vegas. When I first got in and had my hotel key in my hand and still had my bags, I seen a large group of people having themselves a good old hold down. So, I had to pay attention. I looked over there and I seen some big leather jackets and some puffy Letterman jackets with patches and embroidery. And I was like, oh, guess what? That's the boxing community. Yeah. I put my stuff up and walk back down there just to be nosy. That's what I'm here to do. That's what I'm here to do. And I ran into your boy Adrian Bronner.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
He's always out there.
That's why I love boxing, bro. They travel together. Yeah. All of them, dog. I love it.
Was he doing anything entertaining? Was he talking his talk?
He was definitely talking. He wasn't drinking. I was happy to see that. He wasn't drinking, and it was super late, so you should have had a drink by that point, you know what I mean? He is built like Madea. He is built like Madea right now.
Enjoying the post-fight career.
Yeah, I don't know if he's super in the gym right now, but he's built like Madea. And I ran into Rolly Romero. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Rolly Romero.
I heard you talking about that earlier.
Oh, my God.
Need to look him up.
Yeah, he got me. He has that star quality. I didn't realize he had star quality until I ran into him. Like Barry Switzer.
Yeah.
He does that winking
the wink,
and pointing.
Look at you, yeah.
Glamoring you, winking and pointing. I was like, look at that. You got, that's it. That's star quality. I don't even think to wink and point at people when they're talking to me. That's star quality right there.
You're going to work that in this weekend?
I'm going to try to. It might look awkward at first. That guy's I heard got a little tick. He got the radio station. He's got a little tick. Have a good, safe weekend here, folks. Avoid the law dogs. Mind your speeds. Don't drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check. Your emotions, they will lie to you. They will lie to you. That ego is not your amigo. You will think you got disrespected, and that's really your ego feeling a certain way. So be careful out here, man. You can crash out on those emotions. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner this weekend. In other words, do not crash out. Like that beheading. Talking about things that happened this week. That beheading in Dallas.
Crazy.
Just a few miles from here.
That is nuts.
Oh, that is crazy. Like, I thought that was going to be the biggest story of that day.
With a machete, dude. That's something out of Narcos.
Machete. Who has a machete laying around? Who carries a machete with them, bro? Yeah. First off, respect to the family that has to deal with losing a loved one that way. Question. That's super tragic. And you got to think about the other family. Now they have to explain what happened to their uncle. Where's your uncle at? He's in jail. Cut somebody's head off.
Woo.
Yeah.
Wait, what'd you say? They had a conversation.
Yeah, that's wild. How about that? Man, what if your people's called you and was like, hey, man, I just cut somebody's head off. I need to hide.
Oh, don't come over here.
Yeah,
don't implicate me. Dump this. We did not talk.
Yeah. First of all, don't tell me.
Yeah.
Don't drag me into this.
Just tell me you did something, but you ain't got to tell me what you did. Yeah. And here's $1,500. Get out of my face. Yeah. Let's see, Dylan. Here's a WFFFA with a backstory on the beheading, just to give you a little observation of it.
In 2017, the face of Yordanis Cabos Martinez was introduced to news audiences in California, arrested and later convicted of trying to steal a woman's car while naked with her still in it.
Huh?
On
Pause.
September 10th.
What? Wait a minute. He's been what? He tried to steal a woman's car while bucket naked?
Yeah.
He was bucket naked?
Pattern of behavior going on here.
Clearly, man. Apparently this person that he killed worked with him. So I don't know how mad someone that you work with will get you where you chop somebody's head off, bro. But that is a sad situation.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Looks like we're almost up against it. Here's a weekend warning, y'all.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish settlement quickly.
Somebody said go to Planet 13 LA. Guess what, bro? I got in here last night. I left before Hagen got in this place, Vegas, after him. It's crazy how that works. But I think it was maybe about 11:30. I decided to take me a walk. I looked down at that thing, and it was maybe an hour and a half. No, a mile and a half, excuse me. A mile and a half walk in the middle of the night. And I tell you what, the walk there was kind of scary, but the walk back was amazing. I'll tell you that.
I just Googled it, man. That sounds like it was amazing. And yes, Vegas gets scary, I think, after about, what, 10?
Yeah, it was pretty scary on the way there, but on the way back, I was like, I'm fitting in.
How many times were you solicited?
Now. Right now. Hey, LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. What time is it?
4:40.
Oh, okay. Well, guess what, y'all? Follow me at Lucky Lucius P if you want to see some boxing stuff. And that's about it. Other than that, I'll see you guys Monday. Lord willing, the creek don't rise. I might be black then. My name is Lucius Alexander, and I holla.
There he goes. LA Live, usually most nights, 5:40 here in the G-Bag Nation, part of the Expressway. Eric Nadel, Hall of Fame announcer of your Texas Rangers, joins us next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Dylan, in for Lucius today. LA is in LV. He's in Las Vegas covering Canelo and Crawford for us. It's time now for the Eric Nadel Show, brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care and TXU Energy. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing awesome. It's good to hear you. For a guy that grew up as a Mets fan in New York, Friday night at Citi Field. I mean, the Rangers in a pennant race. It doesn't get much better than this, does it?
It doesn't. It reminds me of 1969, which was the first year that the Mets had a winning record, and of course they went all the way that year. They came from a big deficit in August, much the way the Rangers are trying to do here in September. So it's brought back a lot of memories.
And my other question for you, just personally, Eric, is if the Rangers make the playoffs, do you think you might have to break back out Rangers fans you aren't dreaming?
Just by making the playoffs, I think maybe that would be even more of an achievement, even more of a miracle than winning the World Series. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll think about that.
And now, how are you feeling about their chances here with Houston sliding like they did yesterday? Mariners playing better ball. What do you think the chances are at this point?
Well, the chances are actually pretty good if the Rangers continue playing well. Houston's got that daunting week coming up, where they have the 3 games against the Rangers and then 3 against Seattle. You know, for all of these last few weeks, we've been concentrating on the Rangers chasing Seattle for the final wild card spot. But with no games remaining against Seattle, it actually makes more sense to be focused on Houston. And now that Seattle and Houston are tied, the fact that the Rangers have the 3 games remaining against Houston certainly cause you to probably wish more that the Astros are going to lose than that Seattle's going to lose. But we want them both to lose.
Hey, Eric, I like interleague play, but I don't like the fact that we're not facing division opponents down the stretch. Is that something does that bother you, or am I making too much of that?
It bothers me. You know, I wish they had engineered the schedule that way, so at least in the final 2 weeks of the season,
right,
you maybe play all 4 of the divisional opponents. That shouldn't be too hard to manipulate, but since I'm not the one who makes the schedule, I maybe shouldn't comment on that. But yeah, I would like to see games against each divisional opponent in the last 2 weeks of the season.
Obviously, the big storyline, DeGrom making the return to Citi Field. What are your expectations for DeGrom-a-nation tonight?
Well, first of all, I've talked to a bunch of my friends here who are Mets fans. They all think that DeGrom will get a very warm welcome. If it had been the first year that he was pitching for a team other than the Mets, it might not have been such a warm welcome because he basically didn't want to stay in New York. And New Yorkers tend to react very negatively to people who don't want to be part of the scene here. But I think now that it's been 3 years, he hasn't pitched here since 2022. I think that he'll get a very good reception. And this being Mets alumni weekend, if everybody's in the spirit of the thing, he should get a rousing ovation. We're curious as to whether they'll play his theme song when he was with the Mets, which is Simple Man by Leonard Skinner. We're wondering if while he's warming up or while he's heading to the mound, they'll be kind enough to play that.
It's a pretty good jam, isn't it?
Yeah, sure
Simple
is.
Man's a great song.
I was listening to it today just to get myself psyched up.
What do you think about DeGrom not winning his starts? I'm going to steal your question here, Brian.
Okay.
Do you believe in like the curse of the ace, or is it just bad luck after having a pretty good luck first half of the season?
You know, he's basically reverted to the way it was with the Mets, when he would have these incredible earned run averages, but never won a ton of games. And it's surprising, but, you know, I'm looking back at his record with the Mets. He started over 200 games with the Mets, and he only won 82 of them. Now, he only lost 57 of them, so he had a fantastic winning percentage and an ERA around 260. But he was the guy who never got the run support. And that's how it's been his whole career. And some guys are just like that. My first years with the Rangers, we had John Matlock, who had come from the Mets with the same sort of reputation. And the same thing happened with the Rangers. He was the guy who always pitched well, and the Rangers didn't score for him. You know, the Rangers were doing that with Yu Darvish so often when Darvish was a member of the Rangers. And then there are other guys who just get a ton of run support, and there's no explaining.
Hey, Eric, is this game at Shea? Is that an airliner going over?
It's an airliner going over because we're right next door to where Shea was.
Okay, I
we're
got you.
literally in the parking lot of Shea Stadium. So, yeah, those are airliners, and they'll be coming over at a pretty steady clip. It's why the New York Jets are named the New York Jets.
There you go.
Growing up in Brooklyn, whenever you get to go back to New York, is there one thing that you've got to do?
I've got to eat New York pizza.
Ooh.
That's the one thing I've got to do. And, you know, I'm very careful about the way I eat, and I try to not eat gluten. But when I come to New York, all bets are off. You know, I want New York pizza. I want a pastrami sandwich on real rye bread, and I want real New York bagels. So those are the three things that shatter
all the gluten.
When I'm here. Bring on the gluten.
You try and avoid like drunk colleagues asking you a million questions while you're eating. That seems to be my problem right now with you, right?
What's on the what's the topping? Are you just a pepperoni guy, or what's the deal?
Straight cheese.
Oh.
I'm a purist. In New York, the pizza is so good you don't need toppings. Just give me a slice of cheese.
Is it a fold? Is it New York or a fold?
It's a fold. You bet.
And while we're on food and beverage, what you drinking and what you thinking, buddy?
I've just been pumping water in today, just trying to stay hydrated. The weather's beautiful. It got up to about 80 today, but in the sun, it was pretty hot walking around the city, and the subway station was ridiculously hot. I thought it wasn't going to be that hot because, you know, it's not summer type weather anymore, but it was really hot down there, waiting for the 7 train to get out here. So I've been pumping water. And what I'm thinking is this ballpark is very underrated. You know,
it is.
Baseball fans come to New York all the time, and they go to Yankee Stadium, and they don't come here. And for me, there's nothing special about Yankee Stadium in this new iteration of it. You know, both these parks opened in 2009, and to me, this is a much more interesting ballpark than Yankee Stadium. Yankee Stadium looks very much like Minnesota and like many other stadiums that were designed by the same architects, but this one doesn't. This one's very unique. It has a lot of New York-type characteristics, and people should make a point to come here.
Well, have a great weekend, man. Enjoy that New York, and hopefully we get some wins, and then we'll be back at it Monday in Houston.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Cheers. There he goes. The Hall of Fame announcer, Eric Nadel, here with you. Pre-game's coming up at 5:30. Speaking of New York, Nick Harris is going to preview Cowboys Giants from the Star Telegram. He's next here in the G-Bag Nation.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4 of the Nation. We're 29 minutes from Rangers pregame here as they open up a series with the Mets in New York. And Nick Harris of the Star-Telegram set to join you here in the G-Bag Nation. A number of news items throughout the day to get to, and well, we're still waiting for Nick. Okay, let me go over the news items here with you then. Deron Bland. There's been a lot of talk about him. They're leaning towards no IR for him. That would be tough if he's got to go IR, but I guess at least the next couple of games. I don't think this hurts you this week against the Giants that much because they only have Malik Neighbors, and their second wide receiver plays a lot out of the backfield. Plus, he's hurt. I think he's actually questionable for this game.
Yeah, Wan'Dale Robinson.
But next week against Chicago with all their receivers, Adunze and Moore and Luther Burden, that's when I think you could get into a little bit of trouble if Caleb Williams has a game against you, Wolchuk.
Well, and the tight ends, too. I mean, Cole Kmet, then they drafted Colston Loveland. I mean, they certainly have a lot of pass catchers we're going to be talking about a week from now when they take on the Bears. But really, Wan'Dale Robinson, I think, could give you some issues. Wan'Dale Robinson, I think, last year in a game against the Cowboys was sneaky good. They, for whatever reason, though, want to get the ball to Darius Slayton, and he has just not performed for them.
And then
Jalen Hyatt, excuse me.
And then he also said Trayvon Diggs might not be ready for a full-time role. I mean, what does your secondary look like in plays in which Trayvon Diggs is not out there?
Yeah, that's going to be tough. Because then you're going to be asking a lot for Kyrie.
Is that Childress and Reddy Stewart?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, I don't know if they just view both those guys as slot-only players.
Well, you've got Triquez Bridges
Carson
that they signed. So Bridges would be another guy that could play the outside, and that's a big, long type of corner.
Dylan, are we ready to go with no, Nick Harris is not ready to go with us. Okay, what did you think about the conversation throughout the day involving Jadeveon Clowney? Stephen Jones joined us 2 hours ago. I would recommend Tolos go back and listen to that with the Odyssey app or YouTube. If you can't, hit the like button, by the way. Don't forget that bell button so you never miss when we upload or go live either. But so Schotty said good visit, talked to him again yesterday. And then the way Stephen Jones talked about him, he seemed like they really want him and he's confident they're going to get him.
Yeah, they definitely seem like they are still very interested in his services, and they come across like they're optimistic that it's going to end up working out for them. So I do think that would be just an additional body that can really help you in the run game, give you some pass rush as well. He's just he's a disruptor. And if you're really committing to wanting to be the best run defense possible, I think this would be a nice addition.
So you add him to your defensive line. I think that, maybe 5 or 6 sacks, like he's just part of your pass rush by committee move.
Right.
But doesn't he significantly improve? Now you have Nealon, Clowney, Osa, Clark. Like that's a significantly more difficult group to run against. Right now I think there's still one weak spot in your front four when it comes to run defense, and I believe Clowney solves that. I was watching some film, Wolchuk. I went back and looked at him last year, and I told Brian earlier, I think he looks old. I think he looks stiff. He had knee problems last year. I think he's probably always going to be playing with knee problems. But the way that he plays with technique, keeping blocks off of him, he still gets the job done. It's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I mean, to me, the pressures also is something that he's never been a big sack guy, but he is a pressure guy. So when you talk about him being a disruptor, Eric, I 100% agree. And I think you've got two guys then that can really set the edge and play the run well while also giving you some pass rush in Nealand and then Clowney, and then you're allowing now guys like Sam Williams and Donovan Ezeraku and Fowler to do what they really are better equipped to do. And I think Ezeraku is going to end up being a well-rounded player, but I think clearly Fowler and Sam Williams are pass rushers. I mean, Fowler was a problem for you in run defense with over pursuit and bad angles and cheating inside when he needs to stay outside and keep integrity there. So, to me, I think you're feeling a lot better about lining up.
I think next should be Eric Kendricks. I Googled him last night, free agent, has not said anything about his retirement.
Yeah.
No, he's still working out on his Instagram. I see him. He's constantly.
Yeah, he's waiting on a call.
Hair still flowing. He's good to go. I think you have these 4 guys and you continue to play it out, and who knows, what kind of improvements they can make from week 1 to week 4, week 5. But Eric Kendricks is somebody I want on speed dial as well. I wonder if he wants to come back, and it should be a decent scheme fit, shouldn't it? I mean, there's not that much difference in what they'd be asking him to do compared to Zim.
Yeah, I think that you're in a situation with Eric that they're struggling a little bit just through week 1 at that Mike linebacker spot. And the one thing that Eric can do is he knows how to play downhill. He knows how to tackle in space. You can use him. You could use him in coverage situations. We really haven't seen them get exposed that way yet. I'm more interested, to be honest with you. I'm more interested in trying to get Maris Leofau on the field more.
Agreed.
Is what I'm trying to do. And maybe it turns into break glass in a case of emergency. But I if you had to go get Kendricks, but I'd like to see Maris Leofau play more. And if all of a sudden Maris Leofau, and it might be a situation too where if you play Maris Leofau a bunch, we might see some problems. You might see some
he's not a perfect player.
Yeah, like he's going to run underneath a block. He's going to maybe take a chance. He's going to gamble.
I like
that.
But
then again, you might see guy knock ball loose, guy make a tackle for loss. I wonder if he's one of those guys that the more you play him, the more possibility you might see something you don't want to see, or you're going to see something great.
I think both could very well be true with him. It was interesting because listening to Schotty with Sean and RJ and asking about the quarterbacks, what do you do if you've got a veteran quarterback and a young quarterback? And Schotty said, well, if it's close, I'm playing the younger player.
Yeah.
And in this situation, I think Maris Leofau is your future, and you've got a stopgap in Kenneth Murray. And to me, if it's close, and I think that Maris might just be better, period, I'm playing Maris Leofau.
I just wonder if all that time that he was off for the birth of his child, because we didn't get to see him practice.
That's fair.
And I was wondering, okay, is this going to hurt him? Because he was the one guy that when we came out of Oxnard, I'm like, man, I'm not sure about this one. I mean, not sure oh, he's a bad player. I was not sure because I had not seen him practice, but one time in helmets and shirts, so I didn't really know going into this one. And it might be that he just missing all that time in the training camp was a little bit of a problem for him getting going.
Of course, we had Thursday Night Football last night, and Green Bay looked damn good. I don't know if I could stomach making the playoffs and then watching what the Packers would do to the Cowboys in that situation. I guess we'll get a preview here coming up
week 4. Yeah,
in a couple of weeks. I do believe Micah Parsons will end up talking the Cowboys into a frenzy. I think you're going to get a Jerry Jones locker room speech, and just how much fun he's having, considering that he wasn't the most well-liked guy in the locker room, or not a lot of people related to him, didn't have a lot of friends. I think they're going to be taking in all of this content that Mike is putting out there. Last night he said Green Bay has the best facilities he's ever seen. I mean, who knows what?
That hurts Jerry more than anything, too.
Stadium, my gosh.
Was that a bleep you, Jerry chant, or a thank you, Jerry chant?
He makes a thank you.
He was dancing to that.
There were definitely some F-bombs in there as well.
Yeah. Jerry's got some friends around the Cowboys, maybe more than Micah had, and I wouldn't be surprised if you do get their best effort and maybe hand the Packers their first loss of the season.
You find a way to get this running game going. That's the best way to neutralize Micah Parsons. You find a way to get in some heavy personnel stuff and span forward and these tackles and stuff. That's the one thing that can neutralize a great pass rusher. But I said it earlier that my gang of 7 believes that Green Bay's the first 15 play team that if you weather the storm and find a way not to let them kill you in that first 15 and build a lead, then maybe you can find a way because they don't make those adjustments in the second half of game.
Yeah, it was the context of that, like, big picture about the Packers, or just from the last two games, or do you feel like that was kind of like an overarching theme with LaFleur?
I think it's an overarching theme with LaFleur is what it is. He's really good with the script, and then off script, then it becomes a little bit of a problem for him.
Yeah, and I wonder how much of that is on the quarterback as well. Young quarterback, and Jordan Love is still trying to get himself together. You see a lot of these quarterbacks. I mean, you just saw it with Caleb Williams the other night. Like, scripted plays, rocking and freaking rolling, and then things start to go haywire.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Las Vegas, where Lucius Alexander is covering Crawford and Canelo for us here, and he joins us now from Boxing Radio. Buddy, what's new?
Nothing is new, man. I'm just thinking about the fight and what it's going to be. What am we looking forward to? It's the punches that you don't see. And my man Crawford likes to go in there and bang. He likes to get close to his opponent, give you a three-piece combo and slide out. During that slide out, that's when he can get popped. Okay. It always happens. It doesn't matter who the fighter is. They always give him some. Crawford has the chin. He can take it. But Canelo got that power.
I wanted to ask you about where Crawford's place would be in boxing history. If he succeeds, he will become boxing's first three-weight undisputed champion.
Yeah. He's definitely making history.
I mean, his name hasn't resonated through the 2 decades of his career like other names, but looking back at the resume, that's pretty dang good, isn't it?
Yeah, it 100% is. I mean, he's making history. But some would say that he kind of like, if he beats this one, it's kind of like jumping the line in a sense, because he didn't come up fighting the best fighters at the best fight after best fight like Canelo did. He just he wowed us with the Earl Spence win. We figured out who he was. I mean, we've been knowing him before then, but he wowed us with that, and now it's like, well, come prove it again type of thing. He doesn't have a long resume of, well, he knocked this guy out. He got this guy. He got this pound for pound. He beat up this undisputed. It didn't happen that way. So I don't know what to actually say if he does win this. Is he that guy in boxing? I'm not for sure. He'd be the face of it, but I think he's going to either retire at that point.
How would you handicap if Mayweather was like his same age? 37-year-old Mayweather against 37-year-old Bud.
Ooh, I'm going to say Mayweather. He can get the points.
Yeah, it might be a snooze
fest. You got to be able to hit him. Yeah, you got to be able to hit him. You can't hit the man.
Silky smooth, two guys there. So this fight is on Netflix tomorrow night, 8 o'clock Texas time, and you're watching it from the football stadium? Is that right? What kind of a setup do they have for you?
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm hoping so far. It's looking like that, man.
Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, home of the Raiders.
Yeah, I've never been in there before. I hear it's an amazing stadium. I don't know how it's going to be set up, but I'm looking forward to it.
Are you betting on it?
No, because I'm not sure. I have to see after the weigh-in. What does Canelo look like rehydrated? Because we seen him the other day, and he looks good. His last fight, he looked real soft. Right now, he looks good, but kind of thin in a sense. Makes me feel like they've been working on his stamina so he can go the distance with Bud and not get tired, because Canelo kind of gets tired in the 6th, 7th round.
That's right.
Yeah, so it kind of feel like that way. So maybe his power won't transfer because he lost weight. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'd be eyeballing the draw there at 16-1.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. Like I said, Crawford's got to win convincingly. He's got to overwhelm Canelo, because if it comes to a decision and it's close, they're going to give it to Canelo. Or, like you just said, a draw. And then everybody's going to be losing their minds.
House wins big, and we get a rematch. Okay, we'll get you the latest on Cowboys, Giants, Rangers, Mets. Thank you, Lucius. Terrific job. Have an awesome weekend, bro.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy L.A.
L.A. live here most nights, 5:40 in the G-Bag Nation. Pregame's coming up in 16 minutes, though, and we're back with all that here on The Fan. Rangers pregame coming up here in about 11 minutes. Segment here of the nation brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Man, all hell breaking loose for Washington there with injuries in last night's Thursday night football game. They lose starting defensive end Dietrich Wise, and they lose their starting running back as well. So it's tough for Washington, and it looks great for Green Bay, although they lost to Jaden Reed, who was their leading wide receiver last season, and Christian Watson's out until October at least.
Separated shoulder there, yeah.
A broken collarbone it ended up being, and he's going to have.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to have surgery.
Yeah.
Okay. So for Cowboys Giants, Wolchuk, what makes you so confident in a Cowboys blowout victory?
I just think the Giants don't match up well at all. I think their secondary's bad. I get the pass rush aspect.
Did you do this last year for a Giants game?
I did, first Giants game.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys Dak owns the Giants.
Yeah.
The Giants don't scare me at all, and I got to see Russell Wilson play in person in that game against Pittsburgh. And when he got hurt for a series and they had to put Kyle Allen out there, Kyle Allen gave them a better chance to win that football game. I was breathing a sigh of relief when they put Russell Wilson back in.
Fields? I thought Fields played that game.
No, Fields was hurt. They had benched Fields.
Oh, did they?
And he was like the emergency third string quarterback at that point. So they didn't even play Fields at all. It was Kyle Allen who went back in.
I know Allen looked like he was moving the team a little bit.
He did, yeah. And I'm thinking to myself, oh no.
Oh, you were there. I shouldn't.
They might have a shot here. And then it ends up being they go back to Russell Wilson, and he's just bad. So I think Pickens is going to have a big game. I think CeeDee Lamb's angry and on a mission. I think the Cowboys are going to be able to run this one up pretty good. And I think Brian's right. You're going to see some Jackson Dart because hopefully the Giants are just so disgusted with how inept Russell Wilson the offense is. Unless it's a turn back the clock game for Russ and he sees Brian Schottenheimer on the other sideline and is like, I'm going to run around a little bit. Because certainly the Cowboys struggle to contain Jalen Hurts with his legs. But that'd be the only thing that I'm looking at from the Giants' perspectives and thinking they got a shot here.
I like the Cowboys 23-16. I wish I had Wolchuk's level of confidence. I just don't know if I can trust it yet. Like, until the weather delay, Saquon Barkley was hitting for over 6 yards an attempt. They shut him down in the final 7. The Cowboys ran the ball well, but as Schotty said, they didn't run it when they really, really needed to, or maybe it was Clayton Adams this week. How optimistic or confident are you in Cowboy domination, Chief?
I'm pretty confident. I do think that the Cowboys are going to be able to run the ball. I mean, defensively, I think the Giants just have plenty of problems, and then offensively, their offensive line is so bad that I don't think it's going to really even give them a chance. Like I think the thing that scares me is like is the Russell Wilson deep ball working, and Neighbors if Diggs is off the field for any period of time, you don't have Bland, and now he's able to hit some moon shots because Kyer Elam or whatever random corner they got out there on the field. But I think this would take a big time turnover fest on the Cowboys' part to keep this thing close.
Brian, is the Cowboys run defense for real?
I don't. Yeah, it's hard to say for this game because the Giants don't run the ball particularly well.
For this game, it should look great.
Yeah, they should be okay in this game because the Giants' offensive line really struggles to get any kind of momentum. I mean, when it comes to blocking, they can combo block and do some things, and it just they struggle bad even getting any kind of push.
Good.
Yeah,
I mean, seeing what you saw versus the Eagles gives you plenty of confidence, and I think the fact that it was like we're all saying, man, the linebackers did not play well, and they still stopped the run really nicely.
Yeah,
right. Like to me, that just shows how impressive the D line is at stopping the run right now.
Yeah, I think the only way they lose this game is if they try to pass it too much and the tackles don't hold.
I like your score, Dawson, by the way.
23-17, 23-16.
23-16.
What do you have? Yeah, you going with the same thing?
I'm going with the same thing. I think on DallasCowboys.com I went 24-16. Yep.
Thanks to Lucius Alexander in Las Vegas covering the fight for us. Thanks to Dylan Moore filling in for Lucius in the Pimp Cup.
Great
and
job,
Carter
sir.
Freeman coordinating your video. Thanks to Wolchuk and Chia Follow. Pregame Sunday at 9. And for Brian Broaddus, I'm Gavin Dawson. Till Monday at 2, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation. At ease.